To Be Are Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dennis Lane. To Be Are Not To Be by Kurt Vonnegut Jr. Everything was perfectly swell. There were no prisons, no slums, no insane asylums, no cripples, no poverty, no wars. All diseases were conquered, so was old age. Death, barring accidents, was an adventure for volunteers. The population of the United States was stabilized at 40 million souls. One bright morning, in the Chicago Lying-In Hospital, a man named Edward K. Whaling, Jr. waited for his wife to give birth. He was the only man waiting. Not many people were born a day anymore. Whaling was 56, a mere stripling in a population whose average age was 129. X-rays had revealed that his wife was going to have triplets. The children would be his first. Young Whaling was hunched in his chair, his head in his hand. He was so rumpled, so still and colourless as to be virtually invisible. His camouflage was perfect, since the waiting room had a disorderly and demoralised air too. Chairs and ashtrays had been moved away from the walls. The floor was paved with spattered drop cloths. The room was being redecorated. It was being redecorated as a memorial to a man who had volunteered to die. A sardonic old man, about 200 years old, sat on a step-ladder painting a mural he did not like. Back in the days when people aged visibly, his age would have been guessed at 35 or so. Aging had touched him that much before the cure for aging was found. The mural he was working on depicted a very neat garden. Men and women in white, doctors and nurses, turned the soil, planted seedlings, sprayed bugs, spread fertilizer. Men and women in purple uniforms pulled up weeds, cut down plants that were old and sickly, raked leaves, carried refuse to trash burners. Never, 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 not even in medieval Holland nor old Japan, had a garden been more formal, been better tended. Every plant had all the loam, light, water, air, and nourishment it could use. A hospital orderly came down the corridor, singing under his breath a popular song. If you don't like my kisses, honey, here's what I will do. I'll go see a girl in purple, kiss this sad world toodaloo. If you don't want my lovin', why should I take up all this space? I'll get off this old planet, let some sweet baby have my place. The orderly looked in at the mural and the muralist. Looks so real, he said. I can practically imagine I'm standing in the middle of it. What makes you think you're not in it? Said the painter. He gave a satiric smile. It's called the happy garden of life, you know. That's good of Dr. Hitz, said the orderly. He was referring to one of the male figures in white, whose head was a portrait of Dr. Benjamin Hitz, the hospital's chief obstetrician. Hitz was a blindingly handsome man. A lot of faces still to fill in, said the orderly. He meant that the faces of many of the figures in the mural were still blank. All blanks were to be filled with portraits of important people on either the hospital staff or from the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Termination. Must be nice to be able to make pictures that look like something, said the orderly. The painter's face curdled with scorn. You think I'm proud of this daub? He said. You think this is my idea of what life really looks like? What's your idea of what life looks like? Said the orderly. The painter gestured at a foul drop-cloth. There's a good picture of it, he said. Frame that and you'll have a picture a damn sight more honest than this one." "You're a gloomy old duck, aren't you?" said the orderly. "Is that a crime?" said the painter. The orderly shrugged. "If you don't like it here, Grandpa," he said, and he finished the thought with the trick telephone number that people who didn't want to live any more were supposed to call. The 0 in the telephone number he pronounced 0. The number was 2B-R-0-2B. It was the telephone number of an institution whose fanciful sobriquets included Automat, Birdland, Cannery, Catbox, The Louser, Easy Go, Goodbye Mother, Happy Hooligan, Kiss Me Quick, Lucky Pierre, Sheep Dip, Wearing Blender, Weep No More, and Why Worry? To be or not to be was the telephone number of the municipal gas chambers of the Federal Bureau of Termination. The painter thumbed his nose at the orderly. "When I decide it's time to go," he said, "it won't be at the Sheep Dip." "A do-it-yourself, eh?" said the orderly. "Messy business, Grandpa. Why don't you have a little consideration for the people who have to clean up after you?" The painter expressed with an obscenity his lack of concern for the tribulations of his survivors. "The world could do with a good deal more mess, if you ask me," he said. The orderly laughed and moved on. Wailing, the waiting father, mumbled something without raising his head, and then he fell silent again. A coarse, formidable woman strode into the waiting room on spike heels. Her shoes, stockings, trench coat, bag, and overseas cap were all purple, the purple the painter called the colour of grapes on Judgment Day. The medallion on her purple musette bag was the seal of the Service Division of the Federal Bureau of Termination, an eagle perched on a turnstile. The woman had a lot of facial hair, an unmistakable moustache, in fact. A curious thing about gas chamber hostesses was that, no matter how lovely and feminine they were when recruited, they all sprouted moustaches within 5 years or so. "Is this where I'm supposed to go?" she said to the painter. "A lot would depend on what your business was," he said. "You aren't about to have a baby, are you?" "They told me I was supposed to pose for some picture," she said. "My name's Leora Duncan." She waited. "And you dunk people," he said. "What?" she said. "Skip it," he said. "That sure is a beautiful picture," she said. "Looks just like heaven or something." "Or something," said the painter. He took a list of names from his smock pocket. Duncan, he said, scanning the list. "Yes, here you are. You're entitled to be immortalized. See any faceless body here you'd like me to stick your head on? We've got a few choice ones left." She studied the mural bleakly. "Gee," she said, "they're all the same to me. I don't know anything about art." "A body's a body, eh?" he said. "All righty. As a master of fine art, I recommend this body here." He indicated the faceless figure of a woman who was carrying dried stalks to a trash burner. "Well," said Leora Duncan, "that's more the disposal people, isn't it? I mean, I'm in service. I don't do any disposing." The painter clapped his hands in mock delight. "You say you don't know anything about art, and then you prove in the next breath that you know more about it than I do. Of course the sheath carrier is wrong for a hostess. A snipper, a pruner, that's more your line." He pointed to a figure in purple who was sawing a dead branch from an apple tree. "How about her?" he said. "You like her at all?" "Gosh!" she said, and she blushed and became humble. That puts me right next to Dr. Hitz." "That upset you?" he said. "Good gravy, no," she said. It's just such an honour." "Ah, you admire him, eh?" he said. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said, worshipping the portrait of Hitz. It was a portrait of a tanned, white-haired, omnipotent Zeus, 240 years old. "Who doesn't admire him?" she said again. "He was responsible for setting up the very first gas chamber in Chicago." "Nothing would please me more," said the painter, "than to put you next to him for all time, soaring off a limb. That strikes you as appropriate?" "That is kind of like what I do," she said. She was demure about what she did. What she did was make people comfortable while she killed them. And while Leora Duncan was posing for her portrait, into the waiting room bounded Dr. Hitz himself. He was 7 feet tall, and he boomed with importance, accomplishments, and the joy of living. "Well, Miss Duncan, he said, and he made a joke. "What are you doing here?" he said. "This isn't where the people leave. This is where they come in." "We're going to be in the same picture together," she said shyly. "Good," said Dr. Hitz heartily. "And say, isn't that some picture?" "I sure am honoured to be in it with you," she said. "Let me tell you," he said, "I'm honoured to be in it with you. Without women like you, this wonderful world we've got wouldn't be possible." He saluted her and moved towards the door that led to the delivery rooms. "Guess what was just born?" he said. "I can't," she said. "Triplets," he said. "Triplets?" she said. She was exclaiming over the legal implications of triplets. The law said that no newborn child could survive unless the parents of the child could find someone who would volunteer to die. Triplets, if they were all to live, called for 3 volunteers. "Do the parents have 3 volunteers?" said Leora Duncan. "Last I heard," said Dr. Hitz, "they had 1, and were trying to scrape another 2 up." "I don't think they made it," she said. "Nobody made 3 appointments with us. Nothing but singles going through today, unless somebody called in after I left. What's the name?" "Whaling," said the waiting father, sitting up, red-eyed and frowsy. "Edward K. Whaling, Jr. is the name of the happy father-to-be." He raised his right hand, looked at a spot on the wall, gave a hoarsely wretched chuckle. "Present," he said. "Oh, Mr. Whaling," said Dr. Hitz, "I didn't see you." "The invisible man," said Whaling. "They just phoned me that your triplets have been born," said Dr. Hitz. "They're all fine, and so is the mother. I'm on my way in to see them now." "Hooray," said Whaling emptily. "You don't sound very happy," said Dr. Hitz. "What man in my shoes wouldn't be happy?" said Whaling. He gestured with his hands to symbolize carefree simplicity. "All I have to do is pick out which one of the triplets is going to live, then deliver my maternal grandfather to the happy hooligan, and come back here with a receipt." Dr. Hitz became rather severe with Whaling, towering over him. "You don't believe in population control, Mr. Whaling?" he said. "I think it's perfectly keen," said Whaling tautly. "Would you like to go back to the good old days, when the population of the earth was 20 billion, about to become 40 billion, then 80 billion, then 160 billion? Do you know what a druplet is, Mr. Whaling?" said Hitz. "No," said Whaling sulkily. "A druplet, Mr. Whaling, is one of the little knobs, one of the little pulpy grains of a blackberry," said Dr. Hitz. "Without population control, human beings would now be packed on the surface of this old planet like drupelets on a blackberry. Think of it!" Whaling continued to stare at the same spot on the wall. "In the year 2000, said Dr. Hitz, "before scientists stepped in and laid down the law, there wasn't even enough drinking water to go around. And nothing to eat but seaweed. And still people insisted on their right to reproduce like jackrabbits, and their right, if possible, to live forever. I want those kids, said Wailing quietly. I want all 3 of them. Of course you do, said Dr. Hitz. That's only human. I don't want my grandfather to die, either, said Wailing. Nobody's really happy about taking a close relative to the cat box, said Dr. Hitz gently, sympathetically. I wish people wouldn't call it that, said Leora Duncan. What? Said Dr. Hitz. I wish people wouldn't call it the cat box and things like that, she said. It gives people the wrong impression. You're absolutely right, said Dr. Hitz. Forgive me. He corrected himself, gave the municipal gas chambers their official title, a title no one ever used in conversation. I should have said Ethical Suicide Studios, he said. That sounds so much better, said Leora Duncan. This child of yours, whichever one you decide to keep, Mr. Wailing, said Dr. Hitz, he or she is going to live on a happy, roomy, clean, rich planet, thanks to population control, in a garden like that mural there. He shook his head. 2 centuries ago, when I was a young man, it was a hell that nobody thought could last another 20 years. Now, centuries of peace and plenty stretch before us as far as imagination cares to travel. He smiled luminously. The smile faded as he saw that Wailing had just drawn a revolver. Wailing shot Dr. Hitz dead. There's room for one. A great big one, he said. And then he shot Leora Duncan. It's only death, he said to her, as she fell. There, room for 2. And then he shot himself, making room for all 3 of his children. Nobody came running. Nobody, seemingly, heard the shots. The painter sat on top of his step-ladder, looking down reflectively on the sorry scene. The painter pondered the mournful puzzle of life demanding to be born, and, once born, demanding to be fruitful, to multiply, and to live as long as possible, to do all that on a very small planet that would have to last forever. All the answers that the painter could think of were grim, even grimmer, surely, than a cat box, a happy hooligan, an easy go. He thought of war, he thought of plague, he thought of starvation. He knew that he would never paint again. He let his paintbrush fall to the drop cloth below, and then he decided he had had about enough of life in the happy garden of life too. And he came slowly down from the ladder. He took Wailing's pistol, really intending to shoot himself, but he didn't have the nerve. And then he saw the telephone booth in the corner of the room. He went to it, dialed the well-remembered number. 2B-R-0-2B. Federal Bureau of Termination, said the very warm voice of a hostess. How soon can I get an appointment? He asked, speaking very carefully.
We could probably fit you in late this afternoon, sir,
she said. It might even be earlier if we get a cancellation. All right, said the painter. Fit me in, if you please. And he gave her his name, spelling it out. Thank you, sir, said the hostess. Your city thanks you, your country thanks you, your planet thanks you. But the deepest thanks of all is from future generations. End of 2B-R-0-2B by Kurt Vonnegut, Jr. Recording by Dennis Lane in Pretoria, South Africa.
Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Robert Halliday. Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. The most dangerous of weapons is the one you don't know is loaded. The wind howled out of the northwest, blind with snow and barbed with ice crystals. All the way up the half-mile precipice it fingered and wrenched away at the groaning ice slabs. It screamed over the top, whirled snow in a dervish dance around the hollow there, piled snow into the long furrow plowed ruler straight through streamlined hummocks of snow. The sunlight glinted on black rock glazed by ice, chasms and ridges and bridges of ice. It lit the snow slope to a frozen glare, penciled black shadow down the long furrow, and flashed at the furrow's end on a thing of metal and plastics, an artifact thrown down in the dead wilderness. Nothing grew, nothing flew, nothing walked, nothing talked, but the thing in the hollow was stirring in stiff jerks like a snake with its back broken, or a clockwork toy running down. When the movement stopped, there was a click and a strange sound began. Thin, scratchy, inaudible more than a yard away, weary, but still cocky, there leaked from the shape in the hollow the sound of a human voice. "I've tried my hands and arms and they seem to work," it began. "I've wiggled my toes with entire success. It's well on the cards that I'm all in one piece and not broken up at all, though I don't see how it could happen. Right now I don't feel like struggling up and finding out. I'm fine where I am. I'll just lie here for a while and relax, and get some of the story on tape. This suit's got a built-in recorder. I might as well use it. That way, even if I'm not as well as I feel, I'll leave a message. You probably know we're back and wonder what went wrong. I suppose I'm in a state of shock. That's why I can't seem to get up. Who wouldn't be shocked after luck like that? I've always been lucky, I guess. Luck got me a place on the Whale. Sure, I'm a good astronomer, but so are lots of other guys. If I were 10 years older, it would have been an honor, being picked for the first long jump in the first starship ever. At my age, it was luck. You'll want to know if the ship worked. Well, she did. Went like a bomb. We got lined up between Earth and Mars, you'll remember, and James pushed the button marked jump. Took his finger off the button, and there we were, Alpha Centauri. 2 months later your time, 1 second later by us. We covered our whole survey assignment like that, smooth as a pint of old and mild, which right now I could certainly use. Better yet would be a pint of hot black coffee with sugar in it. Failing that, I could even go for a long drink of cold water. There was never anything wrong with the Whale, till right at the end, and even then I doubt if it was the ship itself that fouled things up. That was some survey assignment. We astronomers really lived. Wait till you see, but of course you won't. I could weep when I think of all those miles of lovely color film, all gone up in smoke. I'm shocked, all right. I never said who I was. Matt Hennessy, from Farside Observatory, back of the moon. Just back from a proving flight come astronomical survey in the starship Whale. Whoever you are who finds this tape, you're made. Take to any radio station or newspaper office, you'll find you can name your price, and don't take any wooden nickels. Where had I got to? I told you how we happened to find Chang, didn't I? That's what the natives called it. Walking, talking natives on a blue sky planet with 1.1 G gravity and a 20% oxygen atmosphere at 15 psi. The odds against finding Chang on a 6-sun survey on the first star jump ever must be in the Googles. We certainly were lucky. The Chang natives weren't very technical. Haven't got space travel, for instance. They're good astronomers, though. We were able to show them our sun in the telescopes. In their way, they're a highly civilized people. Look more like cats than people, but they're people all right. If you doubt it, chew these facts over. 1, they learned our language in 4 weeks. When I say they, I mean a 10-man team of them. 2, they brew a near beer that's a lot nearer than the canned stuff we had aboard the Whale. 3, they have a great sense of humor. Ran rather to silly practical jokes, but still. Can't say I care for that hot foot and belly laugh stuff myself, but tastes differ. 4, the 10-man language team also learned chess and table tennis. But why go on? People who talk English, drink beer, like jokes, and beat me at chess or table tennis are people for my money, even if they look like tigers in trousers. It was funny the way they won all the time at table tennis. They certainly weren't so hot at it. Maybe that 10% extra gravity put us off our strokes. As for chess, Svendlov was our champion. He won sometimes. The rest of us seemed to lose whichever Chinksy we played. There again, it wasn't so much that they were good. How could they be, in the time? It was more that we all seemed to make silly mistakes when we played them, and that's fatal in chess. Of course, it's a screwy situation, playing chess with something that grows its own fur coat, has yellow eyes an inch and a half long, and long white whiskers. Could you have kept your mind on the game? And don't think I fell victim to their feline charm. The children were pets, but you didn't feel like patting the adults on their big grinning heads. Personally, I didn't like the one I knew best. He was called, well, we called him Charlie, and he was the ethnologist, ambassador, contact man, or whatever you'd like to call him, who came back with us. Why I disliked him was because he was always trying to get the edge on you. All the time he had to be on top. Great sense of humor, of course. I nearly broke my neck on that butter slide he fixed up in the metal alleyway to the whale's engine room. Charlie laughed fit to burst. Everyone laughed. I even laughed myself, though doing it hurt me more than the tumble had. Yes, life and soul of the party, old Charlie. My last sight of the minnow was a cabin full of dead and dying men, the Swedish stink of burned flesh, and the choking reek of scorching insulation. The boat jolting and shuddering and beginning to break up. In the middle of the flames, still unhurt, was Charlie. He was laughing. My God, it's dark out here. I wonder how high I am. Must be all of 50 miles, and doing 800 miles an hour at least. I'll be doing more than that when I land. What's final velocity for a 50-mile fall? Same as a 50,000-mile fall, I suppose. Same as escape, 24,000 miles an hour. I'll make a mess. That's better. Why didn't I close my eyes before? Those star streaks made me dizzy. I'll make a nice shooting star when I hit air. Come to think of it, I must be deep in air now. Let's take a look. It's getting lighter. Look at those peaks down there, like great knives. I don't seem to be falling as fast as I expected, though. Almost seem to be floating. Let's switch on the radio and tell the world hello. Hello, Earth. Hello again. And goodbye. Sorry about that. I passed out. I don't know what I said, if anything, and the suit recorder has no playback or eraser. What must have happened is that the suit ran out of oxygen, and I lost consciousness due to anoxia. I dreamed I switched on the radio, but I actually switched on the emergency tank. Thank the Lord, and that brought me around. Come to think of it, why not crack the suit and breathe fresh air instead of bottled? No, I'd have to get up to do that. I think I'll just lie here a little bit longer and get properly rested up before I try anything big like standing up. I was telling about the return journey, wasn't I? The long jump back home, which should have dumped us between the orbits of Earth and Mars. Instead of which, when James took his finger off the button, the mass detector showed nothing except noise level of the universe. We were out in that no place for a day. We astronomers had to establish our exact position relative to the solar system. The crew had to find out exactly what went wrong. The physicists had to make mystic passes in front of the meters and mutter about residual folds in stress-free space. Our task was easy, because we were about a half a light year from the sun. The crew's job was also easy. They found what went wrong in less than half an hour. It still seems incredible. To program the ship for a star jump, you merely told it where you were and where you wanted to go. In practical terms, that entailed first a series of exact measurements, which had to be translated into the somewhat abstruse coordinate system we used based on the topological order of mass points in the galaxy. Then you cut a tape on the computer and hit the button. Nothing was wrong with the computer. Nothing was wrong with the engines. We'd hit the right button, and we'd gone to the place we'd aimed for. All we'd done was aim for the wrong place. It hurts me to tell you this, and I'm just attached personnel with no spaceflight tradition. In practical terms, one highly trained crew member had punched a wrong pattern of holes on the tape. Another, equally skilled, had failed to notice this when reading back. A childish error, highly improbable, twice repeated, thus squaring the improbability. Incredible, but that's what happened. Anyway, we took good care with the next lot of measurements. That's why we were out there so long. They cross-checked about 5 times. I got sick, so I climbed into a spacesuit and went outside and took some photographs of the sun, which I hoped would help to determine hydrogen density in the outer regions. When I got back, everything was ready. We disposed ourselves about the control room and relaxed for all we were worth. We were all praying that this time nothing could go wrong, and all looking forward to seeing Earth again after 4 months' subjective time away, except for Charlie, who was still chuckling and shaking his head, and Captain James, who was glaring at Charlie and obviously wishing human dignity permitted him to tear Charlie limb for limb. Then James pressed the button. Everything twanged like a bowstring. I felt myself turned inside out, passed through a small sieve, and poured back into shape. The entire bow wall screen was full of Earth. Something was wrong, all right. And this time it was much, much worse. We'd come out of the jump at about 200 miles above the Pacific, pointed straight down, traveling at a relative speed of about 2,000 miles an hour. It was a fantastic situation. Here was the Whale, the most powerful ship ever built, which could cover 50 light years in a subjective time of 1 second, and it was helpless. For, as of course you know, the star drive couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. The Whale also had ion rockets, of course, the standard deuterium fusion things with direct conversion. As again you know, this is good for interplanetary flight because you can run it continuously and has extremely high exhaust velocity. But in our situation, it was no good, it was rather a low thrust. It would have taken more time than we had to deflect us enough to avoid a smash. We had 5 minutes to abandon ship. James got us all into the minnow at a dead run. There was no time to take anything at all except the clothes we stood in. The minnow was meant for short, heavy hops to planets or asteroids. In addition to the ion drive, it had emergency atomic rockets, using steam for reaction mass. We thanked God for that when Kazamian canceled our downwards velocity with them in a few seconds. We curved away up over the China, and from about 50 miles high we saw the Whale hit the Pacific. 600 tons of mass at well over 2,000 miles an hour make an almighty splash. By now you'll have divers down, but I doubt they'll salvage much you can use. I wonder why James was down with the ship, as the saying is. Not that it made any difference. It must have broken his heart to know that his lovely ship was getting the chopper. Or did he suspect another human error? We didn't have time to think about that, or even to get the radio working. The steam rockets blew up. Poor Kazamian was burnt to a crisp. Only thing that saved me was the spacesuit I was still wearing. I snapped the faceplate down because the cabin was filling with fumes, and I saw Charlie coming out of the toilet. That's how he'd escaped, and I saw him beginning to laugh. Then the port side collapsed, and I fell out. I saw the launch spinning away, glowing red against a purplish-black sky. I tumbled head over heels toward the huge curved shield of Earth 50 miles below. I shut my eyes, and that's about all I remember. I don't see how any of us could have survived. I think we're all dead. I'll have to get up and crack the suit and let some air in. But I can't. I fell 50 miles without a parachute. I'm dead, so I can't stand up. There was silence for a while, except for the vicious howl of the wind. Then snow began to shift on the ledge. A man crawled stiffly out and came shakily to his feet. He moved slowly around for some time. After about 2 hours, he returned to the hollow, squatted down, and switched on the recorder. The voice began again, considerably wearier. Hello there. I'm in the bleakest wilderness I've ever seen. This place makes the moon look cozy. There's precipice around me every way but one, and that's up. So it's up I'll have to go till I find a way to go down. I've been chewing snow to quench my thirst, but I couldn't eat a horse. I picked up a short-wave broadcast on my suit, but I couldn't understand a word. Not English, not French, and there I stick. Listened to it for 15 minutes just to hear a human voice again. I haven't much hope of reaching anyone with my 5-milliwatt suit transmitter, but I'll keep trying. Just before I start the climb, there are 2 things I want to get on tape. The first is how I got here. I've remembered something from my military training when I did some parachute jumps. Terminal velocity for a human body falling through air is about 120 miles per hour. Falling 50 miles is no worse than falling 500 feet. You'd be lucky to live through a 500-foot fall, true, but I've been lucky. The suit is bulky but light and probably slowed my fall. I hit a 60-mile-an-hour updraft this side of the mountain, skidded downhill through about half a mile of snow and fetched up in a drift. The suit is part worn but still operational. I'm fine. The second thing I want to say is about the Chingsi, and here it is. Watch out for them. Those jokers are dangerous. I'm not telling how because I've got a scientific reputation to watch. You'll have to figure it out for yourself. Here are the clues. 1. The Chingsi talk and laugh, but after all, they aren't human. On an alien world, 100 light years away, why shouldn't alien talents develop? A talent that's so uncertain and rudimentary here that most people don't believe in it. Might be highly developed out there. 2. The whale expedition did fine till it found Chang. Then it hit a seam of bad luck. Real stinking bad luck that went on till it looks fishy. We lost a ship. We lost a launch. All but one of us lost our lives. We couldn't even win a game of ping pong. So what is luck? Good or bad? Scientifically speaking, future chance events are by definition chance. They can turn out favorable or not. When a preponderance of chance events has occurred unfavorably, you've got bad luck. It's a fancy name for a lot of chance results that didn't go our way. But the gambler defines it differently. For him, luck refers to the future, and you've got bad luck when future chance events won't go your way. Scientific investigations into this have been inconclusive, but everyone knows that some people are lucky and others aren't. All we've got are hints and glimmers, the fumbling touch of a rudimentary talent. There's the evil eye legend and the Jonah bad luck bringer's superstition. Maybe. But ask the insurance companies about accident prones. What's in a name? Call a man unlucky and you're superstitious. Call him accident prone and that's sound business sense. I've said enough. All the same, search the spaceflight records. Talk to the actuaries. When a ship is working perfectly and is operated by a hand-picked crew of highly trained men in perfect condition, how often is it wrecked by a series of silly errors happening one after another in defiance of probability? I'll sign off with 2 thoughts, one depressing and one cheering. A single Chingsi wrecked our ship and our launch. What could a whole planet full of them do? On the other hand, a talent that manipulates chance events is bound to be chancy. No matter how highly developed, it can't be surefire. The proof is that I've survived to tell the tale. At 20 below zero and 50 miles an hour, the wind ravaged the mountain. Peering through his polarized visor at the white waste and the snow-filled air howling over it, sliding and stumbling with every step on a slope that got gradually steeper and seemed to go on forever, Matt Hennessy began to inch his way up the north face of Mount Everest. End of Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. Recording by Robert Halliday, St. Ansgar, Iowa.
The Altar at Midnight by C.M. Kornbluth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Altar at Midnight by C.M. Kornbluth. Read by Mark Nelson. He had quite a rum blossom on him for a kid, I thought at first. But when he moved closer to the light by the cash register to ask the bartender for a match or something, I saw it wasn't that. Not just the nose. Broken veins on his cheeks, too, and the funny eyes. He must have seen me look, because he slid back away from the light. The bartender shook my bottle of ale in front of me like a Swiss bell ringer, so it foamed inside the green glass. "You ready for another, sir?" he asked. I shook my head. Down the bar, he tried it on the kid. He was drinking scotch and water or something like that, and found out he could just push him around. He sold him 3 scotch and waters in 10 minutes. When he tried for number 4, the kid had his courage up and said, "I'll tell you when I'm ready for another, Jack." But there wasn't any trouble. It was almost 9, and the place began to fill up. The manager, a real hood type, stationed himself by the door to screen out the high school kids and give the big hello to conventioneers. The girls came hurrying in, too, with their little makeup cases and their fancy hair piled up and their frozen faces with the perfect mouths drawn on them. One of them stopped to say something to the manager, some excuse about something, and he said, "That's all right. Get in a dressing room." A three-piece band behind the drapes at the back of the stage began to make warm-up noises, and there were two bartenders keeping busy. Mostly it was beer, a midweek crowd. I finished my ale and had to wait a couple of minutes before I could get another bottle. The bar filled up from the end near the stage because all the customers wanted a good, close look at the strippers for their 50-cent bottles of beer. But I noticed that nobody sat down next to the kid, or if anybody did, he didn't stay long. You go out for some fun, and the bartender pushes you around, and nobody wants to sit next to you. I picked up my bottle and glass and went down on the stool to his left. He turned to me right away and said, "What kind of a place is this, anyway?" The broken veins were all over his face, the little ones, but so many, so close, that they made his face look something like marbled rubber. The funny look in his eyes was it, the trick contact lenses. But I tried not to stare and not to look away. "It's okay," I said. "It's a good show, if you don't mind a lot of noise from—" He stuck a cigarette into his mouth and poked the pack at me. "I'm a spacer," he said, interrupting. I took one of his cigarettes and said, "Oh." He snapped a lighter for the cigarettes and said, "Venus." I was noticing that his pack of cigarettes on the bar had some kind of yellow sticker instead of the blue tax stamp. "Ain't that a crock?" he asked. "You can't smoke, and they give you lighters for a souvenir. But it's a good lighter. On Mars last week, they gave us all some cheap pen and pencil sets." "You get something every trip, huh?" I took a good long drink of ale, and he finished his scotch and water. "Shoot. You call a trip a shoot." One of the girls was working her way down the bar. She was going to slide onto the empty stool at his right and give him the business, but she looked at him first and decided not to. She curled around me and asked if I'd buy her a little old drink. I said no, and she moved on to the next. I could kind of feel the young fellow quivering. When I looked at him, he stood up. I followed him out of the dump. The manager grinned without thinking and said, "Good night, boys," to us. The kid stopped in the street and said to me, "You don't have to follow me around, Pappy." He sounded like one wrong word, and I would get socked in the teeth. "Take it easy. I know a place where they won't spit in your eye." He pulled himself together and made a joke of it. "This I have to see," he said. "Near here?" "A few blocks." We started walking. It was a nice night. "I don't know this city at all," he said. "I'm from Covington, Kentucky. You do your drinking at home there. We don't have places like this." He meant the whole Skid Row area. "It's not so bad," I said. "I spend a lot of time here." "Is that a fact? I mean, down home, a man your age would likely have a wife and children." "I do. The hell with 'em." He laughed like a real youngster, and I figured he couldn't even be 25. He didn't have any trouble with the broken curbstones, in spite of his scotch and waters. I asked him about it. "Sense of balance," he said. "You have to be tops for balance to be a spacer. You spend so much time outside in a suit. People don't know how much. Punctures, and you aren't worth a damn if you lose your point." "What's that mean?"
"Oh, well, it's hard to describe. When you're outside and you lose your point, it means you're all mixed up. You don't know which way the can—that's the ship—which way the can is. It's having all that room around you. But if you have a good balance, you feel a little tugging to the ship, or maybe you just know which way the ship is without feeling it. Then you have your point, and you can get the work done."
There must be a lot of that that's hard to describe. He thought that might be a crack, and he clammed up on me. "You call this Gandytown," I said after a while. "It's where the stove-up old railroad men hang out. This is the place." It was the second week of the month, before everybody's pension check was all gone. Oswiak's was jumping. The grandsons of the pioneers were on the juke, singing the Man from Mars yodel, and old Paddy Shea was jigging in the middle of the floor. He had a full seidel of beer in his right hand, and his empty left sleeve was flapping. The kid balked at the screen door. "Too damn bright," he said. I shrugged and went on in, and he followed. We sat down at a table. At Oswiak's you can drink at the bar if you want to, but none of the regulars do. Paddy jigged over and said, "Welcome home, Doc." He's a Liverpool Irishman. They talk like Scots, some say, but they sound almost like Brooklyn to me. "Hello, Paddy. I brought somebody uglier than you. Now what do you say?" Paddy jigged around the kid in a half-circle, with his sleeve flapping, and then flopped into a chair when the record stopped. He took a big drink from the seidel and said, "Can he do this?" Paddy stretched his face into an awful grin that showed his teeth. "He has 3 of them." The kid laughed and asked me, "What the hell do you drag me into here for?" Paddy says he'll buy drinks for the house the day anybody uglier than he is comes in. Oswiak's wife waddled over for the order, and the kid asked us what we'd have. I figured I could start drinking, so it was 3 double scotches. After the second round, Paddy started blowing about how they took his arm off without any anesthetics except a bottle of gin, because the red ball freight he was tangled up in couldn't wait. That brought some of the other old gimps over to the table with their stories. Blackie Bauer had been sitting in a boxcar with his legs sticking through the door when the train started with a jerk. Wham! The door closed. Everybody laughed at Blackie for being that dumb in the first place, and he got mad. Sam Fireman has palsy. This week he was claiming he used to be a watchmaker before he began to shake. The week before, he said he was a brain surgeon. A woman I didn't know, a real old boxcar Bertha, dragged herself over and began some kind of story about how her sister married a Greek, but she passed out before we found out what happened. Somebody wanted to know what was wrong with the kid's face. Bauer, I think it was, after he came back to the table. "Compression and decompression," the kid said. "You're all the time climbing into your suit and out of your suit. Inboard air's thin to start with. You get a few red lines, that's these ruptured blood vessels, and then you say, the hell with the money. All you'll make is just one more trip. But God, it's a lot of money for anybody my age. You keep saying that until you can't be anything but a spacer. The eyes are hard radiation scars." "You like that all over?" asked Oswiak's wife politely. "All over, ma'am," the kid told her in a miserable voice. "But I'm going to quit before I get a Bowman head." "I don't care," said Maggie Rorty. "I think he's cute." "Compared with—" Paddy began, but I kicked him under the table. We sang for a while, then we told gags and recited limericks for a while, and I noticed that the kid and Maggie had wandered into the back room, the one with the latch on the door. Oswiak's wife asked me, very puzzled, "Doc, why they do that flying by the planets?" "It's the damn government," Sam Fireman said. "Why not?" I said. "They got the Bowman Drive. Why the hell shouldn't they use it? Serves 'em right." I had a double scotch and added, 20 years of it, and they found out a few things they didn't know. Red lines are only one of them. 20 years more, maybe they'll find out a few more things they didn't know. Maybe by the time there's a bathtub in every American home and an alcoholism clinic in every American town, they'll find out a whole lot of things they didn't know. And every American boy will be a pop-eyed, blood-rattled wreck like our friend here, from riding the Bowman Drive. "It's the damn government," Sam Fireman repeated. "And what the hell did you mean by that remark about alcoholism?" Paddy said, real sore. "Personally, I can take it or leave it alone."
So we got to talking about that, and everybody there turned out to be people who could take it or leave it alone. It was maybe midnight when the kid showed at the table again, looking kind of dazed. I was drunker than I ought to be by midnight, so I said I was going for a walk. He tagged along, and we wound up on a bench at Screwball Square. The soapboxers were still going strong. Like I said, it was a nice night. After a while, a pot-bellied old auntie, who didn't give a damn about the face, sat down and tried to talk the kid into going to see some etchings. The kid didn't get it, and I led him over to hear the soapboxers before there was trouble. One of the orators was a mush-mouthed evangelist. "And oh, my friends," he said, "when I looked through the porthole of the spaceship and beheld the wonder of the firmament—" "You're a stinking Yankee liar," the kid yelled at him. "You say one damn more word about can shooting, and I'll ram your spaceship down your lying throat. Where's your red lines if you're such a hot spacer?" The crowd didn't know what he was talking about, but "where's your red lines" sounded good to them, so they heckled Mushmouth off his box with it. I got the kid to a bench. The liquor was working in him all of a sudden. He simmered down after a while and asked, "Doc, should I have given Miss Rorty some money? I asked her afterward, and she said she'd admire to have something to remember me by, so I gave her my lighter. She seemed to be real pleased with it, but I was wondering if maybe I embarrassed her by asking her right out. Like I told you, back in Covington, Kentucky, we don't have places like that. Or maybe we did, and I just didn't know about them. But what do you think I should have done about Miss Rorty?" "Just what you did," I told him. "If they want money, they ask you for it first. Where are you staying?" "YMCA," he said, almost asleep. "Back in Covington, Kentucky, I was a member of the Y, and I kept up my membership. They have to let me in because I'm a member. Spacers have all kinds of trouble, Doc. Women trouble, hotel trouble, family trouble, religious trouble. I was raised a Southern Baptist, but where's heaven anyway? I asked Dr. Shitwood last time home before the red lines got so thick. Doc, you aren't a minister of the gospel, are you? I hope I didn't say anything to offend you." "No offense, son," I said. "No offense." I walked him to the avenue and waited for a fleet cab. It was almost 5 minutes. The independents that roll drunks dent the fenders of fleet cabs if they show up in Skid Row, and then the fleet drivers have to make reports on their own time to the company. It keeps them away. But I got one and dumped the kid in. "The Y Hotel," I told the driver. "Here's 5. Help him in when you get there." When I walked through Screwball Square again, some college kids were yelling, "Where's your red lines?" at old Charlie, the last of the Wobblies. Old Charlie kept roaring, "The hell with your bread lines! I'm talking about atomic bombs! Right up there!" And he pointed at the moon. It was a nice night, but the liquor was dying in me. There was a joint around the corner, so I went in, had a drink to carry me to the club. I had a bottle there. I got into the first cab that came. "Athletic club," I said. "In a doghouse, huh?" the driver said, and he gave me a big personality smile. I didn't say anything, and he started the car. He was right, of course. I was in everybody's doghouse. Some day I'd scare the hell out of Tom and Lisa by going home and showing them what their daddy looked like. Down at the Institute, I was in the doghouse. "Oh, dear," everybody at the Institute said to everybody. "I'm sure I don't know what ails the man. A lovely wife and 2 lovely grown children, and she had to tell him, either you go or I go. And drinking. And this is rather subtle, but it's a well-known fact that neurotics seek out low company to compensate for their guilt feelings. The places he frequents. Dr. Francis Bowman, the man who made spaceflight a reality. The man who put the bomb base on the moon. Really, I'm sure I don't know what ails him."
The hell with them all. The end of The Altar at Midnight by C.M. Kornbluth.
Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. The slovenly wub might have said, "Many men talk like philosophers and live like fools." They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute, don't go off. I'm not finished." "Oh?" The Optus turned with dignity. "I'm going back to the village." He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship. "I must organize new hunts." Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth—" The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you? We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank, between the long-legged Martian go-birds, into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging it by the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it switched its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig. A huge, dirty pig." "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig. It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped. Its eyes opened, small and moist, then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so that he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones says. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared at the door. Let's have a look at it. He advanced, squinting critically. You got this for 50 cents? Yes, sir, Peterson said. It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain, and it liked that, and then potatoes, and mash, and scraps from the table, and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep. I see, Captain Franco said. Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. It seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out... The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain. Really, Captain, the wub said. I suggest we talk of other matters. The room was silent. What was that? Franco said. Just now. The wub, sir, Peterson said. It spoke. They all looked at the wub. What did it say? What did it say? It suggested we talk about other things. Franco walked toward the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back over and stood with the men. I wonder if there's a native inside of it, he said thoughtfully. Maybe we should open it up and have a look. Oh, goodness, the wub cried. Is that all you people can think of? Killing and cutting? Franco clenched his fists. Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out! Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly. I beg your pardon, the wub said. I don't think there's anyone in there, Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in. You wanted me, Captain? He said. What's this thing? This is a wub, Franco said. It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out... I think we should have a talk, the wub said. I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues. The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. Come into my office, the captain said at last. He turned and walked out of the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out, and heard it climbing the stairs. I wonder what the outcome will be, the cook said. Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear. Sure, Jones said. Sure. The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh. You must forgive me, it said. I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I... The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. All right, he said. Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct? The wub shrugged. I suppose so. That's what they call us, the natives. I mean, we have our own term. And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before? No. Then how do you do it? Speak English? Am I speaking English? I'm not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind. My mind? I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it. I see, the captain said. Telepathy, of course. We are a very old race, the wub said. Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game. How do you live? Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic. Tolerant, eclectic, Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along. The wub eyed the captain. And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image in your mind of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit for your pet cat. So you read minds? The captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines? A few odds and ends, the wub said, absently, staring around the room. A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them. Indeed, the captain nodded. But to get back to the problem. Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty, but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me? Rather, you should discuss questions with me. Philosophy, the arts. The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we'll be hard put to find something to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage. I know, the wub nodded. But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from just such infringements. Now, if each of us casts one vote... The captain walked to the door. That's to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood, frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet. So, you see, the wub said, we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus. Peterson sat silently, staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. Go on, he said. Please, go on. I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation. But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out the port window at the stars, endless stars, burning intently in the empty universe. Finally he goes home. As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race. The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. Are you all right? French said. Do you mean me? Peterson said, surprised. Why me? Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence. Go ahead, the wub said. It doesn't matter. Peterson stood up. What for? It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. What's going on? Peterson wrenched loose. What's the matter with you? Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay, in the corner, pressed against the wall. It is interesting, the wub said, that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why. Get up, Franco said. If you wish, the wub rose, grunting. Be patient. It is difficult for me. It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. Shoot it now, French said. For God's sake, Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes grey with fear. You didn't see him like a statue, standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there. Who? The captain? Peterson stared around. But he's all right now? They looked at the wub standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. Come on, Franco said. Out of the way. The men pulled aside toward the door. "You are quite afraid, aren't you?" the wub said. "Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native—" The gun jerked. "See?" Franco said. "I thought so." The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it. "It is very warm," the wub said. "I understand that we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical—" Franco turned to the men crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. "I'll do it. You can watch." French nodded. "Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the ribcage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out." "Listen," Peterson said, licking his lips. "Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you." Franco raised his gun. "I'm going out," Jones said, his face white and sick. "I don't want to see it." "Me too," French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. "It was talking to me about myths," he said. "It wouldn't hurt anyone." He went outside. Franco walked toward the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed. "A very foolish thing," it said. "I'm sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your savior related—" It stopped, staring at the gun. "Can you look me in the eye and do it?" the wub said. "Can you do that?" The captain gazed down. "I can look you in the eye," he said. "Back on the farm, we had hogs, dirty razorback hogs. I can do it." Staring down at the wub into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. "More?" he said, looking around. "More? And some more wine, perhaps?" "Not me," French said. "I think I'll go back to the chart room." "Me, too." Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. "I'll see you later." The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. "What do you suppose the matter is?" the captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. "It is only organic matter now," he said. "The life essence is gone." He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. "I myself love to eat. It is one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things." Peterson nodded. Two more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. "Well," he said, "I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I'd heard were quite true, the taste of wub very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past." He dabbed at his lips with a napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths—" Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him—" That is the end of Beyond Lies the Wub, by Philip K. Dick. It was read for LibriVox by Sean Randall on the 5th of August 2010.
Derelict by Alan E. Norse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Derelict by Alan E. Norse. Recording by Mark Nelson. John Sabo, second in command, sat bolt upright in his bunk, blinking wide-eyed at the darkness. The alarm was screaming through the satellite station, its harsh, nerve-jarring clang echoing and re-echoing down the metal corridors, penetrating every nook and crevice and cubicle of the lonely outpost, screaming incredibly through the dark sleeping period. Sabo shook the sleep from his eyes, and then a panic of fear burst into his mind. The alarm! Tumbling out of his bunk in the darkness, he crashed into the far bulkhead, staggering giddily in the impossible gravity as he pawed about for his magna boots, his heart pounding fiercely in his ears. The alarm! Impossible after so long, after these long months of bitter waiting. In the corridor he collided with Brownie, looking like a frightened gnome, and he growled profanity as he raced down the corridor for the central control. Frightened eyes turned to him as he blinked at the bright lights of the room. The voices rose in a confused, anxious babble, and he shook his head and swore, and plowed through them toward the screen. "Kill that damned alarm!" he roared, blinking as he counted faces. "Somebody get the skipper out of his sack pronto, and stop that clatter. What's the trouble?" The radio man waved feebly at the view screen, shimmering on the great side panel. "We just picked it up." It was a ship, moving in from beyond Saturn's rings, a huge gray-black blob in the silvery screen, moving in toward the station with ponderous, clumsy grace, growing larger by the second as it sped toward them. Sabo felt the fear spill over in his mind, driving out all thought, and he sank into the control chair like a well-trained automaton. His gray eyes were wide, trained for long military years to miss nothing. His fingers moved over the panel with deft skill. "Get the men to stations," he growled, "and will somebody kindly get the skipper down here, if he can manage to take a minute?" "I'm right here." The little graying man was at his elbow, staring at the screen with angry red eyes. "Who told you to shut off the alarm?" "Nobody told me. Everybody was here, and it was getting on my nerves." "What a shame." Captain Loomis' voice was icy. "I give orders on this station," he said smoothly, "and you'll remember it." He scowled at the great gray ship looming closer and closer. "What's its course?" "Going to miss us by several thousand kilos at least. Look at that thing. It's traveling." "Contact it. This is what we've been waiting for." The captain's voice was hoarse. Sabo spun a dial and cursed. "No luck. Can't get through. It's passing us." "Then grapple it, stupid! You want me to wipe your nose, too?" Sabo's face darkened angrily. With slow precision, he set the servo fixes on the huge gray hulk looming up in the viewer, and then snapped the switches sharply. Two small servos shoved their blunt noses from the landing port of the station and slipped silently into space alongside. Then, like a pair of trained dogs, they sped on their beams straight out from the station toward the approaching ship. The intruder was dark, moving at tremendous velocity past the station, as though unaware of its existence. The servos moved out and suddenly diverged and reversed, twisting in long arcs to come alongside the strange ship, finally moving in at the same velocity on either side. There was a sharp flash of contact power. Then, like a mammoth, slow-motion monster, the ship jerked in mid-space and turned a graceful end-for-end arc as the servo-grapplers gripped it like leeches and whined, glowing ruddy with the jolting power flowing through them. Sabo watched, hardly breathing, until the great ship spun and slowed and stopped. Then it reversed direction, and the servos led it triumphantly back toward the landing port of the station. Sabo glanced at the radioman, a frown creasing his forehead. "Still nothing?" "Not a peep." He stared out at the great ship, feeling a chill of wonder and fear crawl up his spine. "So, this is the mysterious puzzle of Saturn," he muttered. "This is what we've been waiting for." There was a curious eager light in Captain Loomis' eyes as he looked up. "Oh, no, not this." "What?" "Not this. The ships we've seen before were tiny, flat." His little eyes turned toward the ship and back to Sabo's heavy face. "This is something else, something quite different." A smile curved his lips, and he rubbed his hands together. "We go out for trout and come back with a whale. This ship's from space, deep space, not from Saturn. This one's from the stars." The strange ship hung at the side of the satellite station, silent as a tomb, still gently rotating as the station slowly spun in its orbit around Saturn. In the captain's cabin the men shifted restlessly, uneasily facing the eager eyes of their captain. The old man paced the floor of the cabin, his white hair mussed, his face red with excitement. Even his carefully calm face couldn't conceal the eagerness burning in his eyes as he faced the crew. "Still no contact?" he asked Sparks. The radio man shook his head anxiously. "Not a sign. I've tried every signal I know at every wave frequency that could possibly reach them. I've even tried a dozen frequencies that couldn't possibly reach them, and I haven't stirred them up a bit. They just aren't answering." Captain Loomis swung on the group of men. "All right now, I want you to get this straight. This is our catch. We don't know what's aboard it, and we don't know where it came from, but it's our prize. That means not a word goes back home about it until we've learned all there is to learn. We're gonna get the honors on this one, not some eager admiral back home." The men stirred uneasily, worried eyes seeking Sabo's face in alarm. "What about the law?" growled Sabo. "The law says everything must be reported within 2 hours." "Then we'll break the law," the captain snapped. "I'm captain of this station, and those are your orders. You don't need to worry about the law. I'll see that you're protected, but this is too big to fumble. This ship is from the stars. That means it must have an interstellar drive. You know what that means. The government will fall all over itself to reward us." Sabo scowled, and the worry deepened in the men's faces. It was hard to imagine the government falling all over itself for anybody. They knew too well how the government worked. They had heard of the swift trials, the harsh imprisonments that awaited even the petty infringers. The military government had no time to waste on those who stepped out of line. They had no mercy to spare. And the men knew that their captain was not in favor in top government circles. Crack patrol commanders were not shunted into remote, lifeless satellite stations if their stand in the government was high. And deep in their minds, somehow, the men knew they couldn't trust this little sharp-eyed, white-haired man. The credit for such a discovery as this might go to him, yes, but there would be little left for them. "The law," Sabo repeated stubbornly. "Damn the law! We're stationed out here in this limbo to watch Saturn and report any activity we see coming from there. There's nothing in our orders about anything else. There have been ships from there, they think, but not this ship. The government has spent billions trying to find an interstellar and never gotten to first base." The captain paused, his eyes narrowing. "We'll go aboard this ship," he said softly. "We'll find out what's aboard it, and where it's from, and we'll take its drive. There's been no resistance yet, but it could be dangerous. We can't assume anything. The boarding party will report everything they find to me. One of them will have to be a drive man. That's you, Brownie." The little man with the sharp black eyes looked up eagerly. "I don't know if I could tell anything." "You can tell more than anyone else here. Nobody else knows space drive. I'll count on you. If you bring back a good report, perhaps we can cancel out certain unfortunate items in your record. But one other should board with you." His eyes turned toward John Sabo. "Not me. This is your goat." The mate's eyes were sullen. "This is gross breach, and you know it. They'll have you in irons when we get back. I don't want anything to do with it." "You're under orders, Sabo. You keep forgetting." "They're illegal orders, sir." "I'll take responsibility for that." Sabo looked the old man straight in the eye. "You mean you'd sell us down a rat hole to save your skin? That's what you mean." Captain Loomis' eyes widened incredulously. Then his face darkened, and he stepped very close to the big man. "You'll watch your tongue, I think," he gritted. "Be careful what you say to me, Sabo. Be very careful. Because if you don't, you'll be in irons. And we'll see just how long you last when you get back home. Now, you've got your orders. You'll board the ship with Brownie." The big man's fists were clenched until the knuckles were white. "You don't know what's over there," he burst out. "We could be slaughtered." The captain's smile was unpleasant. "That would be such a pity," he murmured. "I'd really hate to see it happen." The ship hung dark and silent, like a shadowy ghost. No flicker of light could be seen aboard it. No sound nor faintest sign of life came from the tall, dark hull plates. It hung there, huge and imponderable, and swung around with the station in its silent orbit. The men huddled about Sado and Brownie, helping them into their pressure suits, checking their equipment. They had watched the little scanning beetles crawl over the surface of the great ship, examining, probing every nook and crevice, reporting crystals and metals and irons, while the boarding party prepared. And still the radio man waited alertly for a flicker of life from the solemn giant. Frightened as they were of their part in the illegal secrecy, the arrival of the ship had brought a change in the crew, lighting fires of excitement in their eyes. They moved faster, their voices were lighter, more cheerful. Long months on the station had worn on their nerves, out of contact with their homes, on a mission that was secretly jeered as utter government folly. Ships had been seen, years before, disappearing into the sullen, bright, atmospheric crust of Saturn, but there had been no sign of anything since. And out there, on the lonely guard station, nerves had run ragged, always waiting, always watching, wearing away even the iron discipline of their military background. They grew bitterly weary of the same faces, the same routine, the constant repetition of inactivity. And through the months they had watched with increasing anxiety the conflict growing between the captain and his bitter, sullen-eyed second-in-command, John Sabo. And then the ship had come, incredibly, from the depths of space, and the tensions of loneliness were forgotten in the flurry of activity. The locks whined and opened as the two men moved out of the station on the little propulsion sleds, linked to the station with light silk guide ropes. Sabo settled himself on the sled, cursing himself for falling so foolishly into the captain's scheme, cursing his tongue for wandering. And deep within him he felt a new sensation, a vague uneasiness and insecurity that he had not felt in all his years of military life. The strange ship was a variant, an imponderable factor thrown suddenly into his small world of hatred and bitterness, forcing him into unknown territory, throwing his mind into a welter of doubts and fears. He glanced uneasily across at Brownie, vaguely wishing that someone else were with him. Brownie was a troublemaker. Brownie talked too much. Brownie philosophized in a world that ridiculed philosophy. He'd known men like Brownie before, and he knew that they couldn't be trusted.
The gray hull gleamed at them as they moved toward it, a monstrous wall of polished metal. There were no dents, no surface scars from its passage through space. They found the entrance lock without difficulty near the top of the ship's great hull, and Brownie probed the rim of the lock with a dozen instruments, his dark eyes burning eagerly. And then, with a squeal that grated in Sabo's ears, the oval port of the ship quivered and slowly opened. Silently, the sleds moved into the opening. They were in a small vault, quite dark, and the sled settled slowly onto a metal deck. Sabo eased himself from the seat, tuning up his audios to their highest sensitivity, moving over to Brownie. Momentarily, they touched helmets, and Brownie's excited voice came to him, muted but breathless. "No trouble getting it open. It worked on the same principle as ours." "Better get to work on the inner lock." Brownie shot him a sharp glance. "But what about inside? I mean, we can't just walk in on them." "Why not? We've tried to contact them." Reluctantly, the little engineer began probing the inner lock with trembling fingers. Minutes later, they were easing themselves through, moving slowly down the dark corridor, waiting with pounding hearts for a sound, a sign. The corridor joined another, and then still another, until they reached a great oval door. And then they were inside, in the heart of the ship, and their eyes widened as they stared at the thing in the center of the great vaulted chamber. "My God!" Brownie's voice was a hoarse whisper in the stillness. "Look at them, Johnny!" Sabo moved slowly across the room toward the frail, crushed form lying against the great, gleaming panel. Thin, almost boneless arms were pasted against the hard metal. An oval, humanoid skull was crushed like an eggshell into the knobs and levers of the control panel. Sudden horror shot through the big man as he looked around. At the far side of the room was another of the things, and still another, mashed, like lifeless jelly, into the floors and panels. Gently, he peeled a bit of jelly away from the metal, then turned with a mixture of wonder and disgust. "All dead," he muttered. Brownie looked up at him, his hands trembling. "No wonder there was no sign." He looked about helplessly. "It's a derelict, Johnny. A wanderer. How could it have happened? How long ago?" Sabo shook his head, bewildered. "Then it was just chance that it came to us, that we saw it." "No pilots, no charts. It might have wandered for centuries." Brownie stared about the room, a frightened look on his face. And then he was leaning over the control panel, probing at the array of levers, his fingers working eagerly at the wiring. Sabo nodded approvingly. "We'll have to go over it with a comb," he said. "I'll see what I can find in the rest of the ship. You go ahead on the controls and drive." Without waiting for an answer, he moved swiftly from the round chamber, out into the corridor again, his stomach almost sick. It took them many hours. They moved silently, as if even a slight sound might disturb the sleeping alien forms, smashed against the dark metal panels. In another room were the charts, great beautiful charts, totally unfamiliar, studded with star formations he had never seen, noted with curious, meaningless symbols. As Sabo worked, he heard Brownie moving down into the depths of the ship, toward the giant engine rooms. And then some silent alarm clicked into place in Sabo's mind, tightening his stomach, screaming to be heard. Heart pounding, he dashed down the corridor like a cat, seeing again in his mind the bright, eager eyes of the engineer. Suddenly, the meaning of that eagerness dawned on him. He scampered down a ladder, along a corridor, and down another ladder, down to the engine room, almost colliding with Brownie as he crossed from one of the engines to a battery of generators on the far side of the room. "Brownie, what's the trouble?" Sabo trembled, then turned away. "Nothing," he muttered. "Just a thought." But he watched as the little man snaked into the labyrinth of dynamos and coils and wires, peering eagerly, probing, searching, making notes in the little pad in his hand. Finally, hours later, they moved again toward the lock where they had left their sleds. Not a word passed between them. The uneasiness was strong in Sabo's mind now, growing deeper, mingling with fear and a premonition of impending evil. A dead ship, a derelict, come to them by merest chance from some unthinkably remote star. He cursed, without knowing why, and suddenly he felt he hated Brownie as much as he hated the captain waiting for them in the station. But as he stepped into the station's lock, a new thought crossed his mind, almost dazzling him with its unexpectedness. He looked at the engineer's thin face, and his hands were trembling as he opened the pressure suit. He deliberately took longer than was necessary to give his report to the captain, dwelling on unimportant details, watching with malicious amusement the captain's growing annoyance. Captain Loomis' eyes kept sliding to Brownie, as though trying to read the information he wanted from the engineer's face. Sabo rolled up the charts slowly, stowing them in a pile on the desk. "That's the picture, sir. Perhaps a qualified astronomer could make something of it. I haven't the knowledge or the instruments. The ship came from outside the system, beyond doubt. Probably from a planet with lighter gravity than our own, judging from the frailty of the creatures. Oxygen breathers, from the looks of their gas storage. If you ask me, I'd say—" All right, the captain breathed impatiently. "You can write it up and hand it to me. It isn't really important where they came from, or whether they breathe oxygen or fluorine." He turned his eyes to the engineer and lit a cigar with trembling fingers. "The important thing is how they got here. The drive, Brownie. You went over the engines carefully? What did you find?" Brownie twitched uneasily and looked at the floor. "Oh, yes, I examined them carefully. Wasn't too hard. I examined every piece of drive machinery on the ship, from stem to stern." Sabo nodded slowly, watching the little man with a carefully blank face. "That's right. You gave it a good going over." Brownie licked his lips. "It's a derelict, like Johnny told you. They were dead, all of them. Probably had been dead for a long time. I couldn't tell, of course. Probably nobody could tell. But they must have been dead for centuries." The captain's eyes blinked as the implication sank in. "Wait a minute," he said. "What do you mean, centuries?" Brownie stared at his shoes. "The atomic piles were almost dead," he muttered in an apologetic whine. "The ship wasn't going anyplace, Captain. It was just wandering. Maybe it's wandered for thousands of years." He took a deep breath, and his eyes met the captain's for a brief, agonized moment. "They don't have interstellar, sir. Just plain, simple, slow atomics. Nothing different. They've been traveling for centuries, and it would have taken them just as long to get back." The captain's voice was thin, choked. "Are you trying to tell me that their drive is no different from our own? That a ship has actually wandered into interstellar space without a space drive?" Brownie spread his hands helplessly. "Something must have gone wrong. They must have started off for another planet in their own system, and something went wrong. They broke into space, and they all died, and the ship just went on moving. They never intended an interstellar hop. They couldn't have. They didn't have the drive for it." The captain sat back numbly, his face pasty gray. The light had faded in his eyes now. He sat as though he had been struck. You couldn't be wrong? You couldn't have missed anything?" Brownie's eyes shifted unhappily, and his voice was very faint. "No, sir." The captain stared at them for a long moment, like a stricken child. Slowly, he picked up one of the charts, his mouth working. Then, with a bitter roar, he threw it in Sabo's face. "Get out of here! Take this garbage and get out! And get the men to their stations! We're here to watch Saturn, and by God, we'll watch Saturn!" He turned away, a hand over his eyes, and they heard his choking breath as they left the cabin. Slowly, Brownie walked out into the corridor, started down toward his cabin, with Sabo silent at his heels. He looked up once at the mate's heavy face, a look of pleading in his dark brown eyes, and then opened the door to his quarters. Like a cat, Sabo was in the room before him, dragging him in, slamming the door. He caught the little man by the neck with one savage hand, and shoving him unceremoniously against the door, his voice a vicious whisper, "All right, talk. Let's have it now." Brownie choked, his eyes bulging, his face turning gray in the dim light of the cabin. "Johnny, let me down. What's the matter? You're choking me, Johnny." The mate's eyes were red, with heavy lines of disgust and bitterness running from his eyes and the corners of his mouth. "You stinking little liar! Talk, damn it! You're not messing with the captain now. You're messing with me, and I'll have the truth if I have to cave in your skull." "I told you the truth. I don't know what you mean." Sabo's palm smashed into his face, jerking his head about like an apple on a string. "That's the wrong answer," he grated. "I warn you, don't lie. The captain is an ambitious ass. He couldn't think his way through a multiplication table. He's a little child, but I'm not quite so dull." He threw the little man down in a heap, his eyes blazing. "You silly fool. Your story is so full of holes you could drive a tank through it. They just up and died, did they? I'm supposed to believe that, smashed up against the panels the way they were? Only one thing could crush them like that. Any fool could see it. Acceleration. And I don't mean atomic acceleration. Something else." He glared down at the man quivering on the floor. "They had interstellar drive, didn't they, Brownie?" Brownie nodded his head, weakly, almost sobbing, trying to pull himself erect. Don't tell the captain," he sobbed. "Oh, Johnny, for God's sake, listen to me. Don't let him know I lied. I was going to tell you anyway, Johnny. Really I was. I've got a plan, a good plan, can't you see it?" The gleam of excitement came back into the sharp little eyes. "They had it all right. Their trip probably took just a few months. They had a drive I've never seen before, non-atomic. I couldn't tell the principle with the look I had, but I think I could work it." He sat up, his whole body trembling. "Don't give me away, Johnny. Listen a minute." Sabo sat back against the bunk, staring at the little man. "You're out of your mind," he said softly. "You don't know what you're doing. What are you going to do when his nibs goes over for a look himself? He's stupid, but not that stupid." Brownie's voice choked, his words tumbling over each other in his eagerness. "He won't get a chance to see it, Johnny. He's got to take our word until he sees it, and we can stall him." Sabo blinked. "A day or so, maybe. But what then? Oh, how could you be so stupid? He's on the skids. He's out of favor and fighting for his life. That drive is the brake that could put him on top. Can't you see he's selfish? He has to be in this world to get anything. Anything or anyone who blocks him, he'll destroy if he can. Can't you see that? When he spots this, your life won't be worth spitting on." Brownie was trembling as he sat down opposite the big man. His voice was harsh in the little cubicle, heavy with pain and hopelessness. "That's right," he said. "My life isn't worth a nickel. Neither is yours. Neither is anybody's here, or back home. Nobody's life is worth a nickel. Something's happening to us in the past 100 years, Johnny. Something horrible. I've seen it creeping and growing up around us all my life. People don't matter anymore. It's the government, what the government thinks that matters. It's a web, a cancer that grows in its own pattern, until it goes so far it can't be stopped. Men like Loomis could see the pattern and adapt to it, throw away all the worthwhile things, the love and beauty and peace that we once had in our lives. Those men can get somewhere. They can turn this life into a climbing game, waiting their chance to get a little farther toward the top, a little closer to some semblance of security. "Everybody adapts to it," Sabo snapped. "They have to. You don't see me moving for anything else, do you? I'm for me, and believe me, I know it. I don't give a hang for you or Loomis or anyone else alive. Just me. I want to stay alive, that's all. You're a dreamer, Brownie. But until you pull something like this, you can learn to stop dreaming if you want to." "No, no, you're wrong. Oh, you're horribly wrong, Johnny. Some of us can't adapt. We haven't got what it takes, or else we have something else in us that won't let us go along. And right there, we're beat before we start. There's no place for us now, and there never will be." He looked up at the mate's impassive face. "We're in a life where we don't belong, impounded into a senseless, never-ending series of fights and skirmishes and long, lonely waits, feeding this insane urge of the government to expand, out to the planets, to the stars, farther and farther, bigger and bigger. We've got to go, seeking newer and greater worlds to conquer, with nothing to conquer with them, and nothing to conquer them for. There's life somewhere else in our solar system, so it must be sought out and conquered, no matter what or where it is. We live in a world of iron and fear, and there was no place for me and others like me, until this ship came." Sable looked at him strangely. "So, I was right. I read it on your face when we were searching the ship. I knew what you were thinking." His face darkened angrily. "You couldn't get away with it, Brownie. Where could you go? What could you expect to find? You're talking death, Brownie, nothing else. No, no, listen, Johnny." Brownie leaned closer, his eyes bright and intent on the man's heavy face. "The captain has to take our word for it until he sees the ship. Even then, he couldn't tell for sure. I'm the only drive engineer on the station. We have the charts. We could work with them, try to find out where the ship came from. I already have an idea of how the drive is operated. Another look, and I could make it work. Think of it, Johnny. What difference does it make where we went, or what we found? You're a misfit, too. You know that. This coarseness and bitterness is a shell, if you could only see it, a sham. You don't really believe in this world we're in. Who cares where, if only we could go, get away? Oh, it's a chance, the wildest freak chance, but we could make it." "If only to get away from him," said Sabo in a muted voice. "Lord, how I hate him. I've seen smallness and ambition before, pettiness and treachery, plenty of it. But that man is our whole world knotted up in one little ball. I don't think I get home without killing him, just to stop that voice from talking, just to see fear cross his face one time. But if we took the ship, it would break him for good." A new light appeared in the big man's eyes. "He'd be through, Brownie, washed up." "And we'd be free." Sabo's eyes were sharp. "What about the acceleration? It killed those that came in the ship." "But they were so frail, so weak. Light, brittle bones and soft jelly. Our bodies are stronger. We could stand it." Sabo sat for a long time, staring at Brownie. His mind was suddenly confused by the scope of the idea, racing in myriad twirling fantasies, parading before his eyes the long, bitter, frustrating years, the hopelessness of his own life,
the dull, aching feeling he felt deep in his stomach and bones each time he sat back down on earth to join the teeming throngs of hungry people. He thought of the rows of drab apartments, the thin faces, the hollow, hunted eyes of the people he had seen. He knew that that was why he was a soldier. Because soldiers ate well, they had time to sleep, they were never allowed long hours to think, and wonder, and grow dull and empty. But he knew his life had been barren, the life of a mindless automaton, moving from place to place, never thinking, never daring to think or speak, hoping only to work without pain each day, and sleep without nightmares. And then he thought of the nights in his childhood, when he had lain awake, sweating with fear as the airship screamed across the dark sky above, bound he never knew where. And then, hearing in the far distance the booming explosion, he had played that horrible little game with himself, seeing how high he could count before he heard the weary, plodding footsteps of the people on the road, moving on to another place. He had known, even as a little boy, that the only safe place was in those bombers, that the place for survival was in the striking armies, and his life had followed the hard-learned pattern, twisting him into the cynical mold of the mercenary soldier, dulling the quick and clever mind, driving into him the ways and responses of order and obey, stripping him of his heritage of love and humanity. Others, less thoughtful, had been happier. They had succeeded in forgetting the life they had known before. They had been able to learn easily and well the lessons of the repudiation of the rights of men which had crept like a blight through the world. But Sabo, too, was a misfit, wrenched into a mold he could not fit. He had sensed it vaguely, never really knowing when or how he had built the shell of toughness and cynicism, but also sensing vaguely that it was built, and that in it he could hide, somehow, and laugh at himself and his leaders, and the whole world through which he plodded. He had laughed, but there had been long nights in the narrow darkness of spaceship bunks, when his mind pounded at the shell, screaming out in nightmare, and he had wondered if he had really lost his mind. His gray eyes narrowed as he looked at Brownie, and he felt his heart pounding in his chest, pounding with a fury that he could no longer deny. "It would have to be fast," he said softly. "Like lightning, tonight, tomorrow, very soon." "Oh, yes, I know that. But we can do it." "Yes," said Sabo, with a hard, bitter glint in his eyes. "Maybe we can." The preparation was tense. For the first time in his life, Sabo knew the meaning of real fear, felt the clinging aura of sudden death in every glance, every word of the men around him. It seemed incredible that the captain didn't notice the brief exchanges with the little engineer, or his own sudden appearances and disappearances about the station. But the captain sat in his cabin with angry eyes, snapping answers without even looking up. Still, Sabo knew that the seeds of suspicion lay planted in his mind, ready to burst forth with awful violence at any slight provocation. As he worked, the escape assumed greater and greater proportions in Sabo's mind. He knew, with increasing urgency and daring, that nothing must stop him. The ship was there, the only bridge away from a life he could no longer endure, and his determination blinded him to caution. Primarily, he pondered over the charts, while Brownie, growing hourly more nervous, poured his heart into a study of his notes and sketches. A second look at the engines was essential. The excuse he concocted for returning to the ship was recklessly slender, and Sabo spent a grueling 5 minutes dissuading the captain from accompanying him. But the captain's eyes were dull, and he walked his cabin, sunk in a gloomy, remorseful trance. The hours passed, and the men saw, in despair, that more precious, dangerous hours would be necessary before the flight could be attempted. And then, abruptly, Sabo got the call to the captain's cabin. He found the old man at his desk, regarding him with cold eyes, and his heart sank. The captain motioned him to a seat, and then sat back, lighting a cigar with painful slowness. "I want you to tell me," he said in a lifeless voice, "exactly what Brownie thinks he's doing." Sabo went cold. Carefully, he kept his eyes on the captain's face. "I guess he's nervous," he said. "He doesn't belong on a satellite station. He belongs at home. The place gets on his nerves." "I didn't like his report." "I know," said Sabo. The captain's eyes narrowed. "It was hard to believe. Ships don't just happen out of space. They don't wander out interstellar by accident either." An unpleasant smile curled his lips. "I'm not telling you anything new. I wouldn't want to accuse Brownie of lying, of course, or you either. But we'll know soon. A patrol craft will be here from the Triton supply base in an hour. I signaled as soon as I had your reports." The smile broadened maliciously. "The patrol craft will have experts aboard. Space drive experts. They'll review your report." "An hour." The captain smiled. "That's what I said. In that hour, you could tell me the truth. I'm not a drive man. I'm an administrator, an organizer, and director. You're the technicians. The truth now could save you much unhappiness in the future." Sabo stood up heavily. "You've got your information," he said with a bitter laugh. "The patrol craft can confirm it." The captain's face went a shade grayer. "All right," he said. "Go ahead, laugh. I told you anyway." Sabo didn't realize how his hands were trembling until he reached the end of the corridor. In despair, he saw the plan crumbling beneath his feet, and with the despair came the cold undercurrent of fear. The patrol would discover them, disclose the hoax. There was no choice left. Ready or not, they'd have to leave. Quickly, he turned into the central control room where Brownie was working. He sat down, repeating the captain's news in a soft voice. "An hour? But how can we—" "We've got to. We can't quit now. We're dead if we do." Brownie's eyes were wide with fear. "But can't we stall them somehow? Maybe if we turned on the captain." "The crew would back him. They wouldn't dare go along with us. We've got to run, nothing else." He took a deep breath. "Can you control the drive?" Brownie stared at his eyes. I think so. I can only try." "You've got to. It's now or never. Get down to the lock, and I'll get the charts. Get the sleds ready." He scooped the charts from his bunk, folded them carefully, and bound them swiftly with cord. Then he ran silently down the corridor to the landing port lock. Brownie was already there, in the darkness, closing the last clamps on his pressure suit. Sabo handed him the charts, and began the laborious task of climbing into his own suit, panting in the darkness. And then the alarm was clanging in his ear, and the lock was flooded with brilliant light. Sabo stopped short, a cry on his lips, staring at the entrance to the control room. The captain was grinning, a nasty, evil grin, his eyes hard and humorless as he stood there flanked by 3 crewmen. His hand gripped an ugly power gun tightly. He just stood there, grinning, and his voice was like fire in Sabo's ears. "Too bad," he said softly. "You almost made it, too. Trouble is, 2 can't keep a secret. Shame, Johnny, a smart fellow like you. I might have expected as much from Brownie, but I thought you had more sense." Something snapped in Sabo's mind then. With a roar, he lunged at the captain's feet, screaming his bitterness and rage and frustration, catching the old man's calves with his powerful shoulders. The captain toppled, and Sabo was fighting for the power gun, straining with all his might to twist the gun from the thin hand, and he heard his voice shouting, "Run! Go, Brownie! Make it go!" The lock was open, and he saw Brownie's sled nose out into the blackness. The captain choked, his face purple. "Get him! Don't let him get away!" The lock clanged, and the screen showed the tiny, fragile sled jet out from the side of the station, the small, huddled figure clinging to it, heading straight for the open port of the gray ship. "Stop him! The guns! You fools, the guns!" The alarm still clanged, and the control room was a flurry of activity. 3 men snapped down behind the tracer guns, firing without aiming, in a frenzied attempt to catch the fleeing sled. The sled began zigzagging, twisting wildly as the shells popped on either side of it. The captain twisted away from Sabo's grip with a roar and threw one of the crewmen to the deck, wrenching the gun controls from his hands. "Get the big ones on the ship! Blast it! If it gets away, you'll all pay!" Suddenly, the sled popped into the ship's port, and the hatch slowly closed behind it. Raving, the captain turned the gun on the sleek, polished hull plates, pressed the firing levers on the warhead servos. 3 of them shot out from the satellite like deadly bugs, careening through the intervening space until one of them struck the side of the gray ship and exploded in a purple fury against the impervious hull. And the others nosed into the flame and passed on through, striking nothing. Like the blinking of a light, the alien ship had throbbed and jerked and was gone. With a roar, the captain brought his fist down on the hard plastic and metal of the control panel, kicked at the sheet of knobs and levers with a heavy foot, his face purple with rage. His whole body shook as he turned on Sabo, his eyes wild. "You let him get away! It was your fault, yours! But you won't get away! I've got you, and you'll pay! Do you hear that?" He pulled himself up until his face was bare inches from Sabo's, his teeth bared in a frenzy of hatred. "Now we'll see who'll laugh, my friend. You'll laugh in the death chamber, if you can still laugh by then." He turned to the men around him. "Take him," he snarled. "Lock him in his quarters, and guard him well. And while you're doing it, take a good look at him. See how he laughs now." They marched him down to his cabin, stunned, still wondering what had happened. Something had gone in his mind in that second, something that told him that the choice had to be made instantly. Because he knew, with dull wonder, that in that instant when the lights went on he could have stopped Brownie, he could have saved himself. He could have taken for himself a piece of the glory and promotion due to the discoverers of an interstellar drive. But he had also known, somehow, in that short instant, that the only hope in the world lay in that one nervous, frightened man, and the ship which could take him away. And the ship was gone. That meant the captain was through. He'd had his chance. The ship's coming had given him his chance, and he had muffed it. Now he, too, would pay. The government would not be pleased that such a ship had leaked through his fingers. Captain Loomis was through. And him, somehow, it didn't seem to matter any more. He had made a stab at it. He had tried. He just hadn't had the luck. But he knew there was more to that. Something in his mind was singing. Some deep feeling of happiness and hope had crept into his mind, and he couldn't worry about himself any more. There was nothing more for him. They had him cold, but deep in his mind he felt a curious satisfaction, transcending any fear and bitterness. Deep in his heart he knew that one man had escaped. And then he sat back and laughed. The End of Derelict by Alan E. Nourse.
Droozle by Frank Banta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. Droozle by Frank Banta. Dean Lanny could see that his girlfriend, Judy Stokes, thought it was the lamest excuse she had ever heard. If your ballpoint pen won't write as you want it to, your life doesn't stop, she was probably thinking. You just get yourself another pen. You don't call off a marriage. Skeptically, the girl with the long golden red hair pointed at his breast pocket. This Droozle I must see. And who's that other member of the partnership there beside him, an ever-sharp pencil named Blackie? No, that is the other end of Droozle. Permit me to introduce you. Blandly, the tall young artist slid Droozle from his breast pocket, straightening him from his U-shape and handing his 12-inch pen to her. A snake! She shrieked. What else? Why, I thought those ruby eyes were jewels. I must have squeezed right up against him when I kissed you, she cried indignantly. You did. I felt him squirm a little. Oh, and there I thought it was your heart beating wildly. Well, maybe it was. It does that sometimes. Let's try again, and this time hold your snake behind you. The long-legged girl stood on tiptoe to reach him. It was your heart beating wildly, she decided a moment later, which makes me think you might not just be trying to get rid of me by a silly excuse. Believe me, I'm not, he urged. Droozle is the key to all my fortunes. All right, tell me about it. But first tell me where in the universe you got him. Oh, that was just after I graduated from art school. I was on my grand tour. We had an unexpected stopover at the Coffin planetary system. I discovered ballpoint snakes are the chief export of Coffin, too. When we lifted ship, I had acquired my little puppy snake, Droozle. Is a puppy snake like a puppy dog? She asked, fascinated. I mean, do they have their little domestic troubles, such as the calls of nature? Oh, he was thoroughly pocket-broken before I acquired him. But he did like his little jokes, and I learned to leave him curled up in a circular ashtray until his maturity sobered him. Well, I should say, you drew sketches with him, didn't you tell me? He nodded. At first, he only had one color of ink, red, and if I sketched with him all day, he would commence to look wretchedly anemic. He took 2 days to refill normally, but I could use him again in only 1 day's time, provided I didn't mind the top 3/4 of my pen laying on my arm. I hope his weight didn't get tiresome, she commiserated, holding in her amusement. I coped somehow, he answered sturdily. Later he learned, after I squeezed him on the liver a few times just to show him how, to switch to a lovely shade of ochre, which was delightful on pale green or pink paper. Why, what's the matter, Judy? Go on, she choked. Go, go, go. He beamed. I write my letters with him, too. Every day I wrote with him. First in red, then in ochre to give him a rest. He seemed to love to write more than to sketch. He would jump into my hand with tail happily pointed downward as I sat down to my writing desk. And when I later saw his dark green stripes turning pastel, I knew that anemia was imminent, and I started to lay him down for an earned rest. He would stiffen himself as if to say, Come on, I'm good for half a page yet. It sounds as though he was a willing worker, but I still can't see why his malfunction makes our marriage impossible. I haven't gotten to his career as a novelist yet. There lies the heart of the tragedy. Please proceed to the heart of the tragedy. It all began when I found him arched up one morning, writing by himself. With difficulty, it is true. His first message to the world was, I hold the supine viewpoint is seldom downward. I don't see how he could stand up on one end to write for very long, even with such a magnificent philosophy to bolster him. What a terrible pun, Jean groaned. He couldn't stand up very long at first, but I saw he had talent. I gladly learned the skill of holding him upright in a relaxed manner so that he could express himself on paper. In no time at all he had written what was to be his first sensational best-selling shocker, Naked Bellies in the Grass. That does sound sensational. Not for snakes. He neglected to mention his characters were snakes. I Fang You Very Much followed swiftly afterwards and was just as successful. Mothers were amused with its lispy title and got it for the children. Sounds like a story with some meat in it. Yes, something you can get your teeth into. However, his next offering, A Snake Pit Full of Love, was by far the topper. It was banned in Boston. You haven't mentioned anything tragic so far, she observed. In fact, you've made a pot of money. Right. After my snake had filled his income tax returns, we still had enough money to purchase this house and to support us for a couple of years. The only trouble is, his royalties have stopped coming in and the money is all used up. I still haven't been able to sell any of my landscape paintings. So we haven't any income, and that's why you and I can't marry for a long time yet, if ever. Her exquisite brows wrinkled with concentration. I don't understand. Has Droozle written himself out? Far from it, answered Jean, seating himself and parking Droozle on his knee. He's writing more than ever. The quality is gone, then? Jean shook his head. No, he's writing superlatively. Then what is the problem? She asked, now thoroughly mystified. He's writing classics, burst out Jean in baffled irritation. He won't write anything else. Easily seeing the approaching catastrophe, I wrote long, persuading essays to him. It was pathetically useless. He proudly continued to write his Rise and Fall of the Western Plainsman in lucid, passionate prose, which would evoke an imperishable picture, but in 3,000 pages. I think classics are nice, protested Judy, and one of these days I'm going to read another one. Huskily, Jean told her the worst. Writing classics consumes paper by the ton, and if you ever get your 750,000-word story finished, you must then start shrinking it back to an acceptable 75,000 words. This is a nearly hopeless task. Of course, if you can get it back to 75,000 words, the digest magazines will have no trouble shrinking it to 15,000 words or 15 pictures, and then you get your fingers in the till. He paused, and all hope fled from his face. Droozle won't live nearly long enough to get all that shrinking done, and in the meantime that scribbling snake is writing me out of house and home. Are you going to let him get away with it? The girl challenged. I don't know whether I am or not, replied the young artist, looking worried. I thought I had the problem solved at first. He got so sassy when we were arguing about him writing classics that I had no hesitation about applying a pinch of glue to his glittering little extremity. That put him out of the writing business until he came to terms. Well, now, you were enterprising, she approved. Didn't do any good, though, Jean grumbled despondently, bowing his head. He wouldn't bargain? She asked incredulously. He didn't have to. He knew right where the cheese grater was. Oh, my sentiments exactly. But I don't know what to do with him now. You're all out of ideas? Oh, we could sell this house and move down to Skid Row where the rents are cheap, he flung out airily, but quite plainly worried sick. I've got a much better idea than that, she said cheerily, getting a pad and pencil from her red handbag. How about giving Droozle this ultimatum? As she wrote, Jean read over her shoulder. Suggest you begin writing fiction pleasing both you and your master, or we shall be forced to hand you over to the dog catcher. Jean drew back amazed. Why, we would do no such thing. I know it's silly. I'm just negotiating. No, he grumped, ready to be angry with her. He got up and strode around the studio. The dog catcher! We will not lie to that snake. Judy dropped the idea. I've just now thought of another one. Here's an ultimatum we can give him and mean it, too. No more writing until we reach an agreement, or we will take away all his writing paper and reading matter for good. I've thought of doing that, Jean conceded, but isn't that a monstrous way to treat a literary genius? Not at all, she protested. By taking on a work that will require more than his lifetime, he is defeating himself. Well, there's that way of looking at it, agreed the artist. All right, Droozle, he called. You've heard us talking, and now you know we mean it. No more writing until we reach an agreement, or else. Droozle quit writing at once, while the girl and the young artist watched anxiously. Droozle first wandered about uncertainly for a few minutes, then curled up on a newspaper and went to sleep. He slept all evening. He has us beaten again, Jean Lanny told Judy Stokes resignedly when she arrived at his studio the following evening. He watched Droozle fascinatedly as the snake moved his restless tail over the margins of newspapers spread on the floor. He doesn't know yet that I know. I discovered the fraud only by the merest accident. He isn't writing? She asked, perusing the newspaper for signs of Droozle's elegant script. He most certainly is. Where? Look at him, Jean exclaimed, ignoring her question. He's doing it again. Droozle had ceased wiggling for the moment and lay there shaking violently as though he had malaria. Then the paroxysm passed and he took up his restless movements again. The poor genius, mourned Judy. He must be sick with frustration. Sick, my eye! That snake has learned to centrifuge part of his blood while it is in his body so that the hemoglobin is separated out. The result is... Invisible ink. Why, I'll tell that Droozle off, raved Judy. Here I sat feeling sorry for the little crumb. Droozle did not mind. While she ranted, he brazenly began writing invisible ink once more. How did you catch him at it? She asked. I used a piece of his newspaper to pick up a hot saw blade. The heat turned the invisible ink brown. Droozle, said the girl passionately, looking down at the writer. You know your master is in great need of funds. Where is your sense of loyalty and self-sacrifice for the one who has cared for you? Droozle wrote poetically. Is there joy or any other good thing in abnegation? Is there beauty in sacrifice? What handsome purpose do these serve as a being in his race with time? His days will soon be spent and they will come no more. Thus my criterion. Is this the most joy-gathering, awareness, touching, beauty, sensing act of which he is capable? None other is worthy of his time. Men are not so selfish, objected Jean. I'm not a man, wrote Droozle simply. Jean turned staunchly to the girl. Judy, he has convinced me. I have been wrong about him. From now on he can write whatever he likes. Goodbye to our hopes, then? For the present, yes, assented Jean stoically, as he brought fresh sheets of paper from his desk to Droozle. My landscapes might begin to sell after a while, he added without conviction. Rotten little crumb, Judy fumed, glaring balefully at the snake, but Droozle wrote serenely on, his ruby eyes glowing enigmatically. Jean interposed magnanimously. I see now that I have been inexcusably selfish with Droozle. I've kept him cooped up here, not wanting to bother with him while I was out on my painting trips. True, he was busy writing, but most of his knowledge of Earth has come from books. He can't write classics about living things unless he sees living things. As she picked up his trend of thought, Judy's face lost its resentful expression and something like seraphic righteousness spread over it. I see what you mean. Just how did you plan to make up for this shut-in feeling that poor Droozle must have been suffering so much from for all these years? Oh, Judy, I'm glad you asked me. He threw wide his arms to the world. Out into the wind and the rain we shall go, and there I will draw my pictures while he observes. Then into the roaring, brawling taverns we shall go, where life thrives in all its abundance. I've been robbing him by shutting him up here. Jean, look at Droozle, the girl exclaimed, pointing. He stopped in the middle of a page and is starting a fresh one. Droozle wrote, Please not out into the wind and rain. Please not into the roaring, brawling taverns where life thrives in all its abundance. I loathe shudder and tilt. Loathing is no reason to turn away from reality, Droozle admonished the artist. Things are not nearly so bad as they used to be anyway. In all justice, shudder and tilt requires far less body English than its ancestor, rock and roll. Droozle argued carefully. You will recall I heard some of it once when you took me into a particularly dirty bar over in the west end of town. I feel, as a result, that I have observed this type of data to the extent that I can write of it competently without further study. Oh, but that was months ago, enthused Jean. The tunes have all changed by now. New POWs appear on the tapes every week. You've missed countless Socceroos already being cooped up here. You will bless me once you get accustomed to the realities of life. See if you don't. Hi-ho, the wind and the rain. The snake shuddered. Careful, you'll centrifuge, Judy warned. Jean added reflexively, studying the ceiling. Day by day, month by month, year by year, the reality of everyday existence etches deeply into our consciousness, if we will but have the fortitude to expose ourselves to it. Droozle unavoidably centrifuged this time, but did manage, with laborious lateral movements, to mix the hemoglobin back into the plasma again. He complained, It is cruel of you to condemn me to this ugliness. I want only to read my books and hear a few simple fugues by Bach. It is not cruel. You'll have exactly the same existence I have chosen for myself as an artist. It is fundamental that if you are to write serious literature, you must rub your nose against the realities of life. Droozle wiggled unhappily for a moment. Finally he wrote, Actually, my writing may not be as serious as the title implies. Misunderstandings conceivably arise over titles. Instead of the rise and fall of the Western Plainsman, how about changing it to Those low-down, scaly rustlers. That's really getting down to earth, cried Jean, concealing his elation. But if you aren't going to write serious literature, who will I get to go on my painting trips with me? Take that female of yours, suggested Droozle. If she refuses to go, inform her that we shall be forced to hand her over to the dog catcher. Do you suppose he means that? Wondered Jean. Of course not, silly, said Judy, bright-eyed. He's only negotiating. End of Droozle by Frank Banta. Recording by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California. Duel on Syrtis by Poul Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Timothy Casey. Duel on Syrtis by Poul Anderson. Bold and ruthless, he was famed throughout the system as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he'd slain them all. But his trophy room lacked one item, and now Riordan swore he'd bagged the forbidden game that roamed the red deserts. A Martian. The night whispered the message. Over the many miles of loneliness it was borne, carried on the wind, rustled by the half-sentient lichens and the dwarfed trees, murmured from one to another of the little creatures that huddled under crags, in caves, by shadowy dunes. In no words, but in a dim pulsing of dread that echoed through Kriega's brain, the warning ran. They are hunting again. Kriega shuddered in a sudden blast of wind. The night was enormous around him, above him, from the iron bitterness of the hills to the wheeling, glittering constellations light years over his head. He reached out with his trembling perceptions, tuning himself to the brush and the wind and the small burrowing things underfoot, letting the night speak to him. Alone, alone. There was not another Martian for 100 miles of emptiness. There were only the tiny animals and the shivering brush and the thin, sad blowing of the wind. The voiceless scream of dying traveled through the brush, from plant to plant, echoed by the fear pulses of animals and the ringing, reflecting cliffs. They were curling, shriveling, and blackening as the rocket poured the glowing death down on them, and the withering veins and nerves cried to the stars. Kriega huddled against a tall, gaunt crag. His eyes were like yellow moons in the darkness, cold with terror and hate and a slowly gathering resolution. Grimly, he estimated that the death was being sprayed in a circle some 10 miles across, and he was trapped in it, and soon the hunter would come after him. He looked up to the indifferent glitter of the stars, and a shudder went along his body. Then he sat down and began to think. It had started a few days before, in the private office of the trader Wisby. I came to Mars, said Riordan, to get me an owlie. Wisby had learned the value of a poker face. He peered across the rim of his glass at the other man, estimating him. Even in God-forsaken holes like Port Armstrong, one had heard of Riordan, heir to a $500,000 shipping firm, which he himself had pyramided into a system-wide monster. He was equally well known as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he'd bagged them all, except, of course, a Martian. That particular game was forbidden now. He sprawled in his chair, big and strong and ruthless, still a young man. He dwarfed the unkempt room with his size and the hard-held dynamo of strength in him, and his cold green gaze dominated the trader. "It's illegal, you know," said Wisby. "It's a 20-year sentence if you're caught at it." "Bah! The Martian commissioner is in Ares, halfway around the planet. If we go at it right, who's ever to know?" Riordan gulped at his drink. "I'm well aware that in another year or so they'll have tightened up enough to make it impossible. This is the last chance for any man to get an owlie. That's why I'm here." Wisby hesitated, looking out the window. Port Armstrong was no more than a dusty huddle of domes, interconnected by tunnels, in a red waste of sand stretching to the near horizon. An Earthman in an air suit and transparent helmet was walking down the street, and a couple of Martians were lounging against a wall. Otherwise, nothing. A silent, deadly monotony brooding under the shrunken sun. Life on Mars was not especially pleasant for a human. "You're not falling into this owlie loving that's corrupted all of Earth?" demanded Riordan contemptuously. "Oh, no," said Wisby. "I keep them in their place around my post. But times are changing. It can't be helped." "There was a time when they were slaves," said Riordan. "Now those old women on Earth want to give them the vote," he snorted. "Well, times are changing," repeated Wisby mildly. "When the first humans landed on Mars 100 years ago, Earth had just gone through the hemispheric wars, the worst wars that man had ever known. They damn near wrecked the old ideas of liberty and equality. People were suspicious and tough. They'd had to be, to survive. They weren't able to empathize with the Martians, or whatever you call it, not able to think of them as anything but intelligent animals. And Martians made such useful slaves. They need so little food or heat or oxygen, they can even live 15 minutes or so without breathing at all. And the wild Martians made fine sport, intelligent game that could get away as often as not, and even manage to kill the hunter." "I know," said Riordan. "That's why I want to hunt one. It's no fun if the game doesn't have a chance." "It's different now," went on Wisby. "Earth has been at peace for a long time. The liberals have gotten the upper hand. Naturally, one of their first reforms was to end Martian slavery." Riordan swore. The forced repatriation of Martians working on his spaceships had cost him plenty. "I haven't time for your philosophizing," he said. "If you can arrange for me to get a Martian, I'll make it worth your while." "How much worth it?" asked Wisby. They haggled for a while before settling on a figure. Riordan had brought guns and a small rocket boat, but Wisby would have to supply radioactive material, a hawk, and a rockhound. Then he had to be paid for the risk of legal action, though that was small. The final price came high. "Now where do I get my Martian?" inquired Riordan. He gestured at the two in the street. "Catch one of them and release him in the desert?" It was Wisby's turn to be contemptuous. "One of them? Ha! Town loungers. A city dweller from Earth would give you a better fight." The Martians didn't look impressive. They stood only some 4 feet high on skinny, claw-footed legs, and the arms, ending in a bony, four-fingered hands, were stringy. The chests were broad and deep, but the waists were ridiculously narrow. They were viviparous, warm-blooded, and suckled their young, but gray feathers covered their hides. The round, hook-beaked heads, with huge amber eyes and tufted feathered ears, showed the origin of the name owlie. They wore only pouched belts and carried sheath knives. Even the liberals of Earth weren't ready to allow the natives modern tools and weapons. There were too many old grudges. "The Martians were always good fighters," said Riordan. "They wiped out quite a few Earth settlements in the old days." "The wild ones," agreed Wisby. "But not these. They're just stupid laborers, as dependent on our civilizations as we are. You want a real old-timer, and I know where one's to be found." He spread a map on the desk. "See here, in the Harafian Hills, about 100 miles from here? These Martians live a long time, maybe 2 centuries, and this fellow Kriega has been around since the first Earthmen came. He led a lot of Martian raids in the early days, but since the general amnesty and peace he's lived all alone up there in one of the old ruined towers. A real old-time warrior who hates Earthmen's guts. He comes here once in a while with furs and minerals to trade, so I know a little about him." Wisby's eyes gleamed savagely. "You'll be doing us all a favor by shooting the arrogant bastard. He struts around here as if the place belonged to him, and he'll give you a run for your money." Riordan's massive dark head nodded in satisfaction. The man had a bird and rockhound. That was bad. Without them, Kriega could lose himself in the labyrinth of caves and canyons and scrubby thickets, but the hound could follow his scent, and the bird could spot him from above. To make matters worse, the man had landed near Kriega's tower. The weapons were all there. Now he was cut off, unarmed and alone save for what feeble help the desert life could give, unless he could double back to the place somehow, but meanwhile he had to survive. He sat in a cave, looking down past a tortured wilderness of sand and brush and wind-carved rock, miles in the thin clear air to the glitter of metal where the rocket lay. The man was a tiny speck in the huge barren landscape. a lonely insect crawling under the deep blue sky. Even by day the stars glittered in the tenuous atmosphere. Weak, pallid sunlight spilled over rocks tawny and ochreous and rust red, over the low, dusty thorn bushes and the gnarled little trees and the sand that blew faintly between them. Equatorial Mars. Lonely or not, the man had a gun that could spang death clear to the horizon, and he had his beasts, and there would be a radio in the rocket boat for calling his fellows, and the glowing death ringed them in, a charmed circle which Kriega could not cross without bringing a worse death on himself than the rifle would give. Or was there a worse death than that? To be shot by a monster and have his stuffed hide carried back as a trophy for fools to gape at? The old iron pride of his race rose in Kriega, hard and bitter and unrelenting. He didn't ask much of life these days. Solitude in his tower to think the long thoughts of a Martian and create the small, exquisite artworks which he loved. The company of his kind at the gathering season, grave ancient ceremony and acrid merriment, and the chance to beget and rear sons. An occasional trip to the Earthling settling for the metal goods and the wine which were the only valuable things they had brought to Mars. A vague dream of raising his folk to a place where they could stand as equals before all the universe. No more. And now they would take even this from him. He rasped a curse on the human and resumed his patient work, chipping a spearhead for what punny help it could give him. The brush rustled dryly in alarm. Tiny hidden animals squeaked their terror. The desert shouted to him of the monster that strode toward his cave, but he didn't have to flee right away. Riordan sprayed the heavy metal isotope in a 10-mile circle around the old tower. He did that by night, just in case patrol craft might be snooping around. But once he had landed, he was safe. He could always claim to be peacefully exploring, hunting leapers, or some such thing. The radioactive had a half-life of about 4 days, which meant that it would be unsafe to approach for some 3 weeks, 2 at the minimum. That was time enough when the Martian was boxed in so small an area. There was no danger that he would try to cross it. The Owlies had learned what radioactivity meant back when they fought the humans, and their vision, extending well into the ultraviolet, made it directly visible to them through its fluorescence, to say nothing of the wholly unhuman extra senses they had. No, Kriega would try to hide, perhaps to fight, and eventually he'd be cornered. Still, there was no use taking chances. Riordan set a timer on the boat's radio. If he didn't come back within 2 weeks to turn it off, it would emit a signal which Wispy would hear, and he'd be rescued. He checked his other equipment. He had an air suit designed for Martian conditions with a small pump operated by a power beam from the boat, to compress the atmosphere sufficiently for him to breathe it. The same unit recovered enough water from his breath so that the weight of the supplies for several days was, in Martian gravity, not too great for him to bear. He had a .45 caliber rifle built to shoot in Martian air that was heavy enough for his purposes, and of course compass, binoculars, and sleeping bag. Pretty light equipment, but he preferred a minimum anyway. For ultimate emergencies there was a little tank of suspensine, but by turning the valve he could release it into his air system. The gas didn't exactly induce suspended animation, but it paralyzed efferent nerves and slowed the overall metabolism to a point where a man could live for weeks on one lungful of air. It was useful in surgery, and had saved the life of more than one interplanetary explorer whose oxygen system went awry. But Riordan didn't expect to have to use it. He certainly hoped he wouldn't. It would be tedious to lie fully conscious for days waiting for the automatic signal to call Wispy. He stepped out of the boat and locked it. No danger that the alley would break in if he should double back. It would take tordenite to crack that hull. He whistled to his animals. They were native beasts, long ago domesticated by the Martians and later by man. The rockhound was like a gaunt wolf, but huge-breasted and feathered, a tracker as good as any terrestrial bloodhound. The hawk had less resemblance to its counterpart of Earth. It was a bird of prey, but in the tenuous atmosphere it needed a 6-foot wingspan to lift its small body. Riordan was pleased with their training. The hound bayed, a low, quavering note which would have been muffled almost to inaudibility by the thin air in the man's plastic helmet had the suit not included microphones and amplifiers. It circled sniffing, while the hawk rose into the alien sky. Riordan did not look closely at the tower. It was a crumbling stump atop a rusty hill, unhuman and grotesque. Once, perhaps 10,000 years ago, the Martians had had a civilization of sorts, cities and agriculture and a Neolithic technology. But according to their own traditions, they had achieved a union or symbiosis with the wildlife of the planet and had abandoned such mechanical aids as unnecessary. Riordan snorted. The hound bayed again. The noise seemed to hang eerily in the still, cold air, to shiver from cliff and crag and dive reluctantly under the enormous silence. But it was a bugle call, a haughty challenge to a world grown old. Stand aside. Make way. Here comes the conqueror. The animal suddenly leapt forward. He had a scent. Riordan swung into a long, easy, low-gravity stride. His eyes gleamed like green ice. The hunt had begun. Breath sobbed in Kriega's lungs, hard and quick and raw. His legs felt weak and heavy, and the thudding of his heart seemed to shake his whole body. Still he ran, while the frightful clamor rose behind him and the padding of feet grew ever nearer. Leaping, twisting, bounding from crag to crag, sliding down shaly ravines and slipping through clumps of trees, Kriega fled. The hound was behind him and the hawk soaring overhead. In a day and a night they had driven him to this, running like a crazed leaper with death baying at his heels. He had not imagined a human could move so fast or with such endurance. The desert fought for him. The plants with their queer blind life that no earthling would ever understand were on his side. Their thorny branches twisted away as he darted through them, and then came back to rake the flanks of the hound, slow him, but they could not stop his brutal rush. He ripped past their strengthless, clutching fingers and yammered on the trail of the Martian. The human was toiling a good mile behind, but showed no sign of tiring. Still Kriega ran. He had to reach the cliff edge before the hunter saw him through his rifle sights. Had to. And the hound was snarling a yard behind now. Up the long slope he went, the hawk fluttering, striking at him, seeking to lay beak and talons to his head. He batted at the creature with his spear and dodged around a tree. The tree snaked out a branch from which the hound rebounded, yelling, till the rocks sang. The Martian burst onto the edge of the cliff. It fell sheer to the canyon floor, 500 feet of iron-streaked rock tumbling into windy depths. Beyond, the lowering sun glared in his eyes. He paused only an instant, etched black against the sky, a perfect shot if the human came into view, and then sprang over the edge. He had hoped the rockhound would go shooting past, but the animal braked itself barely in time. Kriega went down the cliff face, clawing into every thin crevice, shuddering as the age-worn rock crumbled under his fingers. The hawk swept close, hacking at him and screaming for its master. He couldn't fight it, not with every finger and toe needed to hang against shattering death. But he slid along the face of the precipice into the gray-green clump of vines, and his nerves thrilled forth the appeal of the ancient symbiosis. The hawk swooped again, and he lay unmoving, rigid as if dead, until it cried in shrill triumph and settled on his shoulder to pluck out his eyes. Then the vines stirred. They weren't strong, but their thorns sank into the flesh and couldn't pull loose. Kriega toiled on down into the canyon while the vines pulled the hawk apart. Riordan loomed hugely against the darkening sky. He fired once, twice, the bullets humming wickedly close, but as shadows swept up from the depths the Martian was covered. The man turned up his speech amplifier and his voice rolled and boomed monstrously through the gathering night, thunder such as dry Mars had not heard for millennia. "Score one for you, but it isn't enough. I'll find you." The sun slipped below the horizon and night came down like a falling curtain. Through the darkness, Kriega heard the man laughing. The old rocks trembled with his laughter. Riordan was tired with the long chase and the niggling insufficiency of his oxygen supply. He wanted a smoke and hot food, and neither was to be had. Oh well, he'd appreciate the luxuries of life all the more when he got home, with the Martian's skin. He grinned as he made camp. The little fellow was a worthwhile quarry, that was for damn sure. He'd held out for 2 days now in a little 10-mile circle of ground, and he'd even killed the hawk. But Riordan was close enough to him now so that the hound could follow his spoor, for Mars had no watercourses to break a trail, so it didn't matter. He lay watching the splendid night of stars. It would get cold before long, unmercifully cold, but his sleeping bag was good enough insulator to keep him warm with the help of the solar energy stored during the day by its Gergen cells. Mars was dark at night, its moons of little help. Phobos a hurtling speck, Deimos merely a bright star, dark and cold and empty. The rockhound had burrowed into the loose sand nearby, but it would raise the alarm if the Martian should come sneaking near the camp. Not that that was likely. He'd have to find shelter somewhere, too, if he didn't want to freeze. The bushes and the trees and the little furtive animals whispered a word he could not hear, chattered and gossiped on the wind about the Martian who kept himself warm with work. But he didn't understand that language, which was no language. Drowsily, Riordan thought of past hunts. The big game of Earth, lion and tiger and elephant and buffalo and sheep on the high, sun-blazing peaks of the Rockies, rainforests of Venus and the coughing roar of a many-legged swamp monster crashing through the trees to the place where he stood waiting, primitive throb of drums in a hot, wet night, chant of beaters dancing around a fire, scramble along the hell plains of Mercury with a swollen sun licking against his punny insulating suit, the grandeur and desolation of Neptune's liquid swamps, and the huge blind thing that screamed and blundered after him. But this was the loneliest and strangest and perhaps most dangerous hunt of all, and on that account the best. He had no malice toward the Martian. He respected the little being's courage as he respected the bravery of the other animals he had fought. Whatever trophy he brought home from this chase would be well earned. The fact that his success would have to be treated discreetly didn't matter. He hunted less for the glory of it, though he had to admit he didn't mind the publicity, than for love. His ancestors had fought under one name or another, Viking, Crusader, mercenary, rebel, patriot, whatever was fashionable at the moment. Struggle was in his blood, and in these degenerate days there was little to struggle against save what he hunted. Well, tomorrow. He drifted off to sleep. He woke in the short gray dawn, made a quick breakfast, and whistled his hound to heel. His nostrils dilated with excitement, a high, keen drunkenness that sang wonderfully within him. Today, maybe today. They had to take a roundabout way down into the canyon, and the hound cast about for an hour before he picked up the scent. Then the deep-voiced cry rose again, and they were off. More slowly now, for it was a cruel, stony trail. The sun climbed high as they worked along the ancient riverbed. Its pale, chill light washed needle-sharp crags and fantastically painted cliffs, shale and sand and the wreck of geological ages. The low, harsh brush crunched under the man's feet, writhing and crackling its impotent protest. Otherwise it was still, a deep and taut and somehow waiting stillness. The hound shattered the quiet with an eager yelp and plunged forward. Hot scent! Riordan dashed after him, trampling through dense brush, panting and swearing and grinning with excitement. Suddenly the brush opened underfoot. With a howl of dismay, the hound slid down the sloping wall of the pit it had covered. Riordan flung himself forward with tigerish swiftness, flat down on his belly with one hand barely catching the animal's tail. The shock almost pulled him into the hole, too. He wrapped one arm around a bush that clawed at his helmet and pulled the hound back. Shaking, he peered into the trap. It had been well made, about 20 feet deep, with walls as straight and narrow as the sand would allow, and skillfully covered with brush. Planted in the bottom were 3 wicked-looking flint spears. Had he been a shade less quick in his reaction, he would have lost the hound, and perhaps himself. He skinned his teeth in a wolf grin and looked around. Yeah, he must have worked all night on it. Then he couldn't be far away, and he'd be very tired. As if to answer his thoughts, a boulder crashed down from the nearest cliff wall. It was a monster, but a falling object on Mars has less than half the acceleration it does on Earth. Riordan scrambled aside as it boomed into the place where he had been lying. "Come on!" he yelled, and plunged toward the cliff. For an instant a gray form loomed over the edge, hurled a spear at him. Riordan snapped a shot at it, and it vanished. The spear glanced off the tough fabric of his suit, and he scrambled up a narrow ledge to the top of the precipice. The Martian was nowhere in sight, but a faint red trail led into the rugged hill country. Winged him, by God! The hound was slower in negotiating the shale-covered trail. His own feet were bleeding when he came up. Riordan cursed him, and they set out again. They followed the trail for a mile or two, and then it ended. Riordan looked around in the wilderness of trees and needles that blocked view in any direction. Obviously the alley had backtracked and climbed up one of the rocks, from which he could take a flying leap to some other point. But which one? Sweat, which he couldn't wipe off, ran down the man's face and body. He itched intolerably, and his lungs were raw from gasping at his dole of air. But still he laughed in gusty delight. What a chase! What a chase! Kriega lay in the shadow of a tall rock and shuddered with weariness. Beyond the shade, the sunlight danced in what to him was a blinding, intolerable dazzle, hot and cruel and life-hungry, hard and bright as the metal of the conquerors. It had been a mistake to spend priceless hours when he might have been resting, working on that trap. It hadn't worked, and he might have known that it wouldn't. Now he was hungry, and thirst was like a wild beast in his mouth and throat, and still they followed him. They weren't far behind now. All this day they'd been dogging him. He'd never been more than a half an hour ahead. No rest, no rest. A devil's hunt through a tormented wilderness of stone and sand, and now he could only wait for the battle with an iron burden of exhaustion laid on him. The wound in his side burned. It wasn't deep, but it had cost him blood and pain and the few minutes of catnapping he might have snatched. For a moment, the warrior Kriega was gone, and a lonely, frightened infant sobbed in the desert silence. Why can't they let me alone? A low, dusty green bush rustled. A sand runner piped in one of the ravines. They were getting close. Wearily, Kriega scrambled up to the top of the rock and crouched low. He had backtracked to it. They should by rights go past him toward his tower. He could see it from here, a low, yellow ruin worn by the winds of millennia. There had only been time to dart in, snatch a bow and a few arrows and an axe. Pitiful weapons. The arrows could not penetrate the Earthman's suit, when there was only a Martian's thin grasp to draw the bow, and even with a steel head the axe was a small and feeble thing, but it was all he had. He and his few little allies of a desert which fought only to keep its solitude. Repatriated slaves had told him of the Earthlings' power. Their roaring machines filled the silence of their own deserts, gouged the quiet face of their own moon, shook the planets with a senseless fury and a meaningless energy. They were the conquerors, and it never occurred to them that an ancient peace and stillness could be worth preserving. Well, he fitted an arrow to the string and crouched in the silent, filmering sunlight, waiting. The hound came first, yelping and howling. Kriega drew the bow as far as he could, but the human had to come near first. There he came, running and bounding over the rocks, rifle in hand, and restless eyes shining with taut green light, closing in for the death. Kriega swung softly around. The beast was beyond the rock now, the Earthman almost below it. The bow twanged. With a savage thrill, Kriega saw the arrow go through the hound, saw the creature leap in the air and then roll over and over, howling and biting at the thing in its breast. Like a gray thunderbolt, the Martian launched himself off the rock, down at the human. If his axe could shatter that helmet! He struck the man, and they went down together. Wildly the Martian hewed. The axe glanced off the plastic. He hadn't room for a swing. Riordan roared and lashed out with a fist. Retching, Kriega rolled backward. Riordan snapped a shot at him. Kriega turned and fled. The man got to one knee, sighting carefully on the gray form that streaked up the nearest slope. A little sand snake darted up the man's leg and wrapped around his wrist. Its small strength was just enough to pull the gun aside. The bullet screamed past Kriega's ear as he vanished into a cleft. He felt the thin death agony of the snake as the man pulled it loose and crushed it underfoot. Somewhat later he heard a dull boom echoing between the hills. The man had gotten explosives from his boat and blown up the tower. He had lost axe and bow. Now he was utterly weaponless, without even a place to retire for a last stand. And the hunter would not give up. Even without his animals, he would follow, more slowly, but as relentlessly as before. Kriega collapsed on a shelf of rock. Dry sobbing racked his thin body, and the sunset wind cried with him. Presently he looked up, across a yellow and red immensity to the low sun. Long shadows were creeping over the land. Peace and stillness for a brief moment before the iron cold of night closed down. Somewhere the soft trill of a sand runner echoed between the low, wind-worn cliffs, and the brush began to speak, whispering back and forth in its ancient, wordless tongue. The desert, the planet, its wind and its sand under the high cold stars, the clear open land of silence and loneliness and a destiny which was not man's, spoke to him. The enormous oneness of life on Mars, drawn together against the cruel environment, stirred in his blood. As the sun went down, and the stars blossomed forth in awesome frosty glory, Kriega began to think again. He did not hate his persecutor, but the grimness of Mars was in him. He fought the war of all which was old and primitive and lost in its own dreams against the alien and the desecrator. It was as ancient and pitiless as life, that war, and each battle won or lost meant something, even if no one ever heard of it. "You do not fight alone," whispered the desert. "You fight for all Mars, and we are with you." Something moved in the darkness, a tiny warm form running across his hand, a little feathered mouse that had burrowed under the sand and lived its small furtive life and was glad in its own way of living. But it was a part of the world, and Mars has no pity in its voice. Still, a tenderness was within Kriega's heart, and he whispered gently in the language that was not a language, "You will do this for us? You will do it, little brother?" Riordan was too tired to sleep well. He had lain awake for a long time thinking, and that is not good for a man alone in the Martian hills. So now the rockhound was dead too. It didn't matter. The owlie wouldn't escape. But somehow the incident brought home to him the immensity and the age and the loneliness of the desert. It whispered to him. The brush rustled and something wailed in the darkness, and the wind blew with a wild, mournful sound over faintly starlit cliffs, and it was as if they all somehow had a voice, as if the whole world muttered and threatened him in the night. Dimly he wondered if man would ever subdue Mars, if the human race had not finally run across something bigger than itself. But now that was nonsense. Mars was old and worn out and barren, dreaming itself into slow death. The tramp of human feet, shouts of men, and roar of sky-storming rockets were waking it, but to a new destiny, to man's. When Ares lifted its hard spires above the hills of Syrtis, where then were the ancient gods of Mars? It was cold, and the cold deepened as the night wore on. The stars were fire and ice, glittering diamonds in the deep crystal dark. Now and then he could hear a faint snapping borne through the earth as the rock or tree split open. The wind laid itself to rest. Sound froze to death. There was only the hard, clear starlight falling through space to shatter on the ground. Once something stirred. He woke from a restless sleep and saw a small thing skittering toward him. He groped for the rifle beside his sleeping bag, then laughed harshly. It was only a sand mouse, but it proved that the Martian had no chance of sneaking up on him while he rested. He didn't laugh again. The sound had echoed too hollowly in his helmet. With the clear, bitter dawn he was up. He wanted to get the hunt over with. He was dirty and unshaven inside the unit, sick of iron rations, pushed through the airlock, stiff and sore with exertion, lacking the hound which he'd had to shoot. Tracking would be slow, but he didn't want to go back to Port Armstrong for another. No, hell take that Martian. He'd have the devil's skin soon. Breakfast and a little moving made him feel better. He looked with a practiced eye for the Martian's trail. There was sand and brush over everything. Even the rocks had a thin coating of their own erosion. The owlie couldn't cover his tracks perfectly if he tried. It would slow him down too much. Riordan fell into a steady jog. Noon found him on higher ground, rough hills with gaunt needles of rock reaching yards into the sky. He kept going, confident of his own ability to wear down the cord. He'd run deer to earth back home, day after day, until the animal's heart broke and it waited, quivering, for him to come. The trail looked clear and fresh now. He tensed with the knowledge that the Martian couldn't be far away. Too clear. Could this be the bait for another trap? He hefted the rifle and proceeded more warily. But no, there wouldn't have been time. He mounted a high ridge and looked over the grim, fantastic landscape. Near the horizon he saw a blackened strip, the border of his radioactive barrier. The Martian couldn't go further, and if he doubled back, Riordan would have an excellent chance of spotting him. He turned up his speaker and let his voice roar into the stillness. "Come out, Owlie! I'm going to get you. You might as well come out now and be done with it." The echoes took it up, flying back and forth between the naked crags, trembling and shivering under the brassy arch of the sky. "Come out! Come out! Come out!" The Martian seemed to appear from thin air, a gray ghost rising out of the jumbled stones and standing poised not 20 feet away. For an instant the shock of it was too much. Riordan gaped in disbelief. Kriega waited, quivering ever so faintly as if he were a mirage. Then the man shouted and lifted his rifle. Still the Martian stood there, as if carved in gray stone. And with a shock of disappointment, Riordan thought that he had, after all, decided to give himself to an inevitable death. Well, it had been a good hunt. "So long," whispered Riordan, and squeezed the trigger. Since the sand mouse had crawled into the barrel, the gun exploded. Riordan heard the gun roar and saw the barrel peel open like a rotten banana. He wasn't hurt, but as he staggered back from the shock, Kriega lunged at him. The Martian was 4 feet tall, skinny and weaponless, but he hit the Earthling like a small tornado. His legs wrapped around the man's waist, and his hands got to work on the air hose. Riordan went down under the impact. He snarled tigerishly and fastened his hands on the Martian's narrow throat. Kriega snapped futilely at him with his beak. They rolled over in a cloud of dust. The brush began to chatter excitedly. Riordan tried to break Kriega's neck. The Martian twisted away, bored in again. With a shock of horror, the man heard the hiss of escaping air as Kriega's beak and fingers finally worried the air hose loose. An automatic valve clamped shut, but there was no connection with the pump now. Riordan cursed and got his hands around the Martian's throat again. Then he simply lay there, squeezing, and not all of Kriega's writhing and twistings could break that grip. Riordan smiled sleepily and held his hands in place. After 5 minutes or so, Kriega was still. Riordan kept right on throttling him for another 5 minutes, just to make sure. Then he let go and fumbled at his back, trying to reach the pump. The air in his suit was hot and foul. He couldn't quite reach around to connect the hose to the pump. Poor design, he thought vaguely, but then these air suits weren't meant for battle armor. He looked at the slight, silent form of the Martian. A faint breeze ruffled the gray feathers. What a fighter the little guy had been. He'd been the pride of a trophy room back on Earth. Let's see now. He unrolled his sleeping bag and spread it carefully out. He'd never make it to the rocket with what little air he had, so it was necessary to get the suspend sign into his suit. But he'd have to get inside the bag, lest the nights freeze his blood solid. He crawled in, fastening the flaps carefully, and opened the valve on the suspend sign tank. Luckily he had it, but then a good hunter thinks of everything. He'd get awfully bored lying here till Wisby caught up the signal in 10 days or so and came to find him. But he'd last. It would be an experience to remember. In this dry air, the Martian's skin would keep perfectly well. He felt the paralysis creep up on him, the waning of heartbeat and lung action. His senses and mind were still alive, and he grew aware that complete relaxation has its unpleasant aspects. Oh well, he'd won. He'd killed the wiliest game with his own hands. Presently, Kriega sat up. He felt himself gingerly. There seemed to be a broken rib. Well, that could be fixed. He was still alive. He'd been choked for a good 10 minutes, but a Martian can last 15 without air. He opened the sleeping bag and got Riordan's keys. Then he limped slowly back to the rocket. A day or so of experimentation taught him how to fly it. He'd go to his kinsmen near Syrtis, now that they had an earthly machine and earthly weapons to copy. But there was other business first. He didn't hate Riordan, but Mars is a hard world. He went back and dragged the Earthling into a cave and hid him beyond all possibility of human search parties finding him. For a while he looked into the man's eyes. Horror stared dumbly back at him. He spoke slowly in halting English. for those you killed, and for being a stranger on a world that does not want you, and against the day when Mars is free, I leave you." Before departing, he got several oxygen tanks from the boat and hooked them into the man's air supply. That was quite a bit of air for one in suspended animation, enough to keep him alive for 1,000 years. End of Duel on Syrtis by Poul Anderson. Recorded by Timothy Casey, Modesto, California.
Filmer by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Filmer by H.G. Wells. In truth, the mastery of flying was the work of thousands of men. This man a suggestion, and that an experiment, until at last only one vigorous intellectual effort was needed to finish the work. But the inexorable injustice of the popular mind has decided that of all these thousands, one man, and that a man who never flew, should be chosen as the discoverer, just as it has chosen to honor Watt as the discoverer of steam, and Stephenson of the steam engine. And surely of all honored names none is so grotesquely and tragically honored as poor Filmer's, the timid intellectual creature who solved the problem over which the world had hung perplexed and a little fearful for so many generations. The man who pressed the button that has changed peace and warfare and well nigh every condition of human life and happiness. Never has that recurring wonder of the littleness of the scientific man in the face of the greatness of his science found such an amazing exemplification. Much concerning Filmer is, and must remain, profoundly obscure. Filmers attract no Boswells. But the essential facts and the concluding scene are clear enough, and there are letters and notes and casual allusions to piece the whole together. And this is the story one makes, putting this thing with that, of Filmer's life and death. The first authentic trace of Filmer on the page of history is a document in which he applies for admission as a paid student in physics to the government laboratories at South Kensington. And therein he describes himself as the son of a military bootmaker, cobbler in the vulgar tongue, of Dover, and lists his various examination proofs of a high proficiency in chemistry and mathematics. With a certain want of dignity he seeks to enhance these attainments by a profession of poverty and disadvantages, and he writes of the laboratory as the gaol of his ambitions, a slip which reinforces his claim to have devoted himself exclusively to the exact sciences. The document is endorsed in a manner that shows Filmer was admitted to this coveted opportunity, but until quite recently no traces of his success in the government institution could be found. It has now, however, been shown that in spite of his professional zeal for research, Filmer, before he had held this scholarship a year, was tempted by the possibility of a small increase in his immediate income, to abandon it in order to become one of the 9d an hour computers employed by a well-known professor in his vicarious conduct of those extensive researches of his in solar physics, researches which are still a matter of perplexity to astronomers. Afterwards, for the space of 7 years, save for the pass lists of the London University, in which he is seen to climb slowly to a double first-class B.Sc. in mathematics and chemistry, there is no evidence of how Filmer passed his life. No one knows how or where he lived, though it seems highly probable that he continued to support himself by teaching, while he prosecuted the studies necessary for this distinction. And then, oddly enough, one finds him mentioned in the correspondence of Arthur Hicks, the poet. "You remember Filmer," Hicks writes to his friend Vance. "Well, he hasn't altered a bit. The same hostile mumble and the nasty chin. How can a man contrive to be always 3 days from shaving? and a sort of furtive air of being engaged in sneaking in front of one. Even his coat and that frayed collar of his show no further signs of the passing years. He was writing in the library, and I sat down beside him in the name of God's charity, whereupon he deliberately insulted me by covering up his memoranda. It seems he has some brilliant research on hand that he suspects me, of all people, with a Bodley booklet a printing, of stealing. He has taken remarkable honors at the university. He went through them with a sort of hasty slobber, as though he feared I might interrupt him before he had told me all. And he spoke of taking his D.Sc. as one might speak of taking a cab. And he asked what I was doing, with a sort of comparative accent, and his arm was spread nervously, positively a protecting arm, over the paper that hid the precious idea, his one hopeful idea. "Poetry," he said. "Poetry, and what do you profess to teach in it, Hicks?" The thing's a provincial professorling in the very act of budding, and I thank the Lord devoutly that but for the precious gift of indolence I also might have gone this way to D.Sc. and destruction. A curious little vignette that I am inclined to think caught Filmer in or near the very birth of his discovery. Hicks was wrong in anticipating a provincial professorship for Filmer. Our next glimpse of him is lecturing on rubber and rubber substitutes to the Society of Arts. He had become manager to a great plastic substance manufactory, and at that time, it is now known, he was a member of the Aeronautical Society, albeit he contributed nothing to the discussions of that body, preferring no doubt to mature his great conception without external assistance. And within 2 years of that paper before the Society of Arts he was hastily taking out a number of patents and proclaiming in various undignified ways the completion of the divergent inquiries which made his flying machine possible. The first definite statement to that effect appeared in a halfpenny evening paper through the agency of a man who lodged in the same house with Filmer. His final haste after his long, laborious, secret patience seems to have been due to a needless panic. Bootle, the notorious American scientific quack, having made an announcement that Filmer interpreted wrongly as an anticipation of his idea. Now, what precisely was Filmer's idea? Really a very simple one. Before his time, the pursuit of aeronautics had taken 2 divergent lines, and had developed on the one hand balloons, large apparatus, lighter than air, easy in ascent and comparatively safe in descent, but floating helplessly before any breeze that took them, and on the other, flying machines that flew only in theory. Vast flat structures, heavier than air, propelled and kept up by heavy engines, and for the most part smashing at the first descent. But, neglecting the fact that the inevitable final collapse rendered them impossible, the weight of the flying machines gave them this theoretical advantage, that they could go through the air against a wind, a necessary condition if aerial navigation was to have any practical value. It is Filmer's particular merit that he perceived the way in which the contrasted and hitherto incompatible merits of balloon and heavy flying machine might be combined in one apparatus, which should be, at choice, either heavier or lighter than air. He took hints from the contractile bladders of fish and the pneumatic cavities of birds. He devised an arrangement of contractile and absolutely closed balloons, which, when expanded, could lift the actual flying apparatus with ease, and when retracted by the complicated musculature he wove about them, were withdrawn almost completely into the frame. And he built the large framework which these balloons sustained, of hollow, rigid tubes, the air in which, by an ingenious contrivance, was automatically pumped out as the apparatus fell, and which then remained exhausted so long as the aeronaut desired. There were no wings or propellers to his machine, such as there had been to all previous aeroplanes, and the only engine required was the compact and powerful little appliance needed to contract the balloons. He perceived that such an apparatus as he had devised might rise with frame exhausted and balloons expanded to a considerable height, might then contract its balloons and let the air into its frame, and by an adjustment of its weights slide down the air in any desired direction. As it fell it would accumulate velocity and at the same time lose weight, and the momentum accumulated by its downrush could be utilized by means of a shifting of its weights to drive it up in the air again as the balloons expanded. This conception, which is still the structural conception of all successful flying machines, needed, however, a vast amount of toil upon its details before it could actually be realized. And such toil Filmer, as he was accustomed to tell the numerous interviewers who crowded upon him in his heyday of fame, ungrudgingly and unsparingly gave. His particular difficulty was the elastic lining of the contractile balloon. He found he needed a new substance, and in the discovery and manufacture of that new substance he had, as he never failed to impress upon the interviewers, performed a far more arduous work than even in the actual achievement of my seemingly greater discovery. But it must not be imagined that these interviews followed hard upon Filmer's proclamation of his invention. An interval of nearly 5 years elapsed, during which he timidly remained at his rubber factory. He seems to have been entirely dependent on his small income from this source, making misdirected attempts to assure a quite indifferent public that he had invented what he had invented. He occupied the greater part of his leisure in the composition of letters to the scientific and daily press, and so forth, stating precisely the net result of his contrivances and demanding financial aid. That alone would have sufficed for the suppression of his letters. He spent such holidays as he could arrange in unsatisfactory interviews with the doorkeepers of leading London papers. He was singularly not adapted for inspiring hall porters with confidence, and he positively attempted to induce the War Office to take up his work with him. There remains a confidential letter from Major General Volleyfire to the Earl of Frogs. "The man's a crank, and a bounder to boot," says the Major General in his bluff, sensible army way, and so left it open for the Japanese to secure, as they subsequently did, the priority of this side of warfare, a priority they still, to our great discomfort, retain. And then, by a stroke of luck, the membrane Filmer had invented for his contractile balloon was discovered to be useful for the valves of a new oil engine, and he obtained the means for making a trial model of his invention. He threw up his rubber factory appointment, desisted from all further writing, and, with a certain secrecy that seems to have been an inseparable characteristic of all his proceedings, set to work upon the apparatus. He seems to have directed the making of its parts, and collected most of it in a room in Shoreditch, but its final putting together was done at Dymchurch in Kent. He did not make the affair large enough to carry a man, but he made an extremely ingenious use of what were then called the Marconi rays to control its flight. The first flight of this first practicable flying machine took place over some fields near Burford Bridge, near Hythe in Kent, and Filmer followed and controlled its flight upon a specifically constructed motor tricycle. The flight was, considering all things, an amazing success. The apparatus was brought in a cart from Dymchurch to Burford Bridge, and ascended there to a height of nearly 300 feet, swooped thence very nearly back to Dymchurch, came about in its sweep, rose again, circled, and finally sank uninjured in a field behind the Burford Bridge Inn. At its descent a curious thing happened. Filmer got off his tricycle, scrambled over the intervening dike, advanced perhaps 20 yards towards his triumph, threw out his arms in a strange gesticulation, and fell down in a dead faint. Every one could then recall the ghastliness of his features, and all the evidence of extreme excitement they had observed throughout the trial, things they might otherwise have forgotten. Afterwards, in the inn, he had an unaccountable gust of hysterical weeping. Altogether there were not 20 witnesses of this affair, and those for the most part uneducated men. The new Romney doctor saw the ascent but not the descent, his horse being frightened by the electrical apparatus on Filmer's tricycle, and giving him a nasty spill. 2 members of the Kent Constabulary watched the affair from a cart in an unofficial spirit, and a grocer calling round the marsh for orders, and 2 lady cyclists seemed almost to complete the list of educated people. There were 2 reporters present, one representing a Folkestone paper, and the other being a 4th-class interviewer and symposium journalist, whose expenses down, Filmer, anxiously as ever for adequate advertisement, and now quite realizing the way in which adequate advertisement may be obtained, had paid. The latter was one of those writers who can throw a convincing air of unreality over the most credible events, and his half-facetious account of the affair appeared in the magazine page of a popular journal. But, happily for Filmer, this person's colloquial methods were more convincing. He went to offer some further screed upon the subject to Banghurst, the proprietor of the New paper, and one of the ablest and most unscrupulous men in London journalism, and Banghurst instantly seized upon the situation. The interviewer vanishes from the narrative, no doubt very doubtfully remunerated, and Banghurst himself, double chin, grey twill suit, abdomen, voice gestures, and all, appears at Dymchurch, following his large, unrivalled journalistic nose. He had seen the whole thing at a glance, just what it was and what it might be. At his touch, as it were, Filmer's long-pent investigations exploded into fame. He instantly and most magnificently was a boom. One turns over the files of the journals of the year of 1907 with a quite incredulous recognition of how swift and flaming the boom of those days could be. The July papers know nothing of flying, see nothing in flying, state by a most effective silence that men never would, could, or should fly. In August, flying and Filmer, and flying and parachutes and aerial tactics, and the Japanese government and Filmer, and again flying, shouldered the war in Yunnan and the gold mines of Upper Greenland off the leading page. And Banghurst had given £10,000, and further Banghurst was giving £5,000, and Banghurst had devoted his well-known magnificent, but hitherto sterile, private laboratories and several acres of land near his private residence on the Surrey hills to the strenuous and violent completion, Banghurst fashion, of the life-size practicable flying machine. Meanwhile, in the sight of privileged multitudes in the walled garden of the Banghurst town residence in Fulham, Filmer was exhibited at weekly garden parties, putting the working model through its paces. At enormous initial cost, but with a final profit, the New paper presented its readers with a beautiful photographic souvenir of the first of these occasions. Here again the correspondence of Arthur Hicks and his friend Vance comes to our aid. "I saw Filmer in his glory," he writes, with just the touch of envy natural to his position as a poet passé. "The man is brushed and shaved, dressed in the fashion of a Royal Institution afternoon lecturer, the very newest shape in frock coats and long patent shoes, and altogether in a state of extraordinary streakiness, between an owlish great man and a scarred, abashed, self-conscious bounder cruelly exposed. He hasn't a touch of color in the skin of his face, his head juts forward, and those queer little dark amber eyes of his watch furtively round him for his fame. His clothes fit perfectly, and yet sit upon him as though he had bought them ready-made. He speaks in a mumble still, but he says, you perceive indistinctly, enormous self-assertive things. He backs into the rear of groups by instinct if Banghurst drops the line for a minute, and when he walks across Banghurst's lawn one perceives him a little out of breath and going jerky, and that his weak white hands are clenched. His is a state of tension, horrible tension, and he is the greatest discoverer of this or any age. The greatest discoverer of this or any age. What strikes one so forcibly about him is that he didn't somehow quite expect it ever, at any rate, not at all like this. Banghurst is about everywhere, the energetic MC of his great little catch, and I swear he will have everyone down on his lawn there before he has finished with the engine. He had bagged the Prime Minister yesterday, and he, bless his heart, didn't look particularly outsized on the very first occasion. Conceive it! Filmer! Our obscure, unwashed Filmer, the glory of British science. Duchesses crowd upon him. Beautiful, bold peeresses say in their beautiful, clear, loud voices, "Have you noticed how penetrating the great lady is becoming nowadays? Oh, Mr. Filmer, how did you do it?" Common men on the edge of things are too remote for the answer. One imagines something in the way of that interview. Toil ungrudgingly and unsparingly given, madam, and perhaps, I don't know, but perhaps a little special aptitude? So far, Hicks, and the photographic supplement to the new paper is in sufficient harmony with the description. In one picture the machine swings down towards the river, and the tower of Fulham Church appears below it through a gap in the elms, and in another Filmer sits at his guiding batteries, and the great and beautiful of the earth stand around him, with Banghurst massed modestly but resolutely in the rear. The grouping is oddly apposite. Occluding much of Banghurst, and looking with a pensive speculation expression at Filmer, stands the Lady Mary Elkinghorn, still beautiful in spite of the breath of scandal and her 38 years, the only person whose face does not admit a perception of the camera that was in the act of snapping them all. So much for the exterior facts of the story, but after all they are very exterior facts. About the real interest of the business one is necessarily very much in the dark. How was Filmer feeling at the time? How much was a certain unpleasant anticipation present inside that very new and fashionable frock coat? He was in the halfpenny, penny, sixpenny, and more expensive papers alike, and acknowledged by the whole world as the greatest discoverer of this or any age. He had invented a practicable flying machine, and every day down among the Surrey hills the life-sized model was getting ready. And when it was ready, it followed as a clear, inevitable consequence of his having invented and made it. Everybody in the world, indeed, seemed to take it for granted. There wasn't a gap anywhere in that serried front of anticipation, that he would proudly and cheerfully get aboard it, ascend with it, and fly. But we know now pretty clearly that simple pride and cheerfulness in such an act were singularly out of harmony with Filmer's private constitution. It occurred to no one at the time, but there the fact is. We can guess with some confidence now that it must have been drifting about in his mind a great deal during the day, and from a little note to his physician complaining of persistent insomnia, we have the soundest reason for supposing it dominated his nights. The idea that it would be, after all, in spite of his theoretical security, an abominably sickening, uncomfortable, and dangerous thing for him to flap about in nothingness 1,000 feet or so in the air. It must have dawned upon him quite early in the period of being the greatest discoverer of this or any age, the vision of doing this and that with an extensive void below. Perhaps somewhere in his youth he had looked down a great height, or fallen down in some excessively uncomfortable way. Perhaps some habit of sleeping on the wrong side had resulted in that disagreeable falling nightmare one knows, and given him his horror. Of the strength of that horror there remains now not a particle of doubt. Apparently he had never weighed this duty of flying in his earlier days of research. The machine had been his end, but now things were opening out beyond his end, and particularly this giddy whirl up above there. He was a discoverer, and he had discovered, but he was not a flying man, and it was only now that he was beginning to perceive clearly that he was expected to fly. Yet, however much the thing was present in his mind, he gave no expression to it until the very end, and meanwhile he went to and fro from Banghurst's magnificent laboratories, and was interviewed and lionized, and wore good clothes, and ate good food, and lived in an elegant flat, enjoying a very abundant feast of such good, coarse, wholesome fame and success as a man, starved for all his years as he had been starved, might reasonably expected to enjoy. After a time the weekly gatherings in Fulham ceased. The model had failed one day just for a moment to respond to Filmer's guidance, or he had been distracted by the compliments of an archbishop. At any rate, it suddenly dug its nose into the air just a little too steeply as the Archbishop was sailing through a Latin quotation for all the world like an archbishop in a book, and it came down in the Fulham Road, within 3 yards of a bus horse. It stood for a second, perhaps, astonishing, and in its attitude, astonished. Then it crumpled, shivered into pieces, and the bus horse was incidentally killed. Filmer lost the end of the archiepiscopal compliment. He stood up and stared as his invention swooped out of sight and reach of him. His long white hands still gripped his useless apparatus. The Archbishop followed his skyward gaze with an apprehension unbecoming in an archbishop. Then came the crash and the shouts and uproar from the road to relieve Filmer's tension. "My God!" he whispered, and sat down. Everyone else almost was staring to see where the machine had vanished, or rushing into the house. The making of the big machine progressed all the more rapidly for this. Over its making presided Filmer, always a little slow and very careful in his manner, always with a growing preoccupation in his mind. His care over the strength and soundness of the apparatus was prodigious. The slightest doubt, and he delayed everything until the doubtful part could be replaced. Wilkinson, his senior assistant, fumed at some of these delays, which he insisted were for the most part unnecessary. Banghurst magnified the patient certitude of Filmer in the new paper, and reviled it bitterly to his wife, and MacAndrew, the second assistant, approved Filmer's wisdom. "We're not wanting a fiasco man," said MacAndrew. "He's perfectly well advised." And whenever an opportunity arose, Filmer would expound to Wilkinson and MacAndrew just exactly how every part of the flying machine was to be controlled and worked, so that, in effect, they would be just as capable, and even more capable, when at last the time came of guiding it through the skies. Now, I should imagine that if Filmer had seen fit at this stage to define just what he was feeling, and to take a definite line in the matter of his assent, he might have escaped that painful ordeal quite easily. If he had had it clearly in his mind, he could have done endless things. He would surely have found no difficulty with a specialist to demonstrate a weak heart, or something gastric or pulmonary to stand in his way. That is the line I am astonished he did not take. Or he might, had he been man enough, have declared simply and finally that he did not intend to do the thing. But the fact is, though the dread was hugely present in his mind, the thing was by no means sharp and clear. I fancy that all through this period he kept telling himself that when the occasion came he would find himself equal to it. He was like a man just gripped by a great illness who says he feels a little out of sorts and expects to be better presently. Meanwhile he delayed the completion of the machine, and let the assumption that he was going to fly it take root and flourish exceedingly about him. He even accepted anticipatory compliments on his courage. And, barring this secret squeamishness, there can be no doubt he found all the praise and distinction and fuss he got a delightful and even intoxicating draught. The Lady Mary Elkinghorn made things a little more complicated for him. How that began was a subject of inexhaustible speculation to Hicks. Probably in the beginning she was just a little nice to him, with that impartial partiality of hers, and it may be that to her eyes, standing out conspicuously as he did ruling his monster in the upper air, he had a distinction that Hicks was not disposed to find. And somehow they must have had a moment of sufficient isolation, and the great discoverer a moment of sufficient courage, for something just a little personal to be mumbled or blurted. However it began, there is no doubt that it did begin, and presently became quite perceptible to a world accustomed to find in the proceedings of the Lady Mary Elkinghorn a matter of entertainment. It complicated things, because the state of love in such a virgin mind as Filmer's would brace his resolution, if not sufficiently, at any rate considerably, towards facing a danger he feared, and hampered him in such attempts at evasion as would otherwise be natural and congenial. It remains a matter for speculation just how the Lady Mary felt for Filmer, and just what she thought of him. At 38 one may have gathered much wisdom and still be not altogether wise, and the imagination still functions actively enough in creating glamours and effecting the impossible. He came before her eyes as a very central man, and that always counts, and he had powers, unique powers as it seemed, at any rate, in the air. The performance with the model had just a touch of the quality of a potent incantation, and women have never displayed an unreasonable disposition to imagine that when a man has powers he must necessarily have power. Given so much, and what was not good in Filmer's manner and appearance became an added merit. He was modest, he hated display, but given an occasion where true qualities are needed, then one would see. The late Mrs. Bampton thought it wise to convey to Lady Mary her opinion that Filmer, all things considered, was rather a grub. "He's certainly not the sort of man I have ever met before," said the Lady Mary with a quite unruffled serenity, and Mrs. Bampton, after a swift, imperceptible glance at that serenity, decided that so far as saying anything to Lady Mary went, she had done as much as could be expected of her. But she said a great deal to other people. And at last, without any undue haste or unseemliness, the day dawned, the great day, when Banghurst had promised his public, the world in fact, that flying should be finally attained and overcome. Filmer saw it dawn, watched even in the darkness before it dawned, watched its stars fade and the gray and pearly pinks give place at last to the clear blue sky of a sunny, cloudless day. He watched it from the window of his bedroom in the new-built wing of Banghurst's Tudor house. And as the stars were overwhelmed and the shapes and substances of things grew into being out of the amorphous dark, he must have seen more and more distinctly the festive preparations beyond the beech clumps near the green pavilion in the outer park, the 3 stands for the privileged spectators, the raw new fencing of the enclosure, the sheds and workshops, the Venetian masts and fluttering flags that Banghurst had considered essential, black and limp in the breezeless dawn. And amidst all these things a great shape covered with a tarpaulin. A strange and terrible portent for humanity was that shape, a beginning that must surely spread and widen and change and dominate all the affairs of men. But to Filmer it is very doubtful whether it appeared in anything but a narrow and personal light. Several people heard him pacing in the small hours, for the vast place was packed with guests by a proprietor editor who, before all, understood compression. And about 5 o'clock, if not before, Filmer left his room and wandered out of the sleeping house into the park, alive by that time with sunlight and birds and squirrels and the fallow deer. MacAndrew, who was also an early riser, met him near the machine, and they went and had a look at it together. It is doubtful if Filmer took any breakfast, in spite of the urgency of Banghurst. So soon as the guests began to be about in some number, he seems to have retreated to his room. Thence, about 10, he went into the shrubbery, very probably because he had seen the Lady Mary Elkinghorn there. She was walking up and down, engaged in conversation with her old school friend, Mrs. Brewis Craven, and although Filmer had never met the latter lady before, he joined them and walked beside them for some time. There were several silences, in spite of the Lady Mary's brilliance. The situation was a difficult one, and Mrs. Brewis Craven did not master its difficulty. "He struck me," she said afterwards with a luminous self-contradiction, "as a very unhappy person who had something to say, and wanted before all things to be helped to say it, but how was one to help him when one didn't know what it was?" At 11:30 the enclosures for the public in the outer park were crammed. There was an intermittent stream of equipages along the belt which circles the outer park, and the house party was dotted over the lawn and shrubbery and the corner of the inner park, in a series of brilliantly attired knots, all making for the flying machine. Filmer walked in a group of 3 with Banghurst, who was supremely and conspicuously happy, and Sir Theodore Hickle, the president of the Aeronautical Society. Mrs. Banghurst was close behind, with the Lady Mary Elkinghorn, Georgina Hinkle, and the Dean of Stays. Banghurst was large and copious in speech, and such interstices as he left were filled in by Hickle with complimentary remarks to Filmer, and Filmer walked between them, saying not a word except by way of unavoidable reply. Behind, Mrs. Banghurst listened to the admirably suitable and shapely conversations of the Dean, with that fluttered attention to the ampler clergy 10 years of social ascent and ascendancy had not cured in her, and the Lady Mary watched, no doubt with an entire confidence in the world's disillusionment, the drooping shoulders of the sort of man she had never met before. There was some cheering as the central party came into view of the enclosures, but it was not very unanimous nor invigorating cheering. They were within 50 yards of the apparatus when Filmer took a hasty glance over his shoulder to measure the distance of the ladies behind them, and decided to make the first remark he had initiated since the house had been left. His voice was just a little hoarse, and he cut in on Banghurst in mid-sentence on progress. I say, Banghurst," he said, and stopped. "Yes," said Banghurst. "I wish—" He moistened his lips. "I'm not feeling well." Banghurst stopped dead. "Eh?" he shouted. A queer feeling." Filmer made to move on, but Banghurst was immovable. I don't know. I may be better in a minute. If not, perhaps McAndrew—" "You're not feeling well?" said Banghurst, and stared at his white face. "My dear," he said, as Mrs. Banghurst came up with them, "Filmer says he isn't feeling well." A little queer," exclaimed Filmer, avoiding the Lady Mary's eyes. It may pass off." There was a pause. It came to Filmer that he was the most isolated person in the world. "In any case," said Banghurst, "the ascent must be made. Perhaps if you were to sit down somewhere for a moment." "It's the crowd, I think," said Filmer. There was a second pause. Banghurst's eye rested in scrutiny on Filmer, and then swept the sample of public in the enclosure. "It's unfortunate," said Sir Theodore Hickle, "but still, I suppose your assistance. Of course, if you feel out of condition and disinclined—" "I don't think Mr. Filmer would permit that for a moment," said Lady Mary. "But if Mr. Filmer's nerve is run, it might even be dangerous for him to attempt—" Hickle coughed. "It's just because it's dangerous," began the Lady Mary, and felt she had made her point of view and Filmer's plain enough. Conflicting motives struggled for Filmer. "I feel I ought to go up," he said, regarding the ground. He looked up and met the Lady Mary's eyes. "I want to go up," he said, and smiled whitely at her. He turned towards Banghurst. "If I could just sit down somewhere for a moment, out of the crowd and sun." Banghurst at least was beginning to understand the case. "Come into my little room in the green pavilion," he said. "It's quite cool there." He took Filmer by the arm. Filmer turned his face to the Lady Mary Elkinghorn again. "I shall be all right in 5 minutes," he said. "I'm tremendously sorry." The Lady Mary Elkinghorn smiled at him. "I couldn't think," he said to Hickle, and obeyed the compulsion of Banghurst's pull. The rest remained watching the two recede. "He is so fragile," said the Lady Mary. "He's certainly a highly nervous type," said the Dean, whose weakness it was to regard the whole world except married clergymen with enormous families as neurotic. "Of course," said Hickle, "it isn't absolutely necessary for him to go up, because he has invented—" "How could he avoid it?" asked the Lady Mary, with the faintest shadow of scorn. "It's certainly most unfortunate if he's going to be ill now," said Mrs. Banghurst, a little severely. "He's not going to be ill," said the Lady Mary, and certainly she had met Filmer's eye. "You'll be all right," said Banghurst, as they went towards the pavilion. "All you want is a nip of brandy. It ought to be you, you know. You'll be—" You'd get it rough, you know, if you let another man—" "Oh, I want to go," said Filmer. "I shall be all right. As a matter of fact, I'm almost inclined now. No, I think I'll have that nip of brandy first." Banghurst took him into the little room and routed out an empty decanter. He departed in search of a supply. He was gone perhaps 5 minutes. The history of those 5 minutes cannot be written. At intervals Filmer's face could be seen by the people on the easternmost of the stands erected for spectators, against the window pane peering out, and then it would recede and fade. Banghurst vanished shouting behind the grandstand, and presently the butler appeared, going pavilionward with a tray. The apartment in which Filmer came to his last solution was a pleasant little room, very simply furnished with green furniture and an old bureau, for Banghurst was simple in all his private ways. It was hung with little engravings after Morland, and it had a shelf of books. But as it happened, Banghurst had left a rook rifle he sometimes played with on the top of the desk, and on the corner of the mantel shelf was a tin with 3 or 4 cartridges remaining in it. As Filmer went up and down that room wrestling with his intolerable dilemma, he went first towards the neat little rifle athwart the blotting pad, and then towards the neat little red label, 22 long. The thing must have jumped into his mind in a moment. Nobody seems to have connected the report with him, though the gun being fired in a confined space must have sounded loud, and there were several people in the billiard room separated from him only by a lath and plaster partition. But directly Banghurst's butler opened the door and smelt the sour smell of the smoke, he knew, he says, what had happened. For the servants, at least, of Banghurst's household had guessed something of what was going on in Filmer's mind. All through that trying afternoon Banghurst behaved as he held a man should behave in the presence of hopeless disaster, and his guests for the most part succeeded in not insisting upon the fact, though to conceal their perception of it altogether was impossible, that Banghurst had been pretty elaborately and completely swindled by the deceased. The public in the enclosure, Hicks told me, dispersed like a party that has been ducking a welsher, and there wasn't a soul in the train to London, it seemed, who hadn't known all along that flying was a quite impossible thing for a man. But he might have tried it, said many, after carrying the thing so far. In the evening, when he was comparatively alone, Banghurst broke down and went on like a man of clay. I have been told he wept, which must have made an imposing scene, and he certainly said Filmer had ruined his life, and offered and sold the whole apparatus to MacAndrew for £half-a-crown. "I've been thinking," said MacAndrew at the conclusion of the bargain, and stopped. The next morning the name of Filmer was for the first time less conspicuous in the new paper than in any other daily paper in the world. The rest of the world's instructors, with varying emphasis according to their dignity and the degree of competition between themselves and the new paper, proclaimed the entire failure of the new flying machine, and suicide of the impostor. But in the district of North Surrey the reception of the news was tempered by a perception of unusual aerial phenomena. Overnight Wilkinson and MacAndrew had fallen into violent argument on the exact motives of their principal's rash act. The man was certainly a poor cowardly body, but so far as his science went, he was no impostor, said MacAndrew. And I'm prepared to give that proposition a very practical demonstration, Mr. Wilkinson, so soon as we've got the place a little more to ourselves, for I've no faith in all this publicity for experimental trials. And to that end, while all the world was reading of the certain failure of the new flying machine, MacAndrew was soaring and curvetting with great amplitude and dignity over the Epsom and Wimbledon divisions, and Banghurst, restored once more to hope and energy, and regardless of public security and the Board of Trade, was pursuing his gyrations and trying to attract his attention on a motor car and in his pajamas. He had caught sight of the ascent when pulling up the blind of his bedroom window, equipped, among other things, with a film camera that was subsequently discovered to be jammed. And Filmer was lying on the billiard table in the green pavilion with a sheet about his body. End of. Filmer by H.G. Wells. Forever by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Forever by Robert Sheckley. Of all the irksome, frustrating, maddening discoveries, was there no way of keeping it discovered? With so much at stake, Charles Dennison should not have been careless. An inventor cannot afford carelessness, particularly when his invention is extremely valuable and obviously patentable. There are too many grasping hands ready to seize what belongs to someone else. Too many men who feast upon the creativity of the innocent. A touch of paranoia would have served Dennison well, but he was lacking in that vital characteristic of inventors, and he didn't even realize the full extent of his carelessness until a bullet fired from a silenced weapon chipped a granite wall not 3 inches from his head. Then he knew, but by then it was too late. Charles Dennison had been left a more than adequate income by his father. He had gone to Harvard, served a hitch in the Navy, then continued his education at MIT. Since the age of 32, he had been engaged in private research, working in his own small laboratory in Riverdale, New York. Plant biology was his field. He published several noteworthy papers and sold a new insecticide to a development corporation. The royalties helped him to expand his facilities. Dennison enjoyed working alone. It suited his temperament, which was austere but not unfriendly. 2 or 3 times a year he would come to New York, see some plays and movies, and do a little serious drinking. He would then return gratefully to his seclusion. He was a bachelor and seemed destined to remain that way. Not long after his 40th birthday, Dennison stumbled across an intriguing clue which led him into a different branch of biology. He pursued his clue, developed it, extended it slowly into a hypothesis. After 3 more years, a lucky accident put the final proofs into his hands. He had invented the most effective longevity drug. It was not proof against violence. Aside from that, however, it could fairly be called an immortality serum. Now was the time for caution. But years of seclusion had made Dennison unwary of people and their motives. He was more or less heedless of the world around him. It never occurred to him that the world was not equally heedless of him. He thought only about his serum. It was valuable and patentable, but was it the sort of thing that should be revealed? Was the world ready for an immortality drug? He had never enjoyed speculation of this sort, but since the atom bomb, many scientists had been forced to look at the ethics of their profession. Dennison looked at his and decided that immortality was inevitable. Mankind had throughout its existence poked and probed into the recesses of nature, trying to figure out how things worked. If one man didn't discover fire, or the use of the lever, or gunpowder, or the atom bomb, or immortality, another would. Man willed to know all nature's secrets, and there was no way of keeping them hidden. Armed with this bleak but comforting philosophy, Dennison packed his formulas and proofs into a briefcase, slipped a 2-ounce bottle of the product into a jacket pocket, and left his Riverdale laboratory. It was already evening. He planned to spend the night in a good midtown hotel, see a movie, and proceed to the patent office in Washington the following day. On the subway, Dennison was absorbed in a newspaper. He was barely conscious of the men sitting on either side of him. He became aware of them only when the man on his right poked him firmly in the ribs. Dennison glanced over and saw the snub nose of a small automatic concealed from the rest of the car by a newspaper resting against his side. "What is this?" Dennison asked. "Hand it over," the man said. Dennison was stunned. How could anyone have known about his discovery? And how could they dare try to rob him in a public subway car? Then he realized that they were probably just after his money. "I don't have much on me," Dennison said hoarsely, reaching for his wallet. The man on his left leaned over and slapped the briefcase. "Not money," he said. "The immortality stuff." In some unaccountable fashion, they knew. What if he refused to give up his briefcase? Would they dare fire the automatic in the subway? It was a very small caliber weapon. Its noise might not even be heard above the subway's roar. And probably they felt justified in taking the risk for a prize as great as the one Dennison carried. He looked at them quickly. They were mild-looking men, quietly, almost somberly dressed. Something about their clothing jogged Dennison's memory unpleasantly, but he didn't have time to place the recollection. The automatic was digging painfully into his ribs. The subway was coming to a station. Dennison glanced at the man on his left and caught the glint of light on a tiny hypodermic. Many inventors, involved only in their own thoughts, are slow of reaction. But Dennison had been a gunnery officer in the Navy and had seen his share of action. He was damned if he was going to give up his invention so easily. He jumped from his seat, and the hypo passed through the sleeve of his coat, just missing his arm. He swung the briefcase at the man with the automatic, catching him across the forehead with the metal edge. As the doors opened, he ran past a pop-eyed subway guard, up the stairs, and into the street. The two men followed, one of them streaming blood from his forehead. Dennison ran, looking wildly around for a policeman. The men behind him were screaming, "Stop! Thief! Police! Police! Stop that man!" Apparently they were also prepared to face the police and to claim the briefcase and bottle as their own. Ridiculous! Yet the complete and indignant confidence in their shrill voices unnerved Dennison. He hated a scene. Still, a policeman would be best. The briefcase was filled with proof of who he was. Even his name was initialed on the outside of the briefcase. One glance would tell anyone. He caught a flash of metal from his briefcase and, still running, looked at it. He was shocked to see a metal plate fixed to the cowhide, over the place where his initials had been. The man on his left must have done that when he slapped the briefcase. Dennison dug at the plate with his fingertips, but it would not come off. It read, "Property of Edward James Flaherty, Smithfield Institute." Perhaps a policeman wouldn't be so much help after all. But the problem was academic, for Dennison saw no policemen along the crowded Bronx street. People stood aside as he ran past, staring open-mouthed, offering neither assistance nor interference. But the men behind him were still screaming, "Stop the thief! Stop the thief!" The entire long block was alerted. The people, like some sluggish beast goaded reluctantly into action, began to make tentative movements toward Dennison, impelled by the outraged cries of his pursuers. Unless he balanced the scales of public opinion, some do-gooder was going to interfere soon. Dennison conquered his shyness and pride and called out, "Help me! They're trying to rob me! Stop them!" But his voice lacked the moral indignation, the absolute conviction of his two shrill-voiced pursuers. A burly young man stepped forward to block Dennison's way, but at the last moment a woman pulled him back. "Don't get into trouble, Charlie." "Why don't someone call a cop?" "Yeah, where are the cops?" "Over at a big fire on 178th Street, I hear." "We ought to stop that guy." "I'm willing if you're willing." Dennison's way was suddenly blocked by four grinning youths, teenagers in black motorcycle jackets and boots, excited by the chance for a little action, delighted at the opportunity to hit someone in the name of law and order. Dennison saw them, swerved suddenly, and sprinted across the street. A bus loomed in front of him. He hurled himself out of its way, fell, got up again, and ran on. His pursuers were delayed by the dense flow of traffic. Their high-pitched cries faded as Dennison turned into a side street, ran down its length, then down another. He was in a section of massive apartment buildings. His lungs felt like a blast furnace, and his left side seemed to be sewed together with red-hot wire. There was no help for it. He had to rest. It was then that the first bullet, fired from a silenced weapon, chipped a granite wall not 3 inches from his head. That was when Dennison realized the full extent of his carelessness. He pulled the bottle out of his pocket. He had hoped to carry out more experiments on the serum before trying it on human beings. Now there was no choice. Dennison yanked out the stopper and drained the contents. Immediately he was running again as a second bullet scored the granite wall. The great blocks of apartments loomed endlessly ahead of him, silent and alien. There were no walkers upon the streets. There was only Dennison, running more slowly now past the immense blank-faced apartments. A long black car came up behind him, its searchlight probing into doors and alleys. Was it the police? "That's him!" cried the shrill, unnerving voice of one of Dennison's pursuers. Dennison ducked into a narrow alley between buildings, raced down it and into the next street. There were 2 cars on that street, at either end of the block, their headlights shining toward each other, moving slowly to trap him in the middle. The alley gleamed with light now, from the first car's headlights shining down it. He was surrounded. Dennison raced to the nearest apartment building and yanked at the door. It was locked. The 2 cars were almost even with him, and looking at them, Dennison remembered the unpleasant jog his memory had given him earlier. The 2 cars were hearses. The men in the subway, with their solemn faces, solemn clothing, subdued neckties, shrill, indignant voices, they had reminded him of undertakers. They had been undertakers. Of course, of course. Oil companies might want to block the invention of a cheap new fuel which could put them out of business. Steel corporations might try to stop the development of an inexpensive, stronger-than-steel plastic. And the production of an immortality serum would put the undertakers out of business. His progress, and the progress of thousands of other researchers in biology, must have been watched. And when he made his discovery, they had been ready. The hearses stopped, and somber-faced, respectable-looking men in black suits and pearl-gray neckties poured out and seized him. The briefcase was yanked out of his hand. He felt the prick of a needle in his shoulder. Then, with no transitional dizziness, he passed out. He came to, sitting in an armchair. There were armed men on either side of him. In front of him stood a small, plump, undistinguished-looking man in sedate clothing. "My name is Mr. Bennett," the plump man said. "I wish to beg your forgiveness, Mr. Dennison, for the violence to which you were subjected. We found out about your invention only at the last moment, and therefore had to improvise. The bullets were meant only to frighten and delay you. Murder was not our intention." "You merely wanted to steal my discovery," Dennison said. "Not at all," Mr. Bennett told him. "The secret of immortality has been in our possession for quite some time." "I see. Then you want to keep immortality from the public in order to safeguard your damned undertaking business." "Isn't that rather a naive view?" Mr. Bennett asked, smiling. "As it happens, my associates and I are not undertakers. We took on the disguise in order to present an understandable motive if our plan to capture you had misfired. In that event, others would have believed exactly, and only, what you thought, that our purpose was to safeguard our business." Dennison frowned and watchfully waited. "Disguises come easily to us," Mr. Bennett said, still smiling. "Perhaps you have heard rumors about a new carburetor suppressed by the gasoline companies, or a new food source concealed by the great food suppliers, or a new synthetic hastily destroyed by the cotton-owning interests. That was us, and the inventions ended up here." "You're trying to impress me," Dennison said. "Certainly." "Why did you stop me from patenting my immortality serum?" "The world is not ready for it yet," said Mr. Bennett. "It isn't ready for a lot of things," Dennison said. "Why didn't you block the atom bomb?" "We tried, disguised as mercenary coal and oil interests, but we failed. However, we have succeeded with a surprising number of things." "But what's the purpose behind it all?" "Earth's welfare," Mr. Bennett said promptly. "Consider what would happen if the people were given your veritable immortality serum. The problems of birth rate, food production, living space, all would be aggravated. Tensions would mount. War would be imminent. So what? Dennison challenged. That's how things are right now, without immortality. Besides, there have been cries of doom about every new invention or discovery. Gunpowder, the printing press, nitroglycerin, the atom bomb. They were all supposed to destroy the race. But mankind has learned how to handle them. It had to. You can't turn back the clock, and you can't undiscover something. If it's there, mankind must deal with it. Yes, in a bumbling, bloody, inefficient fashion, said Mr. Bennet with an expression of distaste. Well, that's how man is. Not if he's properly led, Mr. Bennet said. No? Certainly not, said Mr. Bennet. You see, the immortality serum provides a solution to the problem of political power. Rule by a permanent and enlightened elite is by far the best form of government, infinitely better than the blundering inefficiencies of democratic rule. But throughout history, this elite, whether monarchy, oligarchy, dictatorship, or junta, has been unable to perpetuate itself. Leaders die, the followers squabble for power, and chaos is close behind. With immortality, this last flaw would be corrected. There would be no discontinuity of leadership, for the leaders would always be there. A permanent dictatorship, Dennison said. Yes, a permanent, benevolent rule by small, carefully chosen elite corps, based upon the sole and exclusive possession of immortality. It's historically inevitable. The only question is, who is going to get control first? And you think you are? Dennison demanded. Of course. Our organization is still small, but absolutely solid. It is bolstered by very new invention that comes into our hands, and by every scientist who joins our ranks. Our time will come, Dennison. We'd like to have you with us among the elite. You want me to join you? Dennison asked, bewildered. We do. Our organization needs creative scientific minds to help us in our work, to help us save mankind from itself. Count me out, Dennison said, his heart beating fast. You won't join us? I'd like to see you all hanged. Mr. Bennet nodded thoughtfully and pursed his small lips. You have taken your own serum, have you not? Dennison nodded. I suppose that means you'll kill me now. We don't kill, Mr. Bennet said. We merely wait. I think you are a reasonable man, and I think you'll come to see things our way. We'll be around for a long time. So will you. Take him away. Dennison was led to an elevator that dropped deep into the earth. He was marched down a long passageway lined with armed men. They went through 4 massive doors. At the 5th, Dennison was pushed inside alone, and the door was locked behind him. He was in a large, well-furnished apartment. There were perhaps 20 people in the room, and they came forward to meet him. One of them, a stocky, bearded man, was an old college acquaintance of Dennison's. Jim Ferris? That's right, Ferris said. Welcome to the Immortality Club, Dennison. I read you were killed in an air crash last year. I merely disappeared, Ferris said with a rueful smile, after inventing the immortality serum, just like the others. All of them? 15 of the men here invented the serum independently. The rest are successful inventors in other fields. Our oldest member is Dr. Lee, a serum discoverer who disappeared from San Francisco in 1911. You are our latest acquisition. Our clubhouse is probably the most carefully guarded place on Earth. Dennison said, 1911? Despair flooded him, and he sat down heavily in a chair. Then there's no possibility of rescue? None. There are only 4 choices available to us, Ferris said. Some have left us and joined the Undertakers. Others have suicided. A few have gone insane. The rest of us have formed the Immortality Club. What for? Dennison bewilderedly asked. To get out of this place, said Ferris. To escape and give our discoveries to the world. To stop those hopeful little dictators upstairs. They must know what you're planning. Of course, but they let us live because every so often one of us gives up and joins them, and they don't think we can ever break out. They're much too smug. It's the basic defect of all power elites, and their eventual undoing. You said this was the most closely guarded place on Earth. It is, Ferris said. And some of you have been trying to break out for 50 years? Why, it'll take forever to escape. Forever is exactly how long we have, said Ferris. But we hope it won't take quite that long. Every new man brings new ideas, plans. One of them is bound to work. Forever, Dennison said, his face buried in his hands. You can go back upstairs and join them, Ferris said, with a hard note to his voice. Or you can suicide, or just sit in a corner and go quietly mad. Take your pick. Dennison looked up. I must be honest with you, and with myself. I don't think we can escape. Furthermore, I don't think any of you really believe we can. Ferris shrugged his shoulders. Aside from that, Dennison said, I think it's a damned good idea. If you'll bring me up to date, I'll contribute whatever I can to the Forever Project, and let's hope their complacency lasts. It will, Ferris said. The escape did not take forever, of course. In 137 years, Dennison and his colleagues made their successful breakout and revealed the Undertaker's plot. The Undertakers were tried before the High Court on charges of kidnapping, conspiracy to overthrow the government, and illegal possession of immortality. They were found guilty on all counts and summarily executed. Dennison and his colleagues were also in illegal possession of immortality, which is the privilege only of our governmental elite. But the death penalty was waived in view of the Immortality Club's service to the state. This mercy was premature, however. After some months, the members of the Immortality Club went into hiding, with the avowed purpose of overthrowing the elite rule and disseminating immortality among the masses. Project Forever, as they had termed it, had received some support from dissidents who have not yet been apprehended. It cannot be considered a serious threat. But this deviationist action in no way detracts from the glory of the club's escape from the Undertakers. The ingenious way in which Dennison and his colleagues broke out of their seemingly impregnable prison, using only a steel belt buckle, a tungsten filament, 3 hen's eggs, and 12 chemicals that can be readily obtained from the human body. It is too well known to be repeated here. End of Forever by Robert Sheckley.
Home is Where You Left It by Adam Chase. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Home is Where You Left It by Adam Chase. Recording by Mark Nelson. Only the shells of deserted mud-brick houses greeted Steve Cantwell when he reached the village. He poked around in them for a while. The desert heat was searing, parching, and the Syrian sun gleamed balefully off the blaze of Steve's unicopter, which had brought him from Oasis City almost 500 miles away. He had remembered heat from his childhood here on Sirius' second planet with the Earth colony, but not heat like this. It was like a magnet drawing all the moisture out of his body. He walked among the buildings, surprise and perhaps sadness etched on his gaunt, weather-beaten face. Childhood memories flooded back. The single well from which all the families drew their water, the mud-brick house, hardly different from the others, and just 4 walls and a roof now, in which he lived with his aunt after his parents had been killed in a Kumaji raid, the community center where he'd spent his happiest time as a boy. He went to the well and hoisted up a pailful of water. The winch creaked as he remembered. He ladled out the water, suddenly very thirsty, and brought the ladle to his lips. He hurled the ladle away. The water was bitter, not brackish. Poisoned. He spat with fury, then kneeled and stuffed his mouth with sand, almost gagging. After a while, he spat out the sand too, and opened his canteen and rinsed his mouth. His lips and mouth were paralyzed by contact with the poison. He walked quickly across the well square to his aunt's house. Inside it was dim, but hardly cooler. Steve was sweating, the saline sweat making him blink. He scowled, not understanding. The table was set in his aunt's house. A coffee pot was on the stove, and last night's partially consumed dinner still on the table. The well had been poisoned, the town had been deserted on the spur of the moment, and Steve had returned to his boyhood home from Earth, too late for anything. He went outside into the square. A lizard was sunning itself and staring at him with lidless eyes. When he moved across the square, the lizard scurried away. "Earthman!" a quavering voice called. Steve ran toward the sound. In the scant shadow of the community center, a Kumaji was resting. He was a withered old man, all skin and bones, and sweat-stiffened tunic, with enormous red-rimmed eyes. His purple skin, which had been blasted by the merciless sun, was almost black. Steve held the canteen to his lips and watched his throat working almost spasmodically to get the water down. After a while, Steve withdrew the canteen and said, "What happened here?" "They're gone, all gone." "Yes, but what happened?" "The Kumaji." "You're Kumaji." "This is my town," the old man said. "I lived with the Earthmen. Now they're gone." "But you stayed here." "To die," the old man said, without self-pity. "I'm too old to flee, too old to fight, too old for anything but death. More water." Steve gave him another drink. "You still haven't told me what happened." Actually, though, Steve could guess. With the 22nd century Earth population hovering at the 11 billion mark, colonies were sought everywhere, even on a parched desert wasteland like this. The Kumaji tribesmen had never accepted the colony as a fact of their life on the desert, and in a way, Steve could not blame them. It meant one oasis less for their own nomadic sustenance. When Steve was a boy, Kumaji raids were frequent. At school on Earth and Luna, he'd read about the raids, how they'd increased in violence, how the Earth government, so far away and utterly unable to protect its distant colony, had suggested withdrawal from the Kumaji desert settlement, especially since a colony could exist there under only the most primitive conditions, almost like the purple-skinned Kumaji natives themselves. "When did it happen?" Steve demanded. "Last night." It was now mid-afternoon. "3 folks died," the Kumaji said in his almost perfect English, "from the poisoning of the well. The well was the last straw. The colonists had no choice. They had to go, and go fast, taking what little water they had left in the houses." "Will they try to walk all the way through to Oasis City?" Oasis City, built at the confluence of 2 underground rivers, which came to the surface there and flowed the rest of the way to the sea above ground, was almost 500 miles from the colony. 500 miles of trackless sands and 130-degree heat. "They have to," the old man said, "and they have to hurry. Men, women, and children. The Kumaji are after them." Steve felt irrational hatred then. He thought it would help if he could find some of the nomadic tribesmen and kill them. It might help the way he felt, he knew, but it certainly wouldn't help the fleeing colonists, trekking across a parched wilderness to the safety of Oasis City, or death. "Come on," Steve said, making up his mind. "The unicopter can hold 2 in a pinch." "You're going after them?"
I've got to. They're my people. I've been away too long." "Say, you're young Cantwell, aren't you? Now I remember." "Yes, I'm Steve Cantwell." "I'm not going any place, young fellow." "But you can't stay here, without any good water to drink, without—" "I'm staying," the old man said, still without self-pity, just matter-of-factly. "The Earth folks have no room for me, and I can't blame them. The Comadre'll kill me for a renegade, I figure. I've lived a good, long life. I've no regrets. Go after your people, young fellow. They need every extra strong right arm they can get. You've got any weapons?" "No," Steve said. "Too bad. Well, goodbye, and good luck." "But you can't—" "Oh, I'm staying. I want to stay. This is my home. It's the only home I'll ever have. Good luck, young fellow." Slowly, Steve walked to his unicopter. It was nothing more than a small metal disc on which to stand, and a shaft with 4 turbo blades. It could do 60 miles an hour at an elevation of 2,000 feet. Steve turned the little turbojet engine over, then on impulse ran back to the old man and gave him his canteen, turning away before it could be refused, and striding quickly back to the unicopter and getting himself airborne without looking at the deserted village or the old man again. The old man's voice called after him. "Tell the people, hurry! The Comadre looking for them to kill. Desert wind ought to wipe out their trail, but hurry!" The voice faded into the faint rushing sound of the hot desert wind. Steve gazed down on the bare, sun-blasted rock, on rippled dunes, on hate haze. He circled wider and wider, seeking his people. Hours later, he spotted the caravan in the immensity of sand and wasteland. He brought the unicopter down quickly, with a rush of air and a whine of turbojets. He alighted in the sand in front of the slow-moving column. It was like something out of Earth's Middle East and Middle Ages. They had even imported camels for their life here on the Syrian desert, deciding the Earth camel was a better beast of burden than anything the Sirius II wastelands had to offer. They walked beside the great humped beasts of burden, the animals piled high with the swaying baggage of their belongings. They moved through the sands with agonizing slowness. Already, after only one day's travel, Steve could see that some of the people were spent and exhausted and had to ride on camelback. They had gone perhaps 15 miles, with almost 500 to go across searing desert, the Comadre seeking them. "Hello!" Steve shouted, and a man armed with an auto rifle came striding clumsily through the sand toward him. "Cantwell's the name," Steve said. "I'm one of you." Bleak hostility in his face, the man approached. "Cantwell. Yeah, I remember you. Colony wasn't good enough for young Steve Cantwell. Oh, no. Had to go off to Earth to get himself educated. What are you doing here now on that fancy aircraft of yours? Coming to crow at our wake?" The bitterness surprised Steve. He recognized the man now as Tobias Whiting, who had been the colony's most successful man when Steve was a boy. Except for his bitterness and for the bleak self-pity and defeat in his eyes, the years had been good to Tobias Whiting. He was probably in his mid-40s now, 20 years Steve's senior, but he was well-muscled, his flesh was solid, his step bold and strong. He was a big, muscular man with a craggy, handsome face. In 10 years he had hardly changed at all, while Steve Cantwell, the boy, had become Steve Cantwell, the man. He had been the colony's official trader with the Comadres, and had grown rich, by colony standards, at his business. Now, Steve realized, all that was behind him, and he could only flee with the others, either back to the terribly crowded Earth, or in search of a new colony on some other outworld,
if they could get the transportation. Perhaps that explained his bitterness. "So, you've come back, eh? You sure picked a time, Cantwell." The refugees were still about a quarter of a mile off, coming up slowly. They hardly seemed to be moving at all. "Is my aunt all right?" Steve said. She was the only family he remembered. Tobias Whiting shook his head slowly. "I hate to be the one to tell you this. Brace yourself for a shock. Your aunt was one of those who died from the poison water last night." For a long moment Steve said nothing. The only emotion he felt was pity. Pity for the hard life his aunt had lived, and the hard death. Sadness would come later, if there was to be a time for sadness. The caravan reached them then. The first person Steve saw was a girl. She wore the shroud-like desert garment, and her face, it would be a pretty face under other circumstances, Steve realized, was etched with lines of fatigue. Steve did not recognize her. "Who is he, Dad?" the girl said. "Young Cantwell, remember?" So, this was Mary Whiting, Steve thought. Why, she'd been a moppet 10 years ago. How old? 10 years old, maybe. The years crowded him suddenly. She was a woman now. "Steve Cantwell?" Mary said. "Of course I remember. Hello, Steve. I'm sorry you had to come back at a time like this. I'm sorry about your aunt. If there's anything I can do—" Steve shook his head, then shook the hand she offered him. She was a slim, strong girl, with a firm handshake. Her concern for him at a time like this was a little short of amazing, especially since it was completely genuine. He appreciated it. Tobias Whiting said, "Shame of it is, Cantwell. Some of us could get along with the Kumaji. I had a pretty good business here, you know that." He looked with bitterness at the dusty file of refugees. "But I never got a credit out of it. Wherever we wind up, my girl and I will be poor again. We could have been rich." Steve asked, "What happened to all your profits?" "Tied up with a Kumaji moneylender. But thanks to what happened, I'll never see it again." Mary winced, as if her father's words and his self-pity were painful to her. Then others came up, and a few minutes were spent in back-pounding and handshaking, as some of the men who had been boys with Steve came up to recognize and be recognized. Their greeting was warm, as Tobias Whiting's had been cool. Despite the knowledge of what lay behind all of them, and what still lay ahead, it was a little like homecoming. But Steve liked Mary Whiting's warm, friendly smile best of all. It was comforting and reassuring. 3 days later, Tobias Whiting disappeared. The caravan had been making no more than 10 or 15 miles a day. Their water supply was almost gone, but on the 4th day they hoped to reach an oasis in the desert. 2 of the older folks had died of fatigue. A third was critically ill, and there was little that could be done for him. The food supply was running short, but they could always slaughter their camels for food and make their way to Oasis City, still 400 and some miles away, with nothing but the clothes on their backs. And then, during the 4th night, Tobias Whiting disappeared, taking Steve's unicopter. A sentry had heard the low, muffled whine of the turbojets during the night, and had seen the small craft take off, but had assumed Steve had taken it up for some reason. Each day Steve had done so, reconnoitering for signs of the Kumaji. "But why?" someone asked. "Why?" At first there was no answer. Then a woman whose husband had died the day before said, "It's no secret Whiting has plenty of money, with the Kumaji." None of them looked at Mary. She stood there defiantly, not saying anything, and Steve squeezed her hand. "Now, wait a minute," one of Whiting's friends said. "Wait nothing."
This was Jeremy Gort, who twice had been mayor of the colony. "I know how Whiting's mind works. He slaved all his life for that money. That's the way he'll see it. Cadwell, didn't you say the Kumaji were looking for us, to kill us?" "That's what I was told," Steve said. "All right," Gort went on relentlessly. "Then this is what I figure must have happened. Whiting got to brooding over his lost fortune, and finally decided he had to have it. So he went off at night in Cadwell's copter, determined to get it. Only catch is, folks, if I know the Kumaji, they won't just give it to him, not by a long sight." "No?" someone asked. "No, sir. They'll trade. For our location. And if Whiting went off like that without even saying goodbye to his girl here, my guess is he'll make the trade." His voice reflected some bitterness. Mary went to Gort and slapped his face. The elderly man did not even blink. "Well," he asked her gently, "did your pa tell you he was going?" "No," Mary said. There were tears in her eyes, but she did not cry. Gort turned to Steve. "Cadwell, can he get far in that copter?" Steve shook his head. 10 or 15 miles is all. Almost out of fuel, Mr. Gort. You saw how I took her up for only a quick mile swing each day. He won't get far." "He'll crash in the desert?" "Crash or crash land," Steve said. Mary sobbed and bit her lip and was silent. "We've got to stop him," Gort said, "and fast. If he gets to the Kumaji, they'll send down a raiding party and we'll be finished. We could never fight them off without the protection of our village. Near as I can figure, there's a Kumaji base 50 miles due north of here. Whiting knows it too, so that's where he'll be going, I figure. Can't spare more than a couple of men to look for him, though, in case the Kumaji find us, or are led to us, and attack." Steve said, "I should have taken something out of the copter every night so it couldn't start. I'll go." Mary came forward boldly. "I have to go. He's my father. If he crashed out there, he may be hurt. He may be dying." Gort looked at her. "And if he's trying to sell us out to the Kumajis?" Then I'll do whatever Steve asks me to. I promise." "That's good enough for me," Steve said. A few minutes later, armed with auto rifles and their share of the food and water that was left, Steve and Mary set out northward across the sand while the caravan continued east. Fear of what they might find mounted. The first night they camped in the lee of low sandhills. The second night they found a small spring with brackish but drinkable water. On the third day, having covered half the distance to the Kumaji settlement, they began to encounter Kumaji patrols, on foot or thlotback, the six-legged desert animals running so swiftly over the sands and so low to the ground that they almost seemed to be gliding. Steve and Mary hardly spoke. Talk was unnecessary, but slowly a bond grew between them. Steve liked this slim, silent girl, who had come out here with him risking her life, although she must have known deep in her heart that her father had almost certainly decided to turn traitor in order to regain his fortune. On the fourth day, they spotted the unicopter from a long way off and made their way toward it. It had come much further than Steve had expected. With sinking heart, he realized that Tobias Whiting, if he escaped the crash landing without injury, must surely have reached the Kumaji encampment by now. "It doesn't seem badly damaged," Mary said. The platform had buckled slightly, the copter was tilted over, one of the rotors twisted, its end buried in sand. Tobias Whiting wasn't there. "No," Steve said. "It's hardly damaged at all. Your father got out of it all right." "To go to them?" "I think so, Mary. I don't want to pass judgment until we're sure. I'm sorry." "Oh, Steve, Steve, what will we do? What can we do?" Find him, if it isn't too late. Come on. North? North. And if by some miracle we find him? Steve said nothing. The answer, capture or death, was obvious. But you couldn't tell that to a trader's daughter, could you? As it turned out, they did not find Tobias Whiting through their own efforts. Half an hour after setting out from the unicopter, they were spotted by a roving band of Kumajis, who came streaking toward them on their thlots. Mary raised her Addo rifle, but Steve struck the barrel aside. "They'd kill us," he said. "We can only surrender." They were hobbled and led painfully across the sand. They were taken away to a small Kumaji encampment and thrust within a circular tent. Tobias Whiting was in there. "Mary!" he cried. "My God! Mary!" "We came for you, Dad," she said coldly. "To stop you. To kill you if necessary." "Mary! Oh, Dad! Why did you do it? Why?" "We couldn't start all over again, could we? You have a right to live the sort of life I planned for you. You—" "Whiting," Steve said. "Did you tell them yet?" No, I haven't. I have information to trade, sure. But I want to make sure it's going to the right people. I want to get our— Dad, our money and all those deaths. It doesn't matter now. I had changed my mind, Mary, truly. But now that you're a prisoner, what if I don't talk? Don't you see? They'll torture you. They'll make you talk. And that way, we get nothing. I couldn't stand to see them hurt you. They can do what they think they have to do. I'll tell them nothing. You won't have to, Whiting said. I'll tell them when we reach the larger settlement. They're taking us there tomorrow, they told me. Then we've got to get out of here tonight, Steve said. The low sun cast the shadow of their guard against the thlotskin wall of their tent. He was a single man, armed with a long, pike-like weapon. When darkness came, if the guard were not increased— They were brought a nasty gruel for their supper, and ate in silence and distaste. Ate because they needed the strength. Mary said, "Dad, I don't want you to tell them anything. Dad, please. If you thought you were doing it for me—" "I've made up my mind," Tobias Whiting said. Mary turned to Steve in despair. "Steve," she said, "Steve, do whatever you have to do. I'll understand." Steve didn't answer her. Wasn't Whiting right now, he thought? If Steve silenced him, wouldn't the Kumaji torture them for the information? Steve could stand up to it, perhaps, but he couldn't stand to see them hurt Mary. He'd talk if they did that. Then, silencing Whiting wasn't the answer. But the Kumajis had one willing prisoner and two unwilling ones. They knew that. If the willing one yelled for help, but the yelling was kept to a minimum so only one guard, the man outside, came— Darkness in the Kumaji encampment. Far off, a lone tribesman singing a chant old as the desert. "Are you asleep?" Mary asked. "No," Steve said. "Dad is. Listen to the way he's breathing, like a baby, as if he wasn't going to betray all our people. Oh, I hate him! I hate him!" Steve crawled to where the older man was sleeping. Tobias Whiting's voice surprised him. "I'm not asleep. I was thinking. I'm going to kill you," Steve said very softly, and sprang at Whiting. He paused, though. It was a calculated pause, and Whiting cried out as Steve had hoped he would. Then his hands found the older man's throat and closed there, not to kill him, but to keep him from crying out again. Sand stirred, the tent flap lifted, and a bulky figure rushed inside. Steve got up, met him halfway, felt the jarring contact of their bodies. The pike came up dimly in the darkness,
the point scraping against Steve's ribs as the guard lunged awkwardly. Steve's fingers sought the thick-muscled neck clamped there, squeezing. The guard writhed. His feet drummed the sand. With one hand he stabbed out wildly with the unwieldy pike. There was a cry from Mary, and the guard managed a low, squawking noise. Outside, the rest of the camp seemed undisturbed. There was death in Steve's strong, tightening fingers. There had to be death there. Death for the Kumaji guard, or death for the fleeing Earthmen, who had lost one colony and must seek another. They fell together on the sand, the guard still struggling. Steve couldn't release his throat to grab the pike. The guard stabbed out awkwardly, blindly with it, kicking up sand. Then Tobias Whiting moaned, but Steve hardly heard him. When the guard's legs stopped drumming, Steve released him. The man was either dead or so close to death that he would be out for hours. Steve had never killed a man before, had never in violence and with intent to kill attacked a man. "Steve!" It was Mary, calling his name and crying. "It's Dad. Dad was hit. The pike. A wild stab. He's hit bad." Steve crawled over to them. It was very dark. He could barely make out Tobias Whiting's pain-contorted face. "My stomach," Whiting said, gasping for breath. "The pain." Steve probed with his hands, found the wound. Blood was rushing out. He couldn't stop it, and he knew it, and he thought Whiting knew it too. He touched Mary's hand and held it. Mary sobbed against him, crying softly. "You too," Whiting gasped. "You too, Mary, Mary girl. Is he what you want?" "Yes, Dad. Oh, yes." "You can get her out of here, Cantwell?" "I think so," Steve said. "Then go. Go while you can. I'll tell them due south. The Earthmen are heading due south. They'll go south. They won't find the caravan. You'll all get away. If it's what you want, Mary." She leaned away from Steve, kissing her father. She asked Steve, "Isn't there anything we can do for him?" Steve shook his head. "But he's got to live long enough to tell them, to deceive them." "I'll live long enough," Whiting said, and Steve knew then that he would. "Luck too, all of you, from a very foolish man." Steve took Mary's hand and pulled her out into the hot, dark, wind-blown night. He carried the dead Kumaji's pike, and they slipped it across the sand to where the thlots were hobbled for the night. He hardly remembered the rest of it. There was violence and death, but necessary death. He killed a man with the pike and unhobbled one of the thlots. The animal screamed, and 2 more Kumajis came sleepily through the night to see what was the matter. With the long edge of the pike's blade, he decapitated one of them. He slammed the shaft of the weapon across the other's face, probably breaking his jaw. The camp was in a turmoil. In the darkness, he flung Mary on the thlot's bare back in front of him, and they glided off across the sand. Pursuit was disorganized and unsuccessful. It was too dark for effective pursuit, as Steve had hoped it would be. They rode swiftly all night and continued riding with the dawn. They could have gone in any direction. The wind-driven sand would obliterate their trail. 2 days later, they reached the caravan. As they rode up, Mary said, "Steve, do you have to tell them?" "We can tell them this," Steve said. "Your father died a hero's death, sending the Kumajis off in the wrong direction." "And not what he planned to do first?" "No. We'll tell them that was his intention all the while. A man can make a mistake, can't he?" "I love you, Steve. I love you." Then they rode down on the caravan. Somehow, Steve knew they would all reach Oasis City in safety. With Mary, he would find a new world out in the vastness of space.
The end of Home is Where You Left It by Adam Chase.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Ted Chamberlain. It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. Know him? Well, you might say I practically grew up with him. He was my hero in those days. I thought few wiser or greater men ever lived. In my eyes, he was greater than Babe Ruth, Lindy, or the President. Of course, time and my growing up caused me to bring him into a perspective that I felt to be more consonant with his true position in his field of endeavor. When he died, his friends mourned for fond remembrance of things past, but privately, many of them felt that he had outlived his best days. Now, with this glorious vindication, I wonder how many of them are still alive to feel the twinge of conscience. Oh, we were delighted, of course, but it seems incredible even today to us elated oldsters. Although we were always his staunchest admirers, in retrospect, we can see now that no one believed more than we that he did it strictly for the dollar. It is likely there was always a small core of starry-eyed adolescents who found the whole improbable saga entirely believable, or at least half-believed if it might be partly true. The attitude of the rest of us ranged from a patronizing disparagement that we thought was expected of us, through grudging admiration, to out-and-out enthusiasm. Certainly, if anybody had taken the trouble to consider it, and why should they have, the landing of the first manned ship on our satellite seemed to render him as obsolete as the horde of other lesser and even greater lights. At any rate, it was inevitable that the conquest of the moon would be merely a stepping stone to more distant points. Oh no, I had nothing to do with the selection of the Red Planet. Coming in as head of Project P4 in its later stages, as I did when Dr. Fredericks died, the selection had already been made. Yes, it's quite likely I may have been plunging for Mars below the conscious level. A combination of chance, expediency, and popular demand made Mars the next target, rather than Venus, which was, in some ways, the more logical goal. I would have given anything to have gone, but the metaphorical stout heart that one reporter once credited me with is not the same as an old man's actual fatty heart. And there were heartbreak years ahead before the Goddard was finally ready. During this time, he slipped further into obscurity, while big, important things were happening all around us. You're right, that one really big creation of his is bigger than ever. It has passed into the language and meant employment for thousands of people. Too few of them have even heard of him. Of course, he was still known and welcomed by a small circle of acquaintances, but to the world at large, he was truly a forgotten man. It is worthy of note that one of the oldest of these acquaintances was present at blastoff time. He happened to be the grandfather of a certain competent young crewman. The old man was a proud figure during the brief ceremonies, and his eyes filled with tears as the mighty rocket climbed straight up on its fiery tail. He remained there gazing up at the sky long after it had vanished. He was heard to murmur, "I'm glad the kid could go, but it is just a lark to him. He never had a sense of wonder." How could he? Nobody reads any more. Afterward, his senile emotions betrayed him. He broke down completely and had to be led from the field. It is rumored he did not live long after that. The Goddard drove on until Mars filled the viz screen. It was planned to make at least a half a dozen braking passes around the planet for observational purposes before the actual business of bringing the ship in for a landfall began. As expected, the atmosphere proved to be thin. The speculated Dead Sea areas, oddly enough, turned out to be just that. To the surprise of some, it was soon evident that Mars possessed, or had possessed, a high civilization. The Canali of Schiaparelli were indeed broad waterways stretching from pole to pole, too regular to be anything but work of intelligence. But most wonderful of all were the scattered but fairly numerous large, walled cities that dotted the world. Everybody was excited, eager to land and start exercising their specialties. One of the largest of these cities was selected more or less at random. It was decided to set down just inside. yet far enough from the walls to avoid any possibility of damage from the landing jets in the event the city was inhabited. Even if deserted, the entire scientific personnel would have raised a howl that would have been heard back on Earth if just a section of wall was scorched. When planetfall was completed and observers had time to scan the surroundings, it was seen that the city was very much alive. "What keeps them up?" marveled Kopchainski, the Aeronautics and Rocketry Authority. The sky swarmed with ships of strange design. The walls were crowded with inhabitants, too far away for detailed observation. Even as they looked, an enormous gate opened and a procession of mounted figures emerged. In the event the place was deserted, the captain would have had the honor of being the first to touch Martian soil. While atmospheric and other checks were being run, he gave orders for the previously decided alternative. Captain, semanticist, and anthropologist would make the first contact. With all checks agreeing that it was safe to open locks, soon the three representatives of Earth were walking shoulder to shoulder down the ramp. It was apparent that the two scientists purposely missed stride inches from the end, so that it was the captain's foot that actually touched ground first. The cavalcade, though these beasties were certainly not horses, was now near enough to the ship for details to be seen. Surprise and wonderment filled the crew, for while the multi-legged steeds were as alien as anyone might expect to find on an alien world, the riders were very definitely humanoid. Briefly, brightly, and barbarically trapped as they were by earthly standards, they seemed to be little distinguishable from homegrown Homo saps. The approaching company appeared to be armed mainly with swords and lances, but also in evidence were some tubular affairs that could very well be some sort of projectile discharging device. The captain suddenly felt uncomfortably warm. It was a heavy responsibility. He hoped these Martians wouldn't be the type of madmen who believed in the shoot first, inquire later theory. Even as he stood there, outwardly calm but jittering internally, the Martian riders pulled up 10 feet from the Earthmen. Their leader, tall, dark-haired, and subtly lighter in hue than his companions, dismounted and approached the captain. With outstretched hand he took the captain's in a firm grip. Let it be recorded here, to the shame of an Earth where reading for pleasure is virtually a lost pastime, that not one man on the Goddard realized the significance of what followed. "How do you do?" he said in perfect English, with an unmistakable trace of Southern accent. "Welcome to Barsoom. My name is John Carter." End of It's a Small Solar System by Alan Howard. Recording by Ted Chamberlain, Puyallup, Washington. You'll find me on the web at voiceoverman.com, voisover-man.com.
The Second Voice by Man Rubin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hannah Harris. The Second Voice by Man Rubin. Crawford completed the rehearsal in less than an hour. He listened to the orchestra run through its selections, okayed the song the guest vocalist had chosen, then finished up with a long dialogue between Spud and himself. When it was over, he checked time with the program director, made a few script changes, and conferred briefly with the special service officer about the number of troops the auditorium could hold. Everything was running smoothly. It was going to be a neat, action-packed show. Backstage, he looked at his watch. He had almost 2 hours before the regular show began, and he was restless. 2 hours at Harlow Field could seem like 2 years. Guards and restrictions all over the place. Harlow Field was the largest experimental base in the world, a veritable Garden of Atoms, the proving ground for every secret weapon ever imagined. The security and the tight regulations gave Crawford the jitters on each of his visits. He smoked a cigarette and tried making small talk with some of the soldiers on backstage detail. He posed for a picture and gave an interview to a reporter from an army newspaper, then excused himself and went to his dressing room with Spud propped in the crook of his arm. He was used to it now, the applause, the audiences, the pictures, the autographs, the fuss. Everywhere the response was the same. They had either seen him in the movies or on television or in the nightclubs where he first broke in his act. Now they wanted to establish an identity with him, to touch the merchandise, to stand close so that they could write home about the visiting celebrity. Crawford was a realist. It was all part of being a name. It had taken him just 5 years to make the big time. 5 years of road shows, coast-to-coast tours, one-night stands, and a dummy named Stud to make him the hottest ventriloquist in the business. His act was tight, well-paced, and popular. He had a weekly radio show, a television program, and a 7-year contract with a major Hollywood studio. He was riding high. Still, he hadn't forgotten the soldiers. 2 months each year he took time off to travel the USO circuit. His agent tore his hair, reminding him of the financial losses, but the USO had given him his first break, so he had always answered their call. He liked enthusiastic audiences, and the cheering of laugh-hungry men made him happy. Entertainment was his business, and he enjoyed exhibiting his talent. The wider the audience, the better he liked it. His dressing room was located back of the auditorium. He closed the door behind him, put Spud on a chair, and began getting out of his rehearsal clothes. He lit a cigarette and looked at himself in the mirror. He was tired and needed a shave. In the last week the pace had been fast. The USO tour still had a few days to run, but he was looking forward to its end. A vacation, the luxury of relaxation, would all be his then. He opened a drawer of the dressing table and pulled out a bottle of scotch. There were 2 hours to be killed before the show. He drank a shot and thought about it. A shower, a shave, a good dinner, and a walk around the base would consume the time. After the show he would drive back to town and check in at a hotel for a good night's sleep. He was putting the bottle back in the drawer when a knock sounded at the door. He said, "Come in," thinking it was one of the cast, and didn't turn around. He heard the door open, glanced into the mirror, and glimpsed Colonel Meadows, the commanding officer of Harlow Field, and a man in civilian clothes he didn't recognize. He turned around, reached for a bathrobe. "Don't mind us, Robbie," said the colonel. "Just dropped by to say hello." He was a small, plump man, and his face was always red and perspiring. Crawford knew him slightly from the other times he had played Harlow Field, but this was the first time the colonel had ever paid him a backstage visit. "Got a fan here who wants to meet you," continued the colonel. "Shake hands with Dr. Paul Schalt, one of our best scientists. He and I just caught your rehearsal. Fine, very fine." The doctor's name struck a chord, and Crawford dug deep until it focused. Dr. Paul Schalt was a physicist working with the Army. He specialized in the development of radar, was the chief developer of the electronic detonator used in atomic bombs. "I enjoyed your performance very much," said Dr. Schalt. "Your voice is extraordinary." He had a smooth, angular face, black hair, and black, penetrating eyes. "Amazing range." "Thanks," said Crawford. "And the clearness of tone is phenomenal," said Dr. Schalt. "Has it always been like that?" Crawford nodded. "When I was a kid it embarrassed me, my voice," he said, smiling. "A trick voice, everybody called it. But it's a definite asset to a practitioner of the art of ventriloquism." "You should have seen Dr. Schalt while you were on stage," said Colonel Meadows, beaming at him. "He was running all over the auditorium testing your voice with one of his gadgets." Crawford grinned. "I didn't realize I moved my audience so." Dr. Schalt laughed. "What Colonel Meadows says is true. I'm very interested in your vocal range. While you rehearsed I tested the quality and sound of your tone." He stopped, looked around the room until he discovered Spud where Crawford had put him on the table. He walked over to the dummy and touched the wooden head with his hand. "Actually, it's a second voice. That sound and vibration you used for Stud. It's perfect. Perfect for what I need, that second voice." Dr. Schalt put the dummy back in the position he had found him in, reached into his pocket and brought out a small glass enclosed instrument, which he held in front of him. "Do you know what this is?" he asked, approaching the dressing table. "Never saw it before," Crawford said, examining the gadget. A small arrow flickered nervously within a glass cage. "It's called a voice oscillator," explained Dr. Schalt. "It's sensitive to the slightest tonal inflection. We use it to measure the pitch and volume of a human voice." "What's all this got to do with me?" Crawford asked. We want to use the voice of Spud for an experiment. A very important experiment. With your permission, we'd like to do it immediately." "I'm afraid that's impossible," said Crawford. "I have a show in about—" "Our equipment is all set up," interrupted the doctor. "The entire test will take 45 minutes. We'll have you back in no time." Crawford frowned. He was tired, and he looked forward to relaxing a while before the show. "Couldn't we make it some other time?" he said. The colonel spoke then. "Robbie, do you remember reading 4 years ago that our radar system was able to beam signals to the moon and have them returned?" "Sure," said Crawford. "It got a big play in all the newspapers." "Well, our scientists are now ready to conduct a similar experiment," said Colonel Meadows. "This time to Mars." "To Mars?" repeated Crawford, wondering what it had to do with him. "Only this time we plan to send a voice. A human voice that can travel through interstellar space," said Dr. Schalt. "But that's impossible!" Crawford exclaimed. "With the average voice, yes," said Dr. Schalt. "Cosmic disturbances would drown out a normal voice amplified 1,000 times beyond its regular frequency. But a voice in a higher octave, like your second voice, well, we believe there's a certain resonant intonation which can be curved and regulated in any direction. In the voice you use for your dummy." Crawford nodded. "Spud's voice contains that quality," continued Dr. Schalt. "I believe it can reach Mars and bounce back. I'm asking you to be the first man ever to throw his voice to another planet." There was quiet for a moment when he finished. Crawford's cigarette had gone out, and he relit it. The smoke steadied him. Outside in the auditorium the orchestra had begun to rehearse again. "Where's the station set up?" asked Crawford finally. "It's right here on the field, Robbie," Colonel Meadows said quickly. "We've had it under wraps for the last 8 months. It'll be a tremendous thing if it works." Crawford dragged on his cigarette a last time and stamped it out. He walked over to Spud, lifted the dummy into position at the crook of his arm. "What do you say, Crawford?" asked Dr. Schalt. There was a note of urgency in his voice. "I don't know," said Crawford slowly. "My crazy voice is my bread and butter. Can't you use somebody else? Somebody whose voice isn't his life?" "We've wasted weeks testing every man on this field," said Dr. Schalt solemnly. "The average voice becomes static as soon as it gets past Earth's atmosphere. But your voice can break through. I've studied every vibration, every quiver of it. It bends and flexes with each cosmic pressure. You must let us try." Crawford looked at Colonel Meadows. "Robbie, I promise you there's no danger involved," the colonel said. "There's been a great deal of time and effort put into this project, and we'd like to see it work. This week Mars and Earth are the closest they'll be for the next 3 years, so it must be done now. It's your duty to help in this important project." Crawford nodded. The matter of patriotism and duty had not occurred to him. "Of course, Colonel. I'll be glad to help." He looked down at the dummy. "What do you say, Spud? Want to be the first voice to reach Mars?"
"Sounds crazy,"
came the high, squeaking reply.
"but it ought to put us in the history books."
Spud's glass eyes shifted to the other 2 men in the room, and one lid winked.
"Calling Mars. This is Spud O'Malley, old Quiver Voice himself, coming in for a landing."
"Good! You'll do it," said Dr. Schalt excitedly. "And if we succeed, the publicity will be worldwide." "Sure," said Crawford. "An actor likes publicity. But are you sure my voice won't be strained?" "I'm sure," Dr. Schalt said. "You'll be talking into a microphone in the same tone you use for a broadcast. Nothing more." "How long will it take?" asked Crawford. Dr. Schalt checked his watch. 15 minutes for the voice to reach Mars, and 15 minutes for it to return. He took out a black notebook from his jacket pocket and began to outline the plan, while Colonel Meadows put together a call to the laboratory. Spud's voice was to be relayed directly to a giant amplifying unit, which would project it into space. Those regulating the voice in the control room would hear nothing but vibrations because of the high frequency it would immediately attain while passing through. Only on its return from Mars would Spud's voice become audible on Earth. It sounded fantastic, but Dr. Schalt spoke of it as if it were a certainty, and Crawford knew he was recognized as a great scientist. A few minutes later, Colonel Meadows hung up the phone. He said excitedly, Everything's set, all the equipment is ready, and there's a command car waiting outside. Crawford caught a quick glimpse of himself in the mirror. No shower, no shave, no quiet dinner, no walk. All that would have to come later. He'd been hooked. "I'm ready any time you are," he said. He folded Spud in his arms and followed the two men to the door. They did not speak much in the car. The laboratory was on the northern rim of the field, a 10-minute drive from the auditorium. Approaching the building, Crawford noticed the high radar towers and the steel fences surrounding its frame. They rode past 3 different guard posts and numerous military policemen before the car halted at the main entrance. Immediately they were rushed into a small broadcasting studio, which was soundproofed and closed off by a heavy metal door. This was Dr. Schultz's home grounds, and he took charge. A microphone had been set up, and Dr. Schultz had Crawford test Spud's voice while a technician in the control room measured it acoustically. After an exact tone had been determined for the amplification unit, Dr. Schultz briefed him on some details, patted him on the back, and disappeared in the control booth, followed by Colonel Meadows. Crawford lit another cigarette and smoked nervously while he waited the go-ahead signal. There was a dry tightness in his throat, and he concentrated on relaxing his tension. High on the studio wall, a large clock hacked away at the seconds, and behind the glass facade of the control booth he could see Dr. Schultz and his assistant manipulating dials on an intricate panel. It was almost 3 minutes before he heard another sound beside the creak of his own impatient footsteps. When Dr. Schultz's voice came on the feedback, the speaker system connected the studio with the booth. "Crawford, talk into the mic when we flash you the sign. Keep talking for a minute, and remember, it's just another broadcast. Good luck." Crawford nodded, deposited the cigarette in an ashtray. He moved into position and slid his fingers along the inner wires of Spud's back until they fitted into place. Spud's head came alive. Dr. Schultz brought his right hand down in a long, sweeping motion. A bright red bulb above the control booth winked into life. Robbie Crayford went into his act. Inside the booth, Dr. Schultz, Colonel Meadows, and the technician watched Crawford performing in pantomime and listened to the strange vibrations emanating from the speaker. They could distinguish no understandable sound, for the amplifier had lifted the voice beyond human hearing as it released it to the stratosphere. They sat quietly, content to wait for the voice to return from its long, lonely journey. Crawford spoke until he saw Dr. Schultz signal for conclusion. A moment later the red bulb blinked out and the broadcast was ended. Crawford felt cold and his hands were perspiring freely. He saw the beaming face of Colonel Meadows motioning him to come inside the booth. He wiped his face and coughed to relieve the tension in his throat. The colonel was the first to greet him as he entered the booth, and his handshake was enthusiastic and firm. Dr. Schultz remained bent over one of the instrument boards, rotating a dial, but looked up and nodded excitedly. "It'll be another 10 minutes," he said. "Sit down. I've sent out for some supper." "How did it go?" Crawford asked. Good. By now, it's halfway to its destination." An orderly came in with a tray of sandwiches and coffee, and for the next few minutes they ate and Dr. Schultz described the intricacies of the operation. The technician stayed glued to the receiver, earphones resting lightly across his head. After 10 minutes, Dr. Schultz stood up and looked at his watch. "It's time," he said. "Turn up the resonator." He moved closer to the receiving set as the others gathered around him. The low hum of the monitor signal became louder as the technician switched on a new lever. The static emerged from the speaker thickened, obliterating all other noises. Another 2 minutes went by. Crawford watched it all, aware of the tension and anxiety on each face, feeling the throbbing excitement himself. So they stood, tensely expectant, awaiting the return of his voice. Suddenly the technician whispered, "I've got it! It's coming! I hear it returning!" He swung around, offering his earphones to Dr. Schultz, who grabbed for them hurriedly. The scientist raised the cups of his ear and waited. The room fell into deeper silence. Yes, it's the voice! Turn up the resonator to full volume. We've got it! The voice is completing the circuit, Dr. Schultz said tensely. The technician turned another dial as far as it would go. The sound of the static rose to a roar. Then abruptly the static broke, died out, and a strange, new sound came in. It was Spud! Spud's voice creeping it back from a trip to Mars, 35 million miles away.
Hello, this is the voice of Spud O'Malley, speaking to you from Harlow Field in the United States of America. My voice is being sent to you by a newly invented amplification unit developed by Dr. Paul Schalt at this experimental base. This is the first time such an operation has ever been tried. We extend our heartiest greetings, our deepest felicitations.
It went on, the high, squeaking voice, friendly, humorous, alive, sending back to them the words that Crawford had spoken into the microphone a few minutes before. Crawford studied the faces of the other men. They had worked and planned a long time for this single moment, the realization of a long-pursued dream. Colonel Meadows was rubbing his hands together gleefully. The voice was reaching its climax. Success was assured. History had been made. There was a little silence as Spud finished speaking. The technician reached across leisurely to shut off the resonator. Suddenly, the voice started again. The technician's hand froze in midair. The same high, squeaking tone, the same inflections, the same pitch, but this time it was commanding, authoritative.
This is Mars. We have received your voice. We know of you, know your language. We want you to know that we do not like intruders. We want no contact with you. Seek us out no more. The voice was received clearly. It fits our frequency well. We will keep it so that no more communication from you is possible. Let this be a warning. Stay away. We do not want you.
The voice stopped, and there was silence again. Then Colonel Meadows chuckled. Very clever, Crawford. You really startled me for a moment. Yes, said Dr. Schultz, smiling. So you made a little joke at the end. Very clever. Crawford's back was to them as he stared at the loudspeaker. His face was contorted in a surprising grimace, and the flesh was suddenly white and lifeless. He turned to them, his body rigid and his mouth trembling as he whispered, That voice! That last voice! It wasn't mine! That wasn't me speaking! Dr. Schultz laughed. Superb actor! A great performance, Mr. Crawford. We are most grateful to you. Robbie's a born comedian, added Colonel Meadows, his eyes sparkling with the humor of the situation. Never misses a chance to clown. Don't you understand? It wasn't my voice, screamed Crawford. He looked from one man to another, his eyes pleading for belief. The second part was not mine. They stared at him, their smiles fading. Colonel Meadows said, What do you mean, Robbie? Didn't you hear when I spoke? I never said those last things. Didn't you hear what I said? The technician answered him, We didn't hear a thing, Mr. Crawford. The amplification was too high. It was nothing but mumbling when it passed through this room. He looked at Dr. Schultz for confirmation. I explained that to you myself, said the doctor. You could have recited the Gettysburg Address, and we'd never have known until it returned. Crawford stared down at the limp form of Spud hanging across his arm. He ran a hand across his eyes, dropped the dummy onto the desk. Turning back to Dr. Schultz, he began to speak in a taut, controlled voice. Dr. Schultz, I swear to you that was not my voice at the end. I finished with a goodbye. The voice that spoke after that moment of silence was somebody else's voice. It's up to you to find out whose. Don't be absurd, said Dr. Schultz irritably. That was your voice, your pitch, the voice of your dummy, Spud. He wasn't going to be taken in by any warped sense of humor. Robbie Crawford was the best ventriloquist in America. He was also noted for his practical jokes. An experiment of this magnitude shouldn't be treated so lightly, he added acidly. You've got to believe me, screamed Crawford. His voice was choked and his pale face was glistening with perspiration. It was someone else, imitating my ventriloquist voice. I swear it was not me. Colonel Meadows sat down abruptly. The technician ran from the booth and returned a moment later with a glass of water. Colonel Meadows motioned for him to give it to Crawford. The ventriloquist gulped down the water, then went over and sat down beside the colonel. "Look," he said quietly, "I'm not joking, and I'm not out of my head. It was a shock to hear a voice so like my own, to hear it threatening us, to know that it's traveling from another world. It's like hearing an echo that shouldn't be." The colonel exchanged a puzzled look with Dr. Schalt. After a moment the doctor reached down and picked the dummy up and brought it to Crawford. "Crawford, listen to me." His voice was gentle, sympathetic. "Perhaps you've been working too hard. These USO trips, the rehearsal, the excitement of the last hour, maybe you forgot what you said, or said more than you recall." "I remember everything I said," Crawford said quietly. "I stopped when you gave me the signal. That voice came after I stopped. Can't you check?" A phone in the back of the control booth rang sharply, and Colonel Meadows answered it. He spoke for a few moments, then hung up. "That was the stage manager calling from the main auditorium. You've got 10 minutes before the show. How do you feel?" Crawford blinked in surprise. He had almost forgotten the program. He tried to rise, found his legs trembling. "He's in no condition to put on a show," said Dr. Schalt. "Better postpone it." No, I'm okay," protested Crawford, walking around the small floor, exercising his hands. "It's my show. They're waiting for me. Let's get going." In the car, during the ride to the auditorium, he did not speak. He sat with Spud resting snugly against his chest, drumming his fingers on an armrest while Colonel Meadows and Dr. Schalt talked, tried to convince him of the invalidity of his reasoning. There was a simple explanation for the voice. Either he had forgotten part of his speech, or maybe some amateur radio ham had somehow managed to pick up their signal and was playing a joke. He was too intelligent a man to be frightened by such coincidence. They spoke to him reassuringly all during the ride. At the stage door he thanked them, then went inside the auditorium to give his performance. The ovation that greeted him was tremendous. The orchestra played his theme, and an army announcer introduced him as the #1 ventriloquist in the world. He walked out slowly from the wing, waving and grinning at the audience with Spud sitting erect on his arm. The soldiers roared and whistled as Spud's head spun, drooped, and tilted in the opening routine that he was famous for. Crawford stopped in the middle of the stage, rested his foot on a chair that had been provided, sat Spud on his knee. The applause dwindled gradually, and the other members of the cast moved into their positions. The army announcer walked forward to engage Crawford in conversation, to feed him questions that would be answered in Spud's high, squeaky voice. "Hi, Robbie, Spud," said the announcer. "What took you so long getting here?" It was Spud's answer. All eyes focused on the dummy's face as it bent forward and its mouth opened slowly. A wooden hand moved up and scratched a wooden head, but only a gurgle came out of the open mouth. The announcer looked at Crawford, motioned him to speak up. "Speak up, Spud. Can't hear a word you're saying. No time to be bashful." Again the dummy's mouth opened, the head bobbed, and the eyes blinked. The gurgle became a half-strangled gasp. It whined unsteadily a few moments, then broke off completely. The cast in the wings began to stir nervously. Crawford was obviously straining. A vein throbbed in the center of his forehead, and his lips were tight over his teeth. "Stage fright," he said in an aside to the audience. Turning his head aside, he coughed and cleared his throat and pretended to whisper with Spud. "Speak up, pal. This is what we rehearsed for." The mouth of the dummy flapped up and down without cadence. The soldiers snickered, squirmed restlessly. A sound started, a low, plaintive wail that broke into a dirge and finally into a wild shriek from Crayford's lips. He screamed and kicked over the chair his foot was balanced on. The dummy toppled to the floor. I can't! My voice is gone!" He was screaming and clutching at his throat, trying to loosen his collar. The curtains closed behind him as soldiers leaped to their feet all over the auditorium. He screamed, "I've lost my second voice! They took it from me! The Martians stole my voice!" The announcer grabbed his arms then and tried to lead him from the stage. Crawford shoved him away. "They took it," cried Crawford. "No matter what they tell you, the Martians took Spud's voice. It fitted their frequency. They'll use it to reach Earth. I can't get it back." Colonel Meadows and several MPs who were stationed in the wings came out and dragged him from the platform. The GI audience remained silent a moment longer, then broke into loud, nervous rumbling. Seconds later, Colonel Meadows returned to the microphone and held up his hand until the confusion died down. He explained briefly about Dr. Schultz's experiment and how Crawford had been asked to participate. He told how a human voice had been sent to Mars for the first time, and how Crawford had suffered a temporary shock on hearing his voice return from this journey. He assured the audience that Crawford would receive the best medical care, and would probably be back performing at the field in a few short weeks. He asked the soldiers to remain in their seats and let the show continue out of respect for a great performer. The orchestra began the refrain of a popular song, and the guest vocalist appeared wearing a white strapless evening gown. She blew warm, friendly kisses to the soldiers. The response she received was a healthy one. And the show went on. The end of The Second Voice by Man Rubin. Recorded by Hannah Harris. July 2010.
Success Story by Robert Turner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Success Story by Robert Turner. What is to be will be. Our only refuge lies in that which might not have been. December 8th, 1952, 2:30 a.m. After a while, the blinding light was like actual physical pressure against his tightly squenched eyes. He tried to burrow deeper into the protectively warm, cave-like place where he'd been safe from them for so long. But he couldn't escape them. Their hands, their big, red, hideously smooth hands had him now. They were tugging and pulling at him with a strength impossible to fight. Still, he struggled. He tried to cry out, but there was no sound from his constricted throat. There were only the frightening noises from outside, louder now. He tried to twist and squirm against the hands dragging him toward that harsh, blinding light. He was too small, too weak compared to them. He couldn't fight them off. He felt himself being stretched and strained and forced with cruel determination. He didn't want to go out there. He knew what was waiting for him out there. He couldn't go. Not out there, where... When Jeff McKinney was 3 years old, he tipped a pot of scalding water from the stove onto himself. He was badly burned and scarred. He hovered between life and death for several weeks. Jeff's father was out of work at the time, and they were living in a cold water tenement. Something about the case caught a tabloid's attention, and it was played up as a human interest sob story. It came to the attention of a wealthy man who volunteered to pay for plastic surgery. Then followed long months of that kind of torture, but Jeff McKinney came out of it not too badly scarred, not on the surface anyhow, but his face had a strange hue. There was a frozen, mask-like cast to his features when he smiled. He was 8 when he saw his father killed. He was in the taxi the older McKinney now drove for a living when the father stepped out of the driver's side into a busy street without looking back first. The speeding truck took the car door and Jeff's father with it for half a block, wedged between front wheel and fender. Jeff never forgot the sound of that and the screaming, nor his shock when he suddenly realized that the screams were his own. Jeff was a strange boy. He didn't have an average childhood. The poverty was more extreme after his father's death. He stayed home alone while his mother was out working at whatever job she could get, reading too much and thinking too much. Once he looked at her with haunted eyes and said, "Mother, why is life so bad? Why are people even born into a world like this?" What could she say to a question like that? She said, "Please, Jefferson, don't talk that way. Life isn't all bad. You'll see. Someday, in spite of everything, you'll be somebody, and you'll be happy. The good times will come." They did, of course. A few of them. There was the day he went upstate on an outing for underprivileged boys, and went fishing for the first time. He caught a whopping trout and won a prize for it. That was nice. That was fun. That was when he was 13. That was the year the gang of kids caught him on the way home from school and beat him unconscious because he never laughed, because they couldn't make him laugh, the year before his mother died. At the orphanage, he didn't mingle much with the other boys. He spent most of his after-classes hours alone in the school's chemistry lab. He liked to tinker with chemicals. They were cold, emotionless, immune to joy and sadness, yet they had purpose. He played the cello, too, with haunting beauty, but not in the school band, only when he wanted to, when nobody was around and he could really feel the music. Once, on the way home from his cello lesson in the music building, he saw some boys playing football on the orphanage athletic field. He was suddenly seized with a fierce determination to belong, to grab at some of the shouting, laughing happiness these boys seemed to have. He told them he wanted to join in and play, too. He didn't understand why they laughed so at this idea. They stopped laughing, though, after the first time he ran with the ball, and they all piled up on him, and he didn't get up. He lay there looking so ghostly and breathing so harshly, and with a trickle of blood coming out of his ears. But Jeff didn't know they had stopped laughing. He recovered from that skull fracture all right, worse though than any of the unhappiness he suffered during his life, worse even than the shocks of his father's and mother's deaths, was the thing that happened to him when he was 20 and working at the laboratories of a big drug company. He met and fell hopelessly in love with a girl named Nina, a girl a few years older than he was. They married, and for the first few weeks Jeff McKinney had happiness he'd never known before, until he came home from work sick one afternoon and saw Nina with the man from the apartment over them. She didn't whine and beg for forgiveness. Nina didn't. She stood boldly while the other man laughed, and she screamed invective upon Jefferson McKinney, telling him what she really thought of him, a gloomy, puny weakling who couldn't even make a decent living, telling him that she was through with him. A blank spot came into Jeff's life right then. When it was over, Nina and the other man were on the floor, and there was blood on the kitchen carving knife in Jeff's hand. They didn't find him for a while. He changed his name and appearance and hid in the soiled seams and ragged fringes of society. He learned the anesthetic powers of drugs and alcohol. He gave up trying to get anything out of this life. Then they finally picked him up, fished him from the river into which he'd jumped. There were days of torture after that, without the alcohol and drugs his wrecked system craved. Right there was the final hell that could have broken him completely. But it didn't. It was like the terrible crisis after a long illness. Things began to get better, to go to the other extreme after that. A state psychiatrist brought Jeff's case to the attention of a noted criminal lawyer. Neither Nina nor her lover had died from their knife wounds. On the plea of the unwritten law, Jeff McKinney got off with a suspended sentence. The lawyer and psychiatrist learned of his interest and knowledge and talent for chemistry and got him another job in the experimental laboratory of a big university. Later, he married a girl named Elaine, who worked at the lab with him. They had 2 children and lived in a small, comfortable cottage just off the university campus. For several years, they had all they wanted of life: comfort, health, happiness. Jeff thought that life could never be more wonderful. All of his former, bitter, cynical views fell away from him. Hadn't he, with all odds against him, finally won out and acquired peace and contentment and a purpose in life? What was wrong with a world in which that could happen? Then there was the topper. Jefferson McKinney discovered a new drug which would cure and eventually eliminate a disease that was one of the world's worst killers, the drug for which thousands of scientists had been seeking for years. He was feted and honored, became a national hero. The story of his life and his discovery temporarily pushed even the doleful forecasts of an early Third War, the Big War, off the front pages, and Jeff was humbly proud and grateful that he had paid now the debt he owed to a society that could make a final victory like his possible. In a zenith of almost holy happiness, he stood one evening on a lecture platform in a huge auditorium in a great city, before thousands of worshiping people, to make a thank you speech after being awarded a world prize for his great scientific discovery. But in the middle of his talk he broke off suddenly. A flash of blinding brilliance slashed through the windows. Horror painted his face. In a whisper he cried, "No, no, it would make it all so senseless." His eyes looked like the eyes of a man with flaming splinters jammed under his fingernails. His face seemed to pucker and grow infantile. Then he screamed, "No, leave me alone. I told you I didn't want to come out here to be one of you. Damn you, why did you bring me out here? For this?" There were the shards of glass from the great auditorium windows floating inward, turning lazily. There were the brick walls crumbling, tumbling inward, scattering through the air in the same seeming slow motion. The dust cloud and the sound, the flat blast sound, came after that, as the entire building, perhaps the world, disintegrated in the eye-searing light. December 8th, 1952, 2:30 a.m. The flat of a rubber-gloved hand striking flesh made a splatting noise. A thin, breathless, but concentrated crying followed. The doctor looked down at his charity clinic patient, the woman under the bright delivery room lights. "Look at him, fighting like a little demon," the doctor said. "Seemed almost as though he didn't want to come out and join us. What's the matter, son? This is a bright, new, wonderful world to be born into. What are you going to call the boy, Mrs. McKinney?" The woman under the lights forced a tired smile. Jefferson McKinney. That's going to be his name," she whispered proudly. The baby's terrified squalling subsided into fretful, whimpering resignation. End of Success Story by Robert Turner. Tape Jockey by Tom Leahy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Tape Jockey by Tom Leahy. Pettigill was, you might say, in tune with the world. It wouldn't even have been an exaggeration to say the world was in tune with Pettigill. Then somebody struck a sour note. The little man said, "Why, Mr. Bartle, come in. This is indeed a pleasure." His pinched face was lighted with an enthusiastic smile. "You know my name, so I suppose you know the bulletin sent me for a personality interview," the tall man who stood in the doorway said in a monotone, as if it were a statement he had made 1,000 times, which he had. "Oh, certainly, Mr. Bartell. I was informed by Section Secretary Andrews this morning. I must say I am greatly honored by this visit, too. Oh, heavens, here I am letting you stand in the doorway. Excuse my discourtesy, sir. Come in, come in," the little man said, and bustled the bored Bartle into a great room. The walls of the room were lined by gray metal boxes that had spools of reproduction tape mounted on their vertical fronts. Tape recorders, hundreds of them. "I have a rather lonely occupation, Mr. Bartle, and sometimes the common courtesies slip my mind. It is a rather grievous fault, and I beg you to overlook it. It would be rather distressing to me if Section Secretary Andrews were to hear of it. He has a rather intolerant attitude toward such faux pas. Do you understand what I mean? Not that I'm dissatisfied with my superior. Perish the thought. It's just that—" "Don't worry. I won't breathe a word," the tall man interrupted without looking at the babbling fellow shuffling along at his side. "Mr. Pettigill, I don't want to keep you from your work for too long, so I'll just get a few notes and make up the bulk of the story back at the paper. Bartle searched the room with his eyes. Don't you have a chair in this place? Oh, my gracious, yes. There goes that old discourtesy again, eh? The little man, Pettigal, said with a dry laugh. He scurried around the room like a confused squirrel until he spotted a chair behind his desk. My chair for you, Mr. Bartle. Again the dry laugh. Thanks, Mr. Pettigal. Arthur, call me Arthur. Formality really isn't necessary among mid-echelon, do you think? Section Secretary Andrews has often requested I call him Morton, but I just can't seem to bring myself to such informality. After all, he is subprime echelon. It makes one uncomfortable, shall we say, to step out of one's class. He stopped talking, and the corners of his mouth dropped quickly, as if he had just been given 1 minute to live. You are only mid-echelon, aren't you? I mean, if you are subprime, I shouldn't be. Relax, Mr. Pettigal. Arthur, I am mid-echelon, and I'm only that because my father was a man of far more industry than I. I inherited my classification. So, well now, interesting, very. He must have been a great man, Mr. Bartle. So I am told, Arthur, but let's get on with it, Bartle said, taking some scrap paper and a pencil stub from his tunic pocket. Now tell me about yourself and the Mellowpsych Center. Well, the little man began with a sigh and blinked his eyes peculiarly, as though he were mentally shuffling events and facts like a deck of cards. Well, my life would be of little interest, but the center is of the utmost importance. That's it. I am no more than a physical extremity that functions in accord with the vital life that courses through the great physique of the center. No more. I ask no more than to serve the center and in turn my fellow citizens, whether they be prime, subprime, mid, or even sub-lower. He stopped speaking, affecting a martyr-like pose. Bartle covered a smile with his hand. Well, Bartle, as you know, the center, the Mellowpsych Center, a thoroughly inadequate name for the installation, I might say, is the point of broadcast for these many taped musical selections contrived by Mass Psych as a therapeutic treatment for the various echelon levels. It is the great psychiatrist, the Father Confessor. For where can one bare one's soul, or soothe one's nerves and disposition frayed by a day's endeavor better than in the tender yet firm embrace of music? Bartle was straining to follow the train of thought that was lost in the camouflage of Pettigal's flowery phraseology. You see all about you these many recorders, Mr. Bartle? Bartle nodded. On this machine, sir, are spools of tape. Music tapes, all music. My heavens, every kind. Classical music, jazz, western, all kinds of music. Some tapes are no more than a single melodious note, sustained for whatever length of time necessary to relax and please the echelon level home it is being beamed to. Oh, I tell you, Mr. Bartle, when the last tape has expended itself for the day, as our service code suggests, I leave this great edifice with a feeling of profound pride in the fact that I have so served my fellow man. You share that feeling, too, don't you, Mr. Bartle? Bartle shrugged. Pettigal paused and looked at the watch he carried on a long chain attached to a clasp on his tunic. A Benz chronometer, given to me by Section Secretary Andrews on the completion of my 25 years of service. It's radio-synchronized with the master timepiece in Greenland. It gives me a feeling of close communion with my superiors, if you understand what I mean. Bartle did not. He said, Am I keeping you from your work? If I am, I believe I can fill in on most of this back at the paper. We have files on the center's operation. The little man hurriedly put out a hand to restrain Bartle, who was easing out of the chair. Not yet, Mr. Bartle, he said, suddenly much more sober. Then his incongruous pomposity appeared again. My gracious, no, you aren't keeping me from my work. I just must start the mid-lower echelon tape. It won't take a moment. Tonight they receive Concerto for Ass's Jawbone. Sounds rather ridiculous, doesn't it? Be that as it may, there is a certain stimulation in its rhythmic cacophony. Aboriginality, yes, I would say it arouses a primitive exaltation. He flicked a switch above the recorder, turned a knob, and pressed the starter button on the machine. The tape began winding slowly from one spool to another. Is it casting? Bartle asked. I don't hear a thing. Pettigill laughed. My stars, no! You can't hear it. See? He pointed at a needle doing a staccato dance on the meter face of the machine. That tells me everything is operating properly. Mass Psych advises us never to listen to casts. The selections were designed by them for specific social and intellectual levels. It could cause us to experience a rather severe emotional disturbance. A peculiar look came over Bartle's face. Is there ever a time when all the machines run at once? That is, when every echelon home is tuned to the melopsych tapecasts? Pettigill registered surprise. Why, certainly, Mr. Bartle. Don't you know Amendment 34206B specifically states that all echelon homes must receive music therapy at 2300 hours every night? Of course, different tapes to different homes. That's what I mean. Haven't you been abiding by the directive, Mr. Bartle? I told you I owed my classification to my father's industry. I am definitely lax in my duties. Pettigill laughed, almost wickedly, Bartle thought. What I'm getting at is, Bartle continued, what are the wrong casts were channeled into the various homes? I remind you, sir, I am in charge of the center and have been for 30 years. Not even the slightest mistake of that nature has ever occurred during that time. That I can believe, Pettigill, Bartle said, his voice edged with sarcasm. But hypothetically, if it were to happen, what would the reaction be? The little man fidgeted with his watch chain. Then he leaned close to Bartle and said in a barely audible whisper, This isn't for publication in your article, is it? You don't think the government would allow that, do you? No, this is to satisfy my own curiosity. Well, since we're both mid-echelon, brothers, so to speak, I suppose we can share a secret. It will be disastrous. I firmly believe it will be disastrous, Mr. Bartle. He moved closer to the tall man. I recall a secret administrative directive we received here 20 years ago concerning just that. In essence, it stated that, though music therapy has its great advantages, if the pattern of performance were broken or altered, a definite erratic emotional reaction would develop on the part of the citizens. That was 20 years ago, and I shudder to think what might be the response now, especially if the cast were completely foreign to the recipient. He gave a little shudder to emphasize the horror of the occurrence. It would make psychotics of the entire citizenry. That's what would happen, a nation of psychotics. The fellow who didn't hear the miscast would be top dog, eh, Pettigill? He would call his shots. Pettigill twirled the watch chain faster between a forefinger and thumb. No, he'd gain nothing, he said, staring as though hypnotized by the whirling gold chain. It would take more than one sane person to control the derelict population. Perhaps two, he mumbled. Yes, I think perhaps two could. You and who else, Pettigill? Pettigill stepped back and drew himself erect. What? You actually entertain the idea? He laughed dryly. Oh, you're pulling my leg, eh, Mr. Bartle? I suppose I am. Well, such a remark gives one a jolt, if you know what I mean. Even though we are speaking of a hypothetical occurrence, we must be cautious about such talk, Mr. Bartle. Although our government is a benevolent organization, it is ill-disposed towards such ideas. He cleared his throat. Now, is there anything else I can tell you about the center? Bartle arose from the chair, stuffing the scrap paper and unused pencil back in his pocket. "Thanks, no," he said. "I think this'll cover it. Oh yes, the article will appear in this Sunday's edition. Thanks, Pettigill, for giving me your time." "Oh, I wish to thank you, Mr. Bartle. Being featured in a bulletin article is the ultimate to a man such as I, a man whose only wishes are to serve his country and his brothers." "I'm sure you're doing both with great efficiency," Bartle said as he apathetically shook Pettigill's hand and started toward the door. "A moment, Mr. Bartle," the little man called. Bartle stopped and turned. "I perceive, Mr. Bartle, you are a man of exceptional ability," Pettigill said and cleared his throat. It seems a shame to waste such talent. It should be directed toward some definite goal. Do you understand what I mean? After all, we're all brothers, you know. It would be for my benefit as well as yours." Sure, brother," Bartle snorted and left. He started for the paper office, but decided to let the story go until morning. What the hell, he had a stock format for all such articles. The people were the same, selfless, heroic type, citizens working for the mutual good of all. Only the names were different. And yet this Pettigill had disturbed him. Perhaps it was something he had said that Bartle could not remember. He walked into his warm flat and extracted the pre-cooked meal from the electro-oven. He ate with little relish, abstractly thinking of the foolish little cog in the governmental machine he had talked with that afternoon. Or was Pettigill that foolish little cog? Bartle could not help but feel there was something deep inside him that did not show in that wizened and seemingly open little face. He thought about it the rest of the evening. He looked at the clock on the night table. 2300 hours. Pettigill's lullaby hour, he thought. Bartle chuckled and switched off the bed light. He was asleep before the puffs of air had escaped from under the covers he pulled over himself. When the phone rang at 0300, Bartle was strangely not surprised, although consciously he was expecting no call. "Hello," he said sleepily. "Bartle, this is Pettigill." The voice was Pettigill's, but the nervous, timid quality was gone. "I assume you did not hear the 2300 cast." "You assume correctly, Pettigill. What do you want?" "Come on over to the center. We'll split a fifth of former section secretary Andrew's scotch." "What the hell do you mean?" "Were you serious about that therapy revolution we were talking about this afternoon?" "I'm always serious. So what?" "Excellent, excellent," Pettigill laughed. "I've spent 30 years just waiting for such a man as you. No, I'm serious, my cynical friend. What position would you like in the new government?" "Let's see. Why don't you make my descendants real peachy happy and make me, say, administrator of civilian relations? That sounds big and important." "Fine, fine. Tell me, Bartle, how are your relations with psychotics?" Bartle leapt to the floor. Instantly he recalled what Pettigill had said that had disturbed him. When they had been discussing the repercussions of a miscast, Pettigill had said, "It will be disastrous," and not, "It would be disastrous." The devil had been planning just such a thing for God knows how long. "How many of 'em, Pettigill?" Bartle asked. "A lot, Bartle, a lot," the little man answered. "I would say 170 million. I might even say a nation of psychotics." He giggled again. A smile sliced through Bartle's sallow cheeks. "My relations with them would be the best. Keep that scotch handy, Pettigill. I'll be right over." End of Tape Jockey by Tom Leahy.
This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. Lou Phillips sat on the cold metal deck of the control room, seething with a growing dislike for the old man. "What you are here for," the other had told him when the guards had brought Phillips in, "is a simple crime of violence. You'll do, I'm sure." The old man paced the deck impatiently, while a pair of armed guards maintained a watchful silence by the door. 2 more men in plain grey shirts and trousers sat beside Phillips, leaning back suddenly against the bulkhead. He guessed that they were waiting for a 4th, remembering that 3 other figures had been hustled aboard with him at the lunar spaceport. The door slid open, allowing another youth in grey uniform to stumble inside. One of the guards in the corridor beyond shoved the newcomer forward, and Philip's eyebrows twitched as he had a closer look. This last prisoner was a girl. He thought she might have been pretty, with a touch of lipstick and a kinder arrangement of her short ash-blonde hair, but he lowered his eyes as her hard, weary stare flickered past him. She walked over to the bulkhead and took a seat at the other end of the little group. The old man turned, scanning their faces critically. "I am in charge of a peculiar project," he announced abruptly. "The director of the lunar detention colony claimed that you 4 are the best he has for our purposes." Long habit kept the seated ones guardedly silent. Seeing, apparently, that they would not relax, he continued, "You were chosen because each of you has received a sentence of detention for life because of tendencies toward violence in one form or another. In our 22nd century civilization, such homicidal inclinations are quite rare, due to the law-abiding habits of generations under the Interplanetary Council." He had been pacing the cramped space left free by the equipment, the guards, and the 4 seated prisoners. Now he paused, as if mildly astonished at what he was about to say. "In fact, now that we are faced by a situation demanding illegal violence, it appears that no normal citizen is capable of committing such an act. Using you may eliminate costly screening processes and save time. Incidentally, I am Anthony Varrett, Undersecretary for Security in the Council." None of the 4 showed any overt sign of being impressed. Phillips knew that the others, like himself, were scrutinizing the old man with cold, secretive stares. They had learned through harsh experience to keep their own counsels. Varrett shrugged. "Well, then," he said dryly, "I might as well call the roll. I have been supplied with accurate records." He drew a notebook from his pocket, consulted it briefly, then nodded at the man next to the girl. "Robert Brecken," he recited. "Age 31, 6 feet, 185 pounds. Hair reddish-brown, eyes green, complexion ruddy. Convicted of unjustified homicide by personal assault while resisting arrest for embezzlement. Detention record unsatisfactory. Implicated in 2 minor mutinies." He glanced next at the youth beside Phillips. "Raymond Truesdale. Age 22, 5 feet 5, 130. Hair black, eyes dark brown, complexion pale. Convicted of 2 suicide attempts following failures in various artistic fields. Detention record fair. Psychological report poor." His frosty eyes met Phillips. "Louis Phillips. Age 26. 5'10", 180. Hair brown. Eyes brown. Complexion darkly tanned. That was before Luna, wasn't it, Phillips? Convicted of unjustified homicide, having assaulted a jet mechanic so as to cause death. Detention record satisfactory." The blonde girl was last in Varrett's review. "Donna Bailey. Age 23, 5'5", 115. Hair blonde, eyes blue, complexion fair. Convicted of manslaughter by negligence while piloting an atmosphere sports rocket in an intoxicated condition. Detention record satisfactory." Varrett fell silent, regarding them with cynical disgust. His lips twisted slightly with distaste. "There we have it," he said. A violent-tempered thief from the business world? An over-expensive purchase by a rich playboy who became his widow by her own negligence? A mentally unstable fool who thought he was artistically gifted? And a rocket engineer who was too brutally careless with his own strength when irritated by a space-fatigued helper. I wonder if you'll do... Phillips felt impelled at last to speak. Just what plans do you have for us? He demanded harshly. Nothing complicated, replied Varrett, matching the tone. We need you to perform a mass murder. Phillips blinked, despite his prison-learned reserve. He heard the girl sucking her breath sharply, and felt the youth beside him begin to tremble. I have shocked you, I see, sneered Varrett. Well, I assure you, it shocks me also. Probably a good deal more, since I have lived a normal life. However, this is the background. About 3 months ago, we had reports of the outbreak of a deadly plague in one of the asteroid groups. As near as can be determined, it was spread by the crew of an exploratory rocket after the discovery of a new asteroid. It began to sweep through the mining colonies out there with the velocity of an expanding nova. Where was your health department? Asked the man named Brecken in a sneering tone. Varrett frowned at him. Several members gave their lives trying to learn the nature of the disease. We have no information to date, except a theory that it attacks the nervous and circulatory systems, because the reports indicate that the reason of the victim is markedly affected as the disease progresses. Not a single survivor is known. They all die in a raving insanity. We do not even know with certainty how it is communicated. What are you doing? Asked Phillips. Isolation. It is all we can do until our medical men can make some progress. We evacuated an asteroid colony and began to ship into it any person showing any of the symptoms, using a cruiser piloted by remote control. That was where we slipped. How? On the last trip, unless we have not really collected all the sufferers, we lost control. Someone being transported knew his spaceships. Shortly thereafter, a gibbering lunatic got on the screen and threatened the escorting rocket. He announced the cruiser would head for Mars, where the passengers would demand their freedom. They are past reasoning with. Can't say I really blame them, Phillips remarked. Blame them? Of course not. Neither do I. What has that to do with it? What has the Council so worried is that this thing will get loose on Mars. That it may even be carried to Earth and Venus. There are over 100 persons in that ship, no longer responsible for their actions, but capable of causing deaths by the billions. We want to help them, but we simply must hold the line on this quarantine until we solve the medical problem. They stared at him in silence, and Phillips noticed that the old man's forehead was moist with tiny beads of perspiration. Don't you see? They are as good as dead. No knowledge or help of man can save them, as of this moment. If we are ever to be of any help, we must prevent a worse catastrophe. Yes, the survival ship is a world in itself, but this world must die. For a minute or two, it seemed to Phillips that he could hear each person in the control room breathing. Finally, there was a small sound of cloth rubbing on metal, as Brecken stirred. Why pick on us? He rasped, from his seat on the deck. I'm no volunteer. I know what you are, replied Varrett sharply. I know what you all are. You have been chosen for this mission of murder because you are the only people in our culture who are capable of this kind of violence. You have broken our laws, and this is your punishment. It would take us too long to find others like you, who had merely never faced the same circumstances that sent you forth to Luna. We have made attempts to attack this vessel, manned by normal men. Our ships could accomplish nothing. Why not? Asked Phillips. The crews found they could not kill. What? It amounts to that. One pilot blacked out at the start of an offensive approach. He lost contact before recovering. You realize how quickly that happens at interplanetary speeds. On several other ships, there were passive mutinies. One was destroyed. How? We do not know. Why don't you get some men in your Department of Security? Sneered Brecken. Barrett sighed. It was far from simple cowardice. The crews had fine records. We have been civilized too long. So long that the idea of deliberate killing unnerved them. As to the one ship that did make some motion to attack, it may have been destroyed by the cruiser's offenses, or even by sabotage. Somebody may quite possibly have found the mission too repulsive to face with complete sanity. He was interrupted by a uniformed man who slid the door open and gestured significantly. Barrett paused. He nodded, and the newcomer retired. "I have only a few minutes," said the old man, facing them again. "To be brief, this patrol vessel is armed with the best we have in guided atomic missiles and sensitive detection devices. Technical manuals are supplied for everything we could think of, though I doubt you will need them. We have brought you to within a few hundred miles of them. In a few minutes, my men and I will transfer to an escort ship. We will slip in behind Deimos, not too far away, and pick you up afterward, to land you on Mars. Any questions?" "Yes," said Phillips.
"What?"
"Why should we do anything at all?" Barrett's lips tightened. A guard shrugged contemptuously.
"I was told to expect that attitude," the old man admitted. "I suppose it is part of the character we now think is needed for such an expedition."
"You could hardly expect cooperation," Phillips pointed out. "Laws against any kind of homicide are all well enough, but I, for one, don't see why I should draw the same sentence as a murderer."
"I had to protect myself or die, probably through having that crazy fool blow up my rocket room."
"You'll make a cold landing on Sol before you get any help from me,"
Brecken added defiantly.
The girl said nothing, but Droozle muttered darkly.
"Please," said Barrett. "I have no time to argue about our social and legal codes. The Council foresaw that the threat of being yourself subject to this plague might not be enough. If you succeed in destroying or even immobilizing the cruiser, I can offer you anything you want, short of unsupervised liberty. You must still be watched as potential dangers to society, but you may otherwise be as wealthy or independent as you wish."
He motioned to the guards, who had begun to fidget impatiently. Wordlessly, they left the compartment.
"You can settle your relations among yourselves," said Barrett. "We chose Bailey partly because she has piloted rockets privately, and Phillips because he was a space engineer. Perhaps Brecken could handle the torpedoes. I do not know." He rubbed his chin uneasily. "Frankly, I find intimate discussion of the affair repulsive. I hope you will decide to do what is necessary for the welfare of the Earth."
He turned abruptly and left the control room. They heard distant voices exhorting him to hurry. Brecken arose and crept furtively to the door. He leaned out to peer down the corridor. The nervous Droozle bounced up to the crowd behind him. Phillips and the girl looked at each other. She shrugged, and they too got to their feet. She turned to the instrument panels, and after a moment, Phillips joined her. "How have they got it?" he asked. "Controls locked?"
"No," murmured Donna. "Don't need to. We're just coasting. Nice job, though. Fast as a racer, I imagine."
"You know something about races?"
"I used to think I did," she answered shortly.
He saw pain darken her blue eyes and decided to probe no further. Instead, he wandered about, inspecting the instruments. A few minutes later, with a spaceman's indefinable alertness, he felt a change in the ship. "They still aboard?" he called to Droozle, who remained at the door, although Brecken had disappeared. The youth glanced over his shoulder, but did not trouble to reply. Philip's jaw set, and he took a quick step toward the other. Before he reached the doorway, however, Brecken returned from the corridor. Shouldering Droozle aside, he strode into the control room.
"Well," he announced, "the old fool hopped off like he said. Got a viewer in here?"
"I have it on now," called Donna from the instrument desk. "There he goes."
They gathered around the screen to watch. Near one edge was the image of another ship, with several space-suited figures clustered around its entrance port. The girl made an adjustment, and the view crept over to the center of the screen, just as the last of the figures vanished into the opening. Almost immediately, the other rocket slanted away on a new course. Donna followed it on the screen until the brief flashes of its jets were dimmed by a new radiance, the ruddy disk of Mars.
"We are where he said," she admitted. "Now what?"
She looked at Phillips, who merely shrugged. What do you make of it? She insisted. Pretty much as he said, probably, answered the engineer. He's heading for Deimos, I suppose? I hear they're landscaping the whole moon. It's only about 5 miles in diameter. I'm building a new space station for a radio beacon and relay. Does that log say anything about the plague ship? Asked Droozle nervously. Donna scanned the observation record, then adjusted the viewer. The red radiance of Mars fled, to be replaced by a dimmer scene of distant stars. In there someplace, she said. Out of range of the screen, but we could probably locate it with detector instruments. Why all the jabber? Demanded Brecken. Let's get going. Philip stared at him. What's the rush? Did he sell you that easily? Huh. Oh, hell no. I mean, let's make a dive for Mars. They were dumb to set us loose with a fast ship. We're dumber if we don't use it. That's right, agreed Droozle eagerly. We don't owe them anything. They owe us for the years they took out of our lives. Droozle had a point there, Phillips felt. This could grow into quite a discussion, and he was not sure which side he wanted to take. He had no great urge to become a hero, but on the other hand, there was something about Brecken that aroused a certain obstinacy in him. Wait a minute, Donna protested. What do you think you're going to do? Slip into a curve for Mars, said Brecken. Slow down enough to take the chutes. Let this can smack up in the desert somewhere. They'll never know if we got out, and we'll be on our own. The girl turned to Phillips. How about you? She asked. Don't you think we should at least consider what Varek told us? If this plague is as dangerous as he says, this is no time to... Do you have to be so bloodthirsty? Complained Droozle. I don't want to kill anybody, declared the girl. Maybe we could just disable the cruiser. Oh, kill your jets, Brecken broke in. I've been waiting for a chance like this for years. Don't get any ideas. But listen, pleaded Donna. It's a terrible thing, but if we don't do it, we won't be safe on Mars ourselves. They'll land and set an epidemic loose. I'll take my chances with it, Brecken said. You're supposed to know something about piloting. Now, get us on the curve for Mars, and be snappy about it. Donna turned desperately to Phillips. Why not look over the ship, the engineer suggested, before we blast off on half our jets? We can make up our minds when we see what we have for fuel and weapons. Brecken opened his mouth to object, but was smitten by an unpleasant thought. Suppose they didn't leave us enough fuel to make Mars. We can find out soon enough, said Phillips, leading the way to the door. They trooped down the corridor on his heels, past the few closet-like compartments set aside for living quarters. It was a single-deck ship, with storage compartments above and below for fuel, oxygen, and other necessities. The corridor was liberally supplied with handrails, apparently in case of failure of the artificial gravity system. About halfway to the end, another passage crossed the fore and aft one, and a few steps farther was a ladder. This extended up and down a vertical well, which, in space, amounted to a second cross-corridor. Phillips was right when he guessed that the door beyond opened into the rocket room. The others were bored by the power plant of the ship. The engineer, however, could not repress a thrill at once more standing by the gauges, valves, and pumps with which he had formerly lived. He strode about, examining and comprehending such appliances as seemed new since his last service in space. How about it? Demanded Brecken. Can you handle it? Sure, answered Phillips confidently. Mostly automatic, anyway. Then we can get moving whenever we want? I suppose so. The tanks are nearly full. Let's find those space torpedoes the old man mentioned. Maybe it won't hurt at that, grumbled Brecken. He led the way out, but paused indecisively. Phillips stepped past him and considered the cross passages near the midpoint of the corridor. Those in the plane of the control room deck probably led to port and starboard airlocks, he reasoned, so the others might lead to the torpedo turrets. He went to the vertical well and started up the ladder, hearing the others following. At the top, he was confronted by a hatch with a red "Danger" sign. Glancing about, he located the gauges that reported the air pressure beyond. Normal. Make a little room, he said, looking down to Brecken. The big, ruddy face retreated a few rungs. Phillips could hear the others scrambling further down. He got his head out of the way before pulling the switch that opened the hatch. With a subdued humming of electric motors, the massively constructed door swung down. One after another, they pulled themselves up into the compartment. This must be where they set controls for launching, guessed Phillips, leaning back against a rack of emergency spacesuits. That intercom screen on the bulkhead is probably plugged into the control room. Looks as if the torpedoes themselves are stored under that hatch at the after end. How do they kick them off? Asked Bracken. Those conveyor belts run them into tubes in the forward bulkhead. A charge of compressed air blows them out, and then the rockets are started, controlled by radio. You mean they have to point at the target to fire? Oh no. Once the rockets are going, the torpedoes can be maneuvered and aimed anywhere by remote control. I've seen enough, announced Droozle. I'm hungry. At that, they all decided to return to the main deck. Phillips carefully closed the airtight hatch as they left, then followed the others in search of the galley. Later, after a very unsatisfying meal of packaged concentrates, they loitered sullenly in the control room once more, while Donna studied the controls. Phillips had finally decided he could wear the third spacesuit on the rack if he had to. He was idly examining the tools supplied with it when his thoughts were interrupted. Young Truesdale had been monkeying with the range indicator for some time, but now his sharp outcry drew all eyes to him. The others immediately gathered to peer over his shoulder. A needle flickered wildly from one side of the dial to the other. Here, get it balanced, said Phillips, thrusting a powerful arm between the crowded bodies. As his deft adjustment steadied the needle, he stepped back and leaned against the bulkhead to study their faces. Truesdale was pale. It's them, he panted. Well, asked Donna, what will it be? What do you mean? Demanded Bracken, red-faced. It'll be damn well get out of here. That's what it'll be. Let's see you go, invited the girl coolly. How well do you pilot a rocket? Bracken's jaw dropped. What? You crazy? Did you swallow all that stuff the old man told you? He sputtered. Why not? Asked Donna. They didn't bring us all the way out here for nothing. Violet was scared. If it's that dangerous, somebody just has to do it. And we're here. Not for long, said Bracken in an ugly tone. Get hot on those controls. You, Phillips, run back to that rocket room and see that things work. You try it, suggested the engineer quietly. He would have preferred to avoid the trouble the girl had been stirring up, but he did not relish Bracken's tone. A few days off Luna, he reflected, and already he was getting independent. Listen, said Donna, encouraged in her defiance. When I touch those controls, we'll go right up and touch noses with them. You'd better have a torpedo ready. She turned to the banks of buttons and switches. Muffled thunder from the stern jets trembled through the hull as the men staggered. Bracken recovered his balance first. With a snarl, he grabbed the girl by the nape of the neck and shook her roughly. Glimpsing Philip's cold sneer, he reached back and seized a heavy metal bar from the spacesuit rack. Now, damn it, he grated. You'll do like I tell you, and you'll get back there, see that those tubes recharge okay. Phillips felt a hard anger swelling his throat. From the corner of his eye, he saw Truesdale shrink back against the bulkhead. He glanced about desperately for something with which to parry Bracken's bar. It was the girl who broke the tense silence. With a gasping intake of breath, she reached up to claw at Bracken's face. Cursing, the man twisted his head away to protect his eyes. He released his grip on the girl's neck and swung a clumsy backhand blow at her head. Donna stumbled and collapsed to the deck. Now or never, Phillips told himself. Without waiting to think, he hurled himself forward. Bracken saw him coming and tried to shift himself around to meet the engineer's charge. Phillips crashed into him shoulder first, and they both brought up against the opposite bulkhead with a thud. He concentrated all his strength in wringing the other's forearm until he heard the bar clang to the deck. Bracken clubbed him on the side of the head with a wild left swing, and Phillips found the big man's foot in the way when he tried to sidestep it. He lost his balance, but kept his grasp on the other so that they went down together, thrashing about for some opening. Bracken was red-faced with a maniacal rage. Beads of saliva sprayed from his twisted lips as he sputtered curses. The engineer let go suddenly and jolted the other under the chin with the heel of his left hand. The man arched backwards, but Phillips caught a knee in the chest that sent him slithering across the deck. As he strove to twist to his hands and knees, he saw Bracken groping for the bar. Never reach him, thought Phillips frantically. Thrusting one foot against the leg of an anchored data desk, he raised himself half upright as he lunged desperately at Bracken. Strangely, it occurred to Phillips for a fleeting lapse of time that old Varrett had been reasonably astute in his selections, if he desired violent-tempered throwbacks. Then the breath was knocked out of him as he smashed into Bracken with a force that sent them both hurtling into the bulkhead. The other's grunt of pain was almost lost beneath the sharp smack of bone against metal. Phillips scrambled up hastily, but his opponent lay still. Over by the data desk, Donna was beginning to squirm quietly and make groping motions with her outstretched hands. Truesdale had retreated to the forward end of the control room, his features blanched by apprehension. "I'll bet," thought Phillips, "that old variant slipped up in your case, my lad. Your reaction to violence must be what they call normal." He beckoned brusquely. "Give me a hand with him," he ordered. Bracken still showed no sign of consciousness. Truesdale approached warily, and, with his aid, Phillips lifted the unconscious man, with their limp burden in their hands. They staggered down the corridor to one of their sleeping compartments. There they slung him into a bunk. "He needs attention," said Truesdale. "He won't get it from me," snapped Phillips. "Lumps on the head were his idea. There's no time to fool with him." He pulled the sliding door shut, noticing that it had no lock. Since Bracken would probably be some time recovering, however, he put that out of his mind. Having returned to the control room, they discovered Donna sitting up. At the sight of them, she pulled herself somewhat shakily to a standing position and brushed back her blonde hair. "What happened?" she asked. "He bumped his head on the bulkhead," said Phillips shortly. This was accepted without comment. They turned to the instruments and examined the dial of the range indicator. "They aren't very far away," said Donna quietly. "Where do you stand now, Phillips?" "I suppose we'd better do it," he admitted. "Pretty vicious, aren't you?" "No," she snapped. "I don't like it either. I've never caused the death of any human being." "Oh, sure. That's why you're on Luna." She looked at him levelly in the eye, but her shoulders drooped a trifle, with the resignation of one who has often been disbelieved. "My husband was a nice guy," she murmured, "but he never did know when he had a drink too many for piloting his jet. He passed out trying to give me a wild ride, and I got to the controls just in time to crash-land the rocket. That's where they found me before I came to." "Oh," said Phillips. "I'm not half as hard as I'm trying to pretend," Donna went on. "Even after a year on Luna. But I was a nurse before I was married, thinking about what it would be like if this plague hits the planets before they find something to fight it with. The children. Imagine that, will you?" Phillips stared at the range indicator. It seemed there were times when an ugly thing had to be done for the common good. He wondered how the old-time executioners had felt in the days when there had been judicial homicide. They were still jailers, for that matter, and men who butchered cattle. "Call it a mercy killing," murmured Donna between pale lips. "Maybe you think that isn't still done once in a while, in spite of modern society." Phillips grunted. "Well, if you can watch at this end, Truesdale and I can go and set up a couple of torpedoes. I hope those rocket blasts didn't give us away." "According to Variet," said Truesdale, "there can't be many of them still able to think straight enough to stand on watch. I wonder what it's like." Phillips glanced askance at him, but led the way into the corridor. First of all, he stopped at the rocket room to check the tube readings. The fired jets had been automatically recharged. They left the rocket room and climbed the ladder to the turret. Once inside, Phillips spent the first few minutes inspecting the equipment and thumbing through the manuals left there by Variet. Finally, the bored Truesdale broke in upon his study. "That old goat must be crazy to think he could toss us out here and have us act like a trained crew. How can we even hope to do anything right without blowing ourselves up?" "We can try," said Phillips coldly. "It shouldn't be impossible to get one started, at least." He found the twin control panels in the bulkhead and pulled a pair of switches. There was a smooth humming and a slight click as two hatches in the deck slid open. Slanting metal chutes rose out of the dark apertures just behind the conveyor belts. "Look at those babies," breathed Phillips. The snouts of two miniature spaceships protruded from the storage hold. Phillips touched other switches, and the sleek missiles were prodded onto the belts and moved forward until their full 20-foot lengths were in view. "Phillips, you'd better be careful with those things," quavered Truesdale as the engineer unscrewed a small hatch on one. "Afraid I'll blow it up?" asked Phillips, peering inside. "Why not? You never touched one before." "You go ahead and believe that," retorted the engineer. Now, I'll just turn on the radio controls, check the batteries, and feed the bad news into the launching tubes. Watch. Replacing the hatch and securing it, he thought out the procedure to use at the remote control panels. Turning on the screen above one of them produced a cross-haired image of the bulkhead directly in front of the near torpedo. He tried various manipulations until he had focused the view and caused it to sweep all around the interior of the turret. After idly watching himself and Droozle appear on the screen, he returned the view to dead ahead, switched it off, and turned to the other panel. "I guess I can finish checking," he said. Droozle clambered hastily down the ladder. Philip shook his head. "Don't know what use he'll be," he muttered. "Too bad Brecken wouldn't listen. He, at least. Oh well." He wondered whether he himself would stand up when the time came. What Fired had asked did not sound like much. Just a quick shot and watch them blow apart. But what inhibitions made men black out rather than carry it through? It was not as if there were any hope for these people. Surely it was obvious that, to permit them, in their deranged state, to spread a catastrophic plague was inconceivable, but perhaps emotions were stronger than reason. "I'll find out pretty soon," he reflected. There was little more to do in the turret, except to run the torpedoes into the launching tubes and bring up a new pair in reserve. With that much done, he closed the hatch and climbed down the ladder. In the control room, he found Donna and Droozle peering into the screen. He crowded close to look over their shoulders. A small blob of light floated near the center of the view. "That it?" he asked. "Yes," answered Donna. "Just enough Mars light to show it." "How near are we?" asked Phillips. "About 150 miles. I have quite a large magnification, but they may spot us if they're alert. Are you ready to do something?" "Reasonably," said Phillips. "Where's Brecken?" "You probably killed him," Droozle broke in accusingly. "I found a first aid kit and gave him a shot," said Donna. "He has a nasty lump on the head, but he might sleep it off." Phillips was watching Droozle. The youth was visibly nervous. Was it the thought of Brecken, the engineer wondered, or the fear of what they were planning to do? Perhaps it would be best to clear the air now, before it was too late. "I guess you can handle it here, Donna," he said. "Droozle and I will go to the turret and stand by." The youth shrank away. "No, I won't go up there again. You can't make me do this." "Do what?" demanded Phillips. "It's murder. You both know it is. They won't even have any warning." "I hope not," said Phillips dryly. "They might get us." "You wouldn't put it that way," sneered Droozle. "You're homicidal at heart anyway." He turned on Donna, wiping perspiration from his forehead. "Are you going to let him do it?" he shrilled. "Are you going to help him commit such a crime?" The girl stared at him with a worried look in her blue eyes, but said nothing. "Come on, Droozle," said Phillips, making an effort at a peaceful, persuasive tone. "It'll be either their lives or ours if they spot us, and millions more if they get by. They'll be too desperate to think of us. Do you want to die?" The instant he spoke the words, he remembered the other's record and wished he'd kept quiet. He saw a strange, wild expression creep over Droozle's features. It changed into a look of hateful cunning as the youth began to sidle toward the door. "I'm not afraid to die," he boasted in a low-pitched but tense voice. "But how about you, Phillips? How about the big, brutal space engineer who is proud of smashing men's skulls against steel walls? Who would like nothing better than to blow up a shipload of innocent people? How do you really know they're dangerous? But you don't care, do you?" "Droozle," snapped Phillips. "Calm down." "I'll calm you down with me," shouted the other hysterically. "I'll show you who's afraid to die." He ducked through the door toward which he had been backing. Phillips lunged after him, just barely missing a grip. "On your toes," he shouted over his shoulder to Donna, and turned on all jets. But Droozle, driven by his peculiar fury, not only stayed ahead as they raced along the corridor, but actually gained. He was 15 or 20 feet out in front as they reached the midway point. Phillips, expecting him to take refuge in the rocket room, was completely fooled when Droozle leaped for the ladder in the vertical well. He stumbled and grabbed a handrail to stop himself. The other was swarming upwards. Phillips sprang to follow. Hardly had he climbed half a dozen rungs, however, when he saw he was outdistanced. Droozle's feet were already beyond the hatchway. Phillips waited for the airtight door to slam shut. It remained open. Then a thrill of instinctive fear shot through him as he thought of what Droozle might do. probably was doing at that very instant. Throwing his feet clear of the rungs, he plunged back toward the deck, guided only by his hands brushing the sides of the ladder. As Phillips reached the junction of the passages, he kicked desperately away from the ladder. He landed with a thump that would have hurt had he been in a calmer state. Rolling over toward the control room, he came to his feet in time to glimpse Donna looking out the doorway before a jarring shock floored him again. The deafening roar of an explosion sounded in the corridor, as brilliant light was luridly reflected from somewhere behind him. The bewildering force hurled him at the deck. He saw he could not prevent his head from striking. Phillips found himself on hands and knees, staring stupidly at the deck a few inches past his nose. As in a nightmare, he seemed to spend an eternity pushing himself painfully to his feet. Clutching a handrail, he finally made it. He saw Donna kneeling in the doorway, hand to head. As he watched, the girl looked at her hand and dazedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe off the blood. Then Phillips became aware of a high breeze in his face. Behind him, the sound of rushing air rose to a moan, then to a shriek. That shocked him to his senses. "Button up!" he screamed above the noise, bringing his hands together in an urgent gesture understood by all spacemen. As the girl staggered to her feet, he whirled and leaped toward the junction of the cross corridors. He wasted no time in a vain glance upwards. He knew what Droozle had done. Only setting off the torpedoed rockets in the enclosed turret compartment would have caused such an explosion just severe enough to rupture the ship's skin. If the warhead had gone off, he never would have known it. Diving headlong through the opening in the deck, he experienced a dizzying shift of gravity as he passed through the plane over the main deck. When he had his bearing again, he scrambled up the ladder toward the belly turret. By the time he got the airtight hatch open, he was beginning to pant in the thinning air. He pulled himself through at last and sealed the compartment, Phillips sucking a deep, luxurious breath while he glanced about. This turret, he saw, was a duplicate of the other. He immediately located the intercom screen and called the control room. Donna's worried face appeared. "Where are you?" was her relieved inquiry. Phillips explained what had happened. "The only thing," he concluded, "is to try it from here." "I think they must have spotted the flash," Donna told him. "The instruments show a shift in their course." "Blast right at them," said Phillips. "We might get away with it, if we're quick." He turned away, leaving the intercom on. A few quick steps took him to the control panels in the bulkhead. Guided by his lessons in the other turret, and by faded memories of space school on Earth, he brought up 2 of the torpedoes. He checked the radio controls and ran the missiles into their launching tubes. As he worked with nervous sweat running down into his eyes, he was aware of the intermittent jar of rocket blasts. "Run 'em down," he muttered, trying to steady his hand on the controls. He had a hand at each panel, with the torpedoes poised viciously in the tubes, when he heard Donna's shout, shrill with excitement over the intercom. Instantly, he launched the missiles. He started the rockets by remote control and scanned the screens for a sight of the other vessel. For a moment, his view was confused by the expanding puff of air. Then that froze and drifted back to the hull, and he could see the stars. Donna's voice, strained but coldly controlled, came over the intercom with readings from her instruments. He corrected his courses accordingly. Then he saw the image of their target centered on one screen, so he concentrated on steering the other missile. He made the nose yaw, but was unable to locate anything on its screen. "You're sending one of them too far above, I think," Donna reported. "I have something wrong," he shouted. "I can't spot them at all for that one. The jets must be out of line and shooting it in a curve." Nevertheless, he fired a corrective blast on the way to the gas, before returning his attention to the first torpedo. This one was right on the curve. He could see the massive hull of the cruiser plainly now. It was almost featureless until, as he watched, several sections seemed to slide aside. The screen showed him a momentary glimpse of a swarm of small, flame-tailed objects spewing forth from one of the openings. Then the view went dark. "Interceptor rockets with proximity fuses," he muttered. "They'll be after us next. Crazy, mean, and frantic." Over the intercom he heard Donna exclaim in dismay. He caught a fleeting sight of her face and realized that the situation must be torture for the girl, as for himself or any normal person of their civilization. Cursing himself for an optimist, he raised 2 more of the missiles from the magazine. Hopping about like a jet checker 5 minutes before takeoff time, he made them ready. It seemed like hours before he got them into the launching tubes and threw them out into the void. Again, he watched the other vessel appear ahead of his torpedoes, this time on both screens. Before the gap narrowed, he had a better opportunity to see the defences of the cruiser in action. A whitish cloud of gas was expelled from his target's hull, bearing a myriad of small objects, which promptly acquired a life of their own. Both screens were filled with flashing, diverging trails of flame. Then, nothing. "They're heading at us," called Donna. "Hang on." Phillips had already pulled the switches to bring up a new pair of torpedoes. Hearing the urgency in Donna's tone, he leapt toward the rack of spacesuits and grabbed. The next instant he was pinned forcibly against the rack by acceleration, as Donna made the ship dodge aside. From one side he heard a screech of grating metal. The fresh missiles must have jammed halfway out of the storage compartment. It gave him a weird feeling of unreality, as he hung there helplessly, to see one of the screens on the bulkhead pick up something moving, gleaming, metallic. "Donna!" he shouted hoarsely. "Let up!" "I don't dare!" she gasped over the intercom. "I lost them, but they were starting after us." "Let up!" repeated Phillips. "They're dead ahead of that wild shot of ours! Let me get to the controls!" He dropped abruptly to the deck as the acceleration vanished. One leap carried him to the radio controls. The metallic gleam had swelled into a huge spaceship. The cruiser was angling slightly away from the point from which he had seemed to be viewing it. How soon, he wondered, would they detect the presence of his torpedo? Or would they neglect this direction, being intent upon the destruction of those who were attempting to frustrate their mad dash for Mars? Philip stood before the screen, clenching his fists. There was, after all, nothing for him to do but watch. The gleaming hull expanded with a swelling rush. Details of construction hitherto invisible leaped out at him. A crack finally appeared as the section began to slide back. This time, however, there was no blinding flare of small rockets. The blacking out of the screen coincided with Donna's scream. "It hit!" In the silence that followed, he thought he heard a sob. "Oh, Phillips," she said, recovering. "We did it. They're—" "Hang on," said Phillips. "I'll climb into a spacesuit and come forward." He switched off the intercom and dragged his suit from the rack. It took him a good 15 minutes to get the helmet screwed on properly and to check everything else. He realized that he was very tired. He opened the exit hatch, seized the top of the ladder in his gauntlets as the air exploded out of the turret, and climbed back to the main deck. Clumping through the airless corridor, he stopped to look into the compartment where he had left Brecken. He quickly slid the door shut again. He found that Donna had sealed off the corridor just short of the control room by closing a double emergency door that must have been designed to form an airlock in just such a situation. He hammered upon it, and she slid it open from the control desk. It closed again behind him, and he entered the control room through the usual door. The girl helped him to remove the suit and motioned him toward the screen. Phillips regarded the scene without enthusiasm. The sight of the dead man had reminded him of what the compartments of that other vessel must look like by now. Its parts were beginning to scatter slowly. He looked at Donna and found her regarding him soberly. "What will they do with us now?" she asked. She looked exhausted. He extended an arm and she leaned against him. "You heard what Varrett said," he told her. "Yes, but will he keep his word? They might be ashamed of us now that it's done. Even if they're not, I can't bear the thought of going back to Earth and having them stare at me." Phillips nodded. He remembered the morbid curiosity during his own trial, the crowds who had watched him with a kind of shrinking horror. He had actually been responsible for saving a spaceship and its crew, had they cared to look on that side of the affair. But he had killed. That was no longer the action of a human being, according to popular thinking. "I guess you and I are the only ones who will understand one another from now on," he shrugged. Donna smiled faintly, just as the signal sounded on the communication screen. It was Varrett, looking pale and strange. He listened to Philip's account, including the deaths of Truesdale and Brecken, and apologized for his appearance. He had, he informed them, been unpleasantly ill when he had seen the explosion.
It was a terrible thing, Varric continued sadly, but necessary. They were beyond reasoning with a deadly menace.
He pulled himself together and tried to hide his agitation by reminding them of his promise. He suggested that they consider their requests while his ship attempted to tow them into Deimos. Phillips glanced speculatively at Donna. They would be two outcasts. However much their deed might be respected abstractly, however much official expressions of gratitude were employed to gloss over the fact, he might as well take one chance more. "We have already decided," he said boldly. "I hear you're building a new space station on Deimos." The old man nodded, surprised. "We will ask for a deed to that moon, and a contract to operate the beacon and radio relay station," Phillips stated flatly. Varric blinked, then smiled slightly in a sort of understanding admiration.
"Reasonable and astute," he murmured after a moment's hesitation. "I think I appreciate the motive. Perhaps if that ship can be repaired and remodeled, we can make it so that you may make short visits to Mars."
He warned them to watch for the emergency crew that he would send to their aid, and switched off. Phillips then dared, finally, to turn and look inquiringly at Donna. Her smile was relaxed for the first time since they had met. "Nice bargaining," she said. And Phillips felt like the king of something larger than a tiny Martian satellite. That is the end of This World Must Die by H.B. Fife. It was read for LibriVox.org by Sean Randall from the United Kingdom on the 9th of August, 2010.